AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
On behalf of All India Management Association, welcome you all to this session. After a huge success of MSME Convention last year conducted in virtual mode, we are here with another edition of our convention. And I feel privileged to extend our warm welcome to all present. MSMEs are the engine of our economy to achieve sustainable development. The objective of environmental sustainability can be accomplished when we encourage the 63 million MSMEs in India and bring them more enterprises under them. AIMA has been encouraging micro, small and medium enterprises to enhance their managerial capabilities. And in this context, AIMA is organizing its 11th National MSME Convention today on the theme MSME Road to Sustainable Development. The convention will feature some of the best speakers from the industry, government, business and intelligentsia, and would primarily focus on the sustainable development opportunities offered by millions of MSMEs in India. Sustainable solutions in management of finance, technology, marketing, branding, intellectual property right, and many other issues which are critical to MSME and Indian corporates. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this edition of MSME Convention and welcome the distinguished dignitaries for the inaugural session. Now I invite the dignitaries to take their position on the digital dais. Sri C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, Chairman and Managing Director, Calvin Klein Private Limited. Madam Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA. Dr. J.S. Juneja, Chairman, MSME and past President, AIMA, and Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director, Center for Management Education, AIMA. Thank you, dignitaries. May I now request Director General, AIMA, to start the introductory remark. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anuja. Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President, All India Management Association and Chairman and Managing Director, Cavencare Private Limited. Dr. J.S. Juneja, Chairman, AIMA MSME Committee and Chairman, Global Projects and Services Limited. My colleague, Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director, Center for Management Education, AIMA. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you with us in the 11th edition of AIMA's MSME Convention. Your presence here today encourages us to increase our commitment to the cause of the MSME sector. We will miss the presence of Mr. Narayan Rane, Honorable Minister of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India today. Unfortunately for us, he has to attend to something important at the same time as a session this morning. While we will miss having him with us today, we hope to have him with us on a future date. I'm delighted to welcome Mr. C.K. Ranganathan. A very warm welcome to you. It is a pleasure to have you once again on the AIMA dais. You started in the MSME sector and you have a great affinity for the small enterprises. You have intimate knowledge of the issues and potential of the MSMEs, and you promote the cause of small businesses in every way you can. As AIMA President, you have been particularly supportive of management education and training for the new and small entrepreneurs. Thanks to your initiative, AIMA is launching a 6-month course for small enterprises. Thank you for joining us and for agreeing to share your thoughts on MSME development. Dr. Juneja, it is a pleasure to have you as ever. This convention is your baby, and over the years, you have nurtured it with great care and passion. Your commitment to the cause of MSMEs is an inspiration to all of us, and AIMA is privileged to have you as the chairman of its MSME committee. Thank you for your outstanding vision and dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, the MSME Convention is integral to AIMA's efforts of promoting management excellence in the MSME sector. MSMEs play an important role in the national economy, and their progress is crucial for GDP growth, job creation, and innovation in the country. Small firms with modest resources and revenues contribute 1/3 of the national GDP and nearly half the country's exports. Therefore, this sector needs greater attention and priority in India's growth strategies. MSMEs have been hit hard by the COVID crisis, but the government has come to the rescue. However, even before COVID, the MSMEs faced several challenges, and those challenges will remain even after COVID. Being small makes an enterprise vulnerable to the shortest of disruptions. The government has done a big favor to the MSME sector by changing the size cap for special treatment in procurement and easing taxation and compliance. Now the MSMEs must take advantage of the new regime and grow. They must think beyond protection and aim for scale and sophistication. Whatever does not grow eventually dies with or without protection. The new digital economy has created openings for small enterprises to leverage third-party platforms to tap into credit, supply chains, and markets, and the previous constraints of smallness have become less oppressive. Indian MSME should take advantage of this churn in the economy and become big and global before things settle down into a rigid hierarchical order again. They need to adopt new technologies faster than the large enterprises and be more innovative in their products and business models. This convention is aimed at informing and educating the MSMEs about modernizing themselves and getting ready to play a meaningful role in sustainable development of the country. Each session of the convention deals with an important issue for the MSMEs, and I'm sure that you will enjoy all the sessions. With these words, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. J.S. Juneja to give his remarks. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Thank you, Rekhaji, for your gracious introductory remarks. And let me at the outset tell you that this pandemic, which came now we are in third wave, has affected the entire world. And not only that, the business have been affected. Almost everybody is affected. So are the SMEs. We found that in our own country, that almost 11% decline in the business for all the MSMEs. And many MSMEs are at the verge of closing. It has been found, reported by All India Manufacturer Organization, AIMO, that about 35% of the SMEs are on the verge of closure, particularly the micro enterprises. There were many reasons, you know, that I don't need to elaborate all those reasons, because they have been access to the market, money has been tight, there were no money available to them. And at the same time, the reverse migration of labor, the skilled people. So there have been very, very problems with the MSME. But that is not all. You know, let me tell you, the MSMEs have faced all those problems very boldly. I repeat, they have faced very boldly. And many of them have come out of the woods, others are getting out of the woods. Thanks to the government, some support has been provided by them. Particularly in the financial area, the government came with the direction to the banks to give additional 20% credit to whatever they were entitled to or whatever the sanction limit was. We, the government, the banks did. And however, in this case, the micro enterprises, all those companies who are not in the, were availing credit from the bank, they were left high and dry. So we have been urging the government that you should come up with a special package to give some credit to the micro enterprise, particularly so that they can also survive. And while I was telling you about the marketing access, they also had a problem getting funds from the companies where they supply goods and services. Obviously, the channels of money have been closed or they were reduced considerably. That's why such a large number of micro, small enterprises are getting going on to the this mode of closure, or they're trying to find it difficult to survive. And another good thing which happened was the government had set up, as you know, a e-marketplace. In the e-marketplace, they had got orders, about 8.16 million orders, 8.16 million for about 160,000 crores, 160,000 crores, which helped many SMEs to go ahead with this. And another thing which happened, there are many SMEs which had strong linkages with the large companies. That helped them to survive, because large companies have big tentacles and they had the time to be able to market the products. They have the wherewithal of all the funds available to them. So therefore, they could possibly survive. Even the companies who are doing e-marketing, even Amazon and Flipkart, they were the electronic marketplace. Many SMEs have been registered with them and they could survive through them. So I think the MSMEs have changed with the changing time, and there is great credit to them to do that, apart from the support received from the government as well as from the large companies which they were linked. And another thing I would like to tell you was that when I was saying the MSMEs have also changed, the payment mode, the 72% of the payment by MSMEs are given through digital mode. So you can imagine the digital mode has a big thing. Only 28% of funds were given in cash. So apparently that is also the sea change which happened, Mr. President. And as I told you, unfortunately, the micro enterprises and small enterprises were affected quite a bit. And what happened was today, I should not give you my numbers. Even today, the contribution of MSMEs to GDP about 30.5%, 30.5%. To exports about 29.5%. Now, in the GDP, the government, the previous minister, Mr. Gadkari, had declared that MSMEs should contribute to at least 40% to the, what you call the GDP, instead of 30.5% or 30%. Now, about 30% becomes about $1 trillion US dollar approximately. And our Prime Minister have fixed a target of what you call the 5 trillion economy. When you talk about the 5 trillion economy, at 40%, it is the responsibility of MSMEs to go to $2 trillion dollar contribution to GDP of $5 trillion in 5 years' time. It's a Herculean task. Almost we increase a growth rate of at least 10% to reach the target. So apparently so government has to, and the institutions, supporting institutions, have to provide a big support to MSMEs to encourage them. Same is true with the bankers. And they have to also open their resources for lending to the MSMEs, although they're scared in the high risk area. But of course, credit guarantee scheme is available. They never closed it. They have been, that credit guarantee scheme of the government, which is run by SIDBI, have been working very beautifully well. And I think I must give credit. The credit guarantee scheme will open vistas for them. Another point I want to underscore here is about the innovation. We have done studies for the Ministry of Science and Technology ourselves in the field level. We found that all those companies who are innovative, they survive and they grow. Whereas non-innovative company, they tend to go down. This has been found. So 2 lessons came from them. The innovative firms grow faster than on non-innovative firms. Entrepreneurial activities also go higher with innovation, and better performance of an enterprise is also reflected with the innovation. So apparently, it's not only the growth, but also enterprise spirit also fires. And all the new, the startups are coming with some innovative products. There are a lot of innovation content in them. Only on the 15th of this month, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called a meeting of the startup company. About 150 companies attended on the online mode. Then he declared that 16th of January every year will be Startup Day. So you can see the interest of the government and the Honorable Prime Minister also that the new companies should come up. He further elaborated, the Honorable Prime Minister, that when we complete 100 years of independence, that means we 2047, there will be a startup era, which means more enterprises have to come, startup enterprise to have to contribute. That's the thing which is happening, and I think we should be alive to that. And I can tell you, Mr. President and Director General Dr. Ajay Agarwal, the Director, that the AIMA has to play a major role to upgrade the skills, particularly managerial skills, how they can manage their economies, how they can manage their enterprises, how they can improve them. We have a major role to play in improving the managerial skills of all MSMEs. And I find a large galaxy of MSMEs are today very well educated. They are either graduates in business or engineers, you find. Like in area of Coimbatore, almost 50% of the MSMEs are engineering graduates, either in mechanical or electrical or things like that. So I think we have to figure out that support the skills of MSMEs through various means. And I would like to give you an example. There are many young people who are graduating from good business schools. Many of them want to get set up their own business. A couple of young people studying Stanford, they quit studying in USA and came back to India to start the business, and they succeeded. A friend of mine, his daughter did her MBA from Ahmedabad, and she said, I don't want to join a large company for which she got offers. She joined 11's Seva, Self-Employed Women Association in Ahmedabad, which is a very popular one. And she joined, she said, I'm enjoying working there with them rather. So people are not looking only for money part, but also looking what we call the satisfaction that they can get something by serving the society. So what I'm saying is, People are going for innovative ideas, innovation areas. And I'm also going to stress on what you call the social innovation instead of only innovation. I'll give you an example. Maybe you are familiar with Jaipur Foot. In Jaipur, one dear Mr. Friend, he's a friend of mine, Dr. D.R. Mehta. He was a deputy governor of the Reserve Bank. He had started, even when he was ex-IAS officer. He started during a service career, an NGO, and they were providing artificial limbs to the people who lost either hands or limbs or legs or whatever, the accident. They are providing more than 2,500 people the limbs across the country. People come there, it's run by an NGO, and they come to Jaipur. They were given board and lodging, their body limbs completely free. Some philanthropists contributing some money, and that thing is doing. I went to see myself and very impressed. Then we invited Mr. D.R. Mehta to address AIMA members in a management house to tell how this organization is working and how it's managing, providing so much support. They're part of the same thing. And there's one management institute in Jaipur. When we organized a program for African students in Jaipur, we invited Professor Jain to come and speak to these students. He talked only about social innovation. So the object of our program was, when the students go back home, they should not only just hunt for the job, but they should set up their own enterprises. But he elaborated that people should go and set up their social enterprises to serve the society, not only just business companies. But it doesn't mean there's social innovation or social working society company. It will not survive. It will. It can. It depends on your revenue model, how you manage it. So that's what he was telling. That one of his MBA students in Jaipur, he said that when we talked about new projects, what are they going to do after graduation or after completing MBA? He said one student waved his hand and saying that he would like to set up some social enterprise, and then discussed. He said Jaipur Foot is doing by using various foam and other things, preparing a limb or wood. Carpenter, artisan do this. He said like to use 3D technology and designing, and also same time bring new materials and prepare limbs for the people so that they can get the limbs at a lower cost, and they are able to meet the requirement of a larger number of people. Because for Jaipur Food, there's a big demand of their services, not all over the country, but abroad. They have helped to set up centers abroad. So these are all social innovation, which we are talking about. Another thing I would like to tell you just about the innovation part of this. If you permit me, we have time that I would like to quote the example of one well-known model, Kylie Jenner. I've done this before, but it's worthwhile. This is a girl who's a model in USA, Kylie Jenner, and she has a big following. And she had some problem, and then she thought about it. Okay, why don't I go in something change? She come out with an idea to come with the lipstick with the lip liner combination, and she got 15,000 kits prepared under subcontracting, and they were sold within minutes when she launched on online on social media, and she was very happy. She continued setting up, and then when the Mother's Day came, which is very important for the people to meet their mothers and give some gift to them, particularly in USA and Europe, you find she came in with the 8 mini liquid lipsticks sets, and that also they were sold out, whatever she kept. In other words, she is a very popular model and also good marketeer. She is the youngest billionaire. At the age of 22, she became the billionaire, youngest billionaire. The Facebook gentleman was the billionaire earlier at the age of 24. She became at the age of 22. Now she is toward 24 now. And she had a very big following. And there are 300 million people and Instagram followers following her. In other words, you can say that this is a area which where people go in for innovations. They come with new ideas and they can succeed. When I calling my innovation, there are 4 areas as per the Oslo definition. It says whether you call the change in the design or product design or change in the product, introducing a new product. Then second is the process of manufacturing, assembly, or whatever it is. And third is the marketing techniques. And fourth is the organization structure. If you bring any changes in any of them, which we can bring some more profitability to the company, they're called all innovation and is a accepted Oslo definition. So I thought I will briefly tell you what a Oslo definition is about. And whereas you all know the management guru, Peter Drucker, if you permit me, I'll quote what he said was, innovation is an essential process of change that is necessary in order to maintain the development and growth of an enterprise. Innovation is the specific tool of entrepreneurs by which they exploit change as an opportunity for a different business or a service. So apparently he has given a management definition, which what do you call the innovation, and that is accepted worldwide. So I also told you the benefits of when an innovation firm, they can grow faster. With that, if you permit me, I would like to say thank you, AIMA, for organizing the convention, which you do, and AIMA have been supporting fully. And I thank Mr. President C.K. Ranganathan, Dr. Raj Agarwal have been working hard on this, along with we are together. And Rekhaji, thank you very much. And I'm very grateful to you for giving the opportunity to be able to contribute something toward the knowledge for bringing SMEs at a level where they should be able to compete and be able to make more money. With that, I thank you a lot.
Thank you, Dr. J.S. Juneja, for setting the context of the convention so well. We take this opportunity to invite President AIMA to deliver the inaugural and keynote address.
Dr. J.S. Juneja, Chairman AIMA MSME Committee and Chairman Global Projects and Services Private Limited. Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, All India Management Association. Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director, Center for Management Education, AIMA. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to add my words of welcome to Rekha's on behalf of AIMA. I am delighted to welcome you all to this very important summit for MSMEs. While we were planning to welcome the Honorable Minister today, due to certain exigencies, he is not able to be with us this morning. However, he sends his best wishes and hopes that today's deliberation will be useful for all of us. It is great to have Dr. Juneja with us this morning, whose vision for MSME has led AIMA this far. Dr. Juneja, you have been the driving force behind AIMA's MSME initiatives, and your unflagging commitment to the cause of small business is the reason for yet another outstanding MSME convention. Many thanks for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, MSME are the foundation of the Indian economy, and they are a major contributor to industrial output, exports, and job creation. Of the 6.5 crore enterprise in India, almost 6.3 crore Indian enterprises are micro businesses, about 3 lakh are small, and less than 10,000 are medium-sized companies. Only a few thousands are large enterprises. Still, MSME remain underappreciated, and their achievements rarely make headlines. That needs to change. MSMEs are the engines of sustainable development as they drive economic growth, employment, poverty elevation, and reduction in inequality. In a world faced with economic volatility, technological disruption, and climate change, It has become essential for India to encourage and support MSME that adapt green technologies along with digital technologies. Environmental, social, and economic sustainability of the MSME must go hand in hand. MSME in India provide employment to almost 60 million people, mostly in the rural areas of the country. The MSME develop the economy at the local level. They provide jobs and business opportunities to the lower economic strata of the society. In this way, these play a very major role in including the poor and the marginalized in the mainstream economy. MSMEs also bring value addition at the local level and distribute wealth more widely than large enterprises. MSMEs are central to India achieving its main sustainable developmental goal. These direct contribution to poverty, these directly contribute to poverty and inequality reduction and job and growth generation. The MSME sector also has to lead in changing business and cultural preferences in favor of sustainable production. Given their small scale and wider dispersal, it is easier for MSME cluster to switch to renewable energy. In fact, they can become considerably self-reliant in energy by producing solar and wind energy locally. The economics of clean energy are becoming increasingly favorable, and it will be possible for small businesses to shed their dependence on electricity from fossil fuel. The MSME cluster also tend to move goods mostly over short distances, and that they should allow them to switch to electric transportation. The government is committed to enabling adaptation of clean energy in both production and transportation. MSMEs also have to be mindful of the waste generation and disposal. Small savings by efficient use of materials and energy can make a big difference to the bottom line of the MSMEs. Typically, cleanliness is not the biggest priority of the MSME clusters, but they must realize that workforce employed in clean areas is far more productive and happy, which is a very, very important thing that they need to keep it in mind. Also, the growing MSME can attract high quality talent only by ensuring a hygienic workplace and neighborhood. MSMEs themselves have an opportunity to recycle waste into new products and energy for industrial and consumer use. In fact, waste recycling is becoming a global opportunity, especially in electronics, which now go into nearly every product, and Indian MSMEs can become part of global supply chain of recovered material and components. Adoption of more efficient and productive technology is critical for sustainability of MSME themselves, as the trend in laws and regulation is clearly towards stricter environmental and material standards. Consumers are becoming more conscious about the environmental and social impact of what they use. They are more willing to pay a premium for ethical, non-polluting, and locally made products. More than a burden, this shift in market is an opportunity for MSMEs. We all know that coronavirus pandemic has created a major crisis for MSMEs. The government has been quite proactive towards MSME sector, and it has offered relief and support to them. The Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme launched by the government in 2020 to provide relief to MSMEs impacted by COVID-19 pandemic has saved 13.5 lakh firms from going bankrupt and consequently 1.5 crore jobs, according to an SBI report. The scheme is the biggest fiscal component of the 20 lakh crore Atmanirbhar Bharat package announced by Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman in May 2020. In October 21, the Indian government under the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana declared credit disbursement of rupees 1,11,000 crore to micro enterprises in the first half of financial year 22, which is 95% of the total sanctioned amount. While the government protection for MSME is welcome, the small firms need a self-sustaining ecosystem to compete and grow. The market for MSME finance, technology, and skill has to function well to enable the small firm to focus on efficiency, quality, and innovation. Indian MSMEs have made tremendous progress in digitizing business process during the past couple of years, starting with digital payments. Nearly 2/3 of the payments and transfers by the MSMEs are now gone digital, and the preference for cash is diminishing. The use of digital platforms for communication, sourcing, selling, and borrowing is becoming routine among the MSMEs. Digital platforms are trying to assist and woo the MSMEs for their own growth. In September 2021, Walmart and Flipkart announced the completion of the first phase of training of more than 2,500 MSMEs under their supplier development program. In September 2021, Flipkart introduced Flipkart Boost to empower MSMEs and help digital-first consumer brands. I'm sure you might also be noticing the current advertisements that's being done by both Flipkart and Amazon in terms of more than 1 million vendors, that is the MSMEs, are part of making them much more stronger. I think these big, large firms getting into training them is a most welcome sign. Digital platforms are enabling the MSMEs get finance. In August 2021, Facebook India, in collaboration with IndieFi, announced Small Business Loan Initiative, a new program to support small and medium business get quick access to credit via independent lending partners. The increasing speed and scale allowed by digital technologies augur well for further modernization and growth for MSME sector. Finance is always a challenge for small and micro enterprises. However, things are looking up for sector because of lending initiatives by the public and private banks and foreign institutions. In September 2021, HDFC Bank announced a tie-up with the National Small Industries Corporation to offer credit support to the MSMEs. In August 2021, the US Agency for International Development and the US International Development Finance Corporation collaborated with Kotak Mahindra Bank to support Indian MSMEs. In August 2021, Indian Bank introduced an online business mentoring program for MSMEs in Odisha. Such initiatives will go a long way in spurring expansion of the MSME sector in the country. The government is doing its part in promoting the support of MSMEs, but I think that there is much more could be done to enhance the export potential of MSMEs. Government has launched a digital platform for MSME exports under the India Export Initiative. This initiative is aimed to take India's exports to 1 trillion by 2027. This is more than 3 times the current level of exports. I'm sure you would all read in the last week newspaper that Indian exports have crossed 300 billion. It's an important milestone for us. Indian MSME sector is growing in sophistication and prestige as more enlightened and capable enterprises are becoming part of elite supply chains. A great example of this is in the order placed by Boeing on Tamil Nadu-based MSME aerospace engineers for critical aviation component. I think we can expect more from government and public sector enterprise, NGOs. I think we can do much more for MSMEs. One of the things my thought is MSMEs require much more handholding because we all know that they are the backbone and the backbone of job creation, and they contribute significant portion of GDP. So from a 30% to 40% going up, like Dr. Juneja in his address said, that from this $2.5 trillion to $5 trillion, that's the vision for our Prime Minister, the GDP to grow to that size. And MSMEs to contribute 40%, that means $2 trillion. If that is to be achieved, I think far more need to be done. One of the important things is there's enough investment and efforts being made in training the workers, skill development in India. I think a lot of efforts being done. And that is a very, very good welcome sign, but that is alone not sufficient. Much more to be done. One of my personal beliefs is that it is important to train the MSME promoters, the entrepreneurs themselves. I think if you look at the bottleneck is at the top. If somebody is not growing, somebody is struggling, you have to look at the leadership. And mostly it is the entrepreneur themselves. So what are the inputs? Because they come from a very typical background of school dropouts or just graduates. They don't have a very formal business education to do things. They learn out of their own, either from if it is a family business from their parents, or I think they have to learn their hard way. So is there a very formal thing that can be done to improve their competencies, their knowledge? So that I think an investment into these entrepreneurs, MSME entrepreneurs, will go a long way. Teach them how to fish, and you will feed them for life. Or else I think they will be making them permanently look for some incentives and kind of this thing supports all the time. So be it on innovation. If it is to be innovation, I think it's important that how to be innovative. I think a formal training program for them on a continuous, sustainable basis. It is not just one time. So a sustainable training basis would go a long way in transforming them, because their knowledge, if they are becoming more knowledgeable, hopefully we can expect that knowledge will be transformed into application, and that will result in growth. We can measure these efforts of training these MSME entrepreneurs by looking at their growth, revenue growth, and also number of employment generated compared before training and after training. I think if we can put a measure and put solid money, government starts investing in such kind of things, that will go a long way. And the MSME sectors, they require two other things. It is technological advancements. I think that also cluster-based technological advancement, a lot of trainings, what's happening overseas, some of the best countries, what those MSMEs are doing, how we can make them, make these MSMEs access such kind of technological advancements would go a long way. These are something government can, sector-wise, can facilitate such kind of things. Another one, if you look at Industry 4.0, though in the last 2 years, the MSMEs have come a long way in terms of adapting themselves digitally, but a lot more to be done. I think it is very important. Suddenly, a lot of jobs which otherwise being done by MSMEs are done by computers. So that if they know that and they embrace such kind of change, they'll be far more competitive and increase their revenue growth as well as profitability. That way they can generate more employment. So in fact, MSMEs have a lot more could be done both by government and private enterprises. I really like the way Amazon and Flipkart are putting efforts in training their own vendors, but there are a lot of people requires training. They require sustainable training, not one-off, both on quality as well as on technology and the way nuances of business, how it is to be done on various fronts, like how to recruit people, how to kind of this thing, evaluate people performance, and how to be mindful of quality, how to set a quality assurance function within, how to inculcate a quality mindset within their own employees. Because all the time they are the entrepreneurs, they do multi roles themselves. So if they are given some kind of this thing, knowledge about how things can be managed much better and better, this will go a long way, is what I feel. I think we are in a great opportunity. Things are definitely moving in the right direction. With government support and private initiative, India's MSME sector has the potential to drive India's economic growth and technological transformation. The MSMEs are becoming even more critical for job creation as the large enterprises are switching to automation technologies. I am confident that this 11th MSME Convention of AIMA will give a big boost to MSMEs of India, and recommendations of convention will facilitate in creating jobs and industrialization. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for a very insightful and in-depth, action-oriented inaugural address. We are truly privileged to have your attendance today. Sir, on this occasion, we have come up with a souvenir. May I request you, along with all the dignitaries, to release the souvenir. Thank you, sirs and madam. The e-souvenir can be downloaded from the platform, and we will also be sending a copy through email. May I now request Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director, Center for Management Education, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Anuja. First of all, on behalf of AIMA, I am really privileged to propose this vote of thanks. Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, and Chairman Managing Director of Kevin Care. Sir, we are really thankful for your thought-provoking inaugural and keynote address. You have very widely covered the spectrum of Indian MNC by taking into consideration not only immediate short-run requirement which government is providing, as well as others they too are doing in this direction, but the sustainability aspect that has been very nicely covered by you. And thirdly, the kind of this entrepreneurial culture for which you are always advocating, that part has also been covered very nicely. Sir, we too have a session this time on this developing entrepreneurial culture for MSME. So this connection of this entrepreneurship as well as this culture, entrepreneurial culture, in this particular session is going to be covered. Likewise, we too have invited, as you said, that support from the banks, the SIDBI, Apex organization, SBI, Canara Bank, and then Government of India and other leading MSME expert in this particular program. I'm also thankful to Dr. J.S. Juneja. He is the major missionary force for our program, and this time to time he guides, he advises, and then he planned all these sessions. And his address, obviously, this was covering all the aspects of MSME that is very, very important in current context, from recovery to sustainable development, and further how this digitization and another important aspect that how innovation in this MSME sector can take place. Thank you, sir, for your word of wisdom. And we are always thankful for the dynamic leadership of our Director General Rekha Sethi. She is always supportive to our program from morning to evening, and even early in morning whenever there is a need, requirement, and whenever we find that there are the gaps, and whenever there are the challenges, dilemmas, so how these can be sorted out. So thank you very much, madam, for supporting us. We are thankful for very good support which we got from Ministry of MSME. Ministry of MSME is a partner in this program. We are also thankful to SIDBI, thankful to Canara Bank, thankful to Bombay Stock Exchange, thankful to State Bank of India and other organizations, those who have supported. This time, with the effort of Dr. J.S. Juneja, we have a international association also. This is what that two organizations, one from UNO, which is spread heading the movement of MSME all over the world. So we have a president from this organization, and this organization is also a part of our MSME function. Likewise, we too have another World Forum of MSME. President of this organization is also a part of our speaker. So we are very thankful to Dr. Juneja for making this conference a kind of international conference. And then obviously we are getting the support from World Bank in terms of a speaker in MSME also regularly. So this time we are thankful to our sponsors. We are thankful to our Government of India as well as international organizations, those who are supporting. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. distinguished participants, I'm optimistic that you would have a very fruitful deliberations in the uh, uh, today's deliberations, and I'm very sure we will come up with some practical and sustainable policies that would assist moving the MSME subsector to the next level in India. We take this opportunity to thank all our valuable sponsors who have supported us, and I'm sure the sessions that are lined up today would be very interesting. We would be shortly starting with our first panel session of the day, MSME towards sustainable recovery. And before we close for the session, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our valuable sponsors, our principal sponsor, SBI, our corporate sponsor, Canara Bank, SIDBI, BSES, SME division, and the all other sponsors who have joined us for this interesting deliberation. Thank you all. Stay tuned. We are shortly starting with our first panel discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now initiating the first plenary session, MSMEs toward the sustainable recovery. Please welcome the session chair, Mr. Vinod Kumar Vuthu, President, India SME Forum. Let us welcome the session speakers, Mr. Shams Tabriz, GM SBI, Mr. Kartik Sharma, National Chairman, YLC AIMA. May I now request Mr. Raj Agrawal to introduce the session chair.
Thank you. So we are going to start this first session. In first session, we have Mr. Vinod Kumar. Mr. Vinod Kumar is contributing a lot for the development of MSMEs in India. He is a chairman of India SME Forum, and this forum is having the largest number of MSME currently as their members. Mr. Vinod Kumar is contributing a lot as far as the development of SME is considered by participating in various seminars, by participating in various studies, by collaborating with Government of India, and time to time by giving advice to government also in the solution of various challenges faced by the MSMEs. So with these words, first of all, I would like to welcome Mr. Vinod Kumar to chair this session. Mr. Vinod Kumar, please take the chair. And he is also a member of World Union of SME, headquartered in San Marino. And then he is also a part of this Reserve Bank Standing Advisory Committee on Flow of Institutional Credit to MSME sector under the Financial Inclusion Development Department, and is also nominated member on High-Powered Monetary Committee under National Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes Hub under Stand Up India, and on Advisory Committee of Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of the Government of India. So he is having a very wide experience. So welcome, Mr. Vinod Kumar, and please take dais. And yeah. So other speakers in this session, we have Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam is a senior professional in State Bank of India, and he has a very considerable experience in implementing various policies, and specifically policies related to the finance for the purpose of MSME, and he is from very beginning supporting to AIMA in his efforts. Another important speaker, distinguished speaker, we have Mr. Kartik. Mr. Kartik is very closely associated with AIMA. He is having his own startup, plus AIMA is having a young business leaders council, and Mr. Kartik is a national president of this, national chairman of this council. So we welcome Mr. Kartik. Mr. Vinod, yeah, please, this session is for you.
So we'll take few minutes to start our next session. We are now having all our panelists joining our e-dais. We'll take few minutes to set up this dais for you all. Just stay tuned.
Sir, please join in the session, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Agarwal, sir. Am I audible? Agarwal, sir, you are in mute, I think. Up mute. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, very much audible, sir.
Okay,
Sir,
thank
give
you.
me 2 minutes, sir. Let me take my meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Dr. Agarwal, sir, very good morning.
Morning. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, Sam. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now initiating the first plenary session, MSMEs towards Sustainable Recovery. Please welcome our speakers for today, Mr. Vinod Kumar Vuthu, President, India SMEs Forum, Mr. Shams Tarbez, GM SBI, Mr. Karthik Sharma, National Chairman, YLC AIMA. May I now request Dr. Raj Agarwal to introduce the session chair.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you, Mr. Vinod Kumar. We are delighted to see you here, and we are happy that you have been recovered from your sickness and you are looking very hale and hearty. So, welcome, Mr. Vinod Kumar. Mr. Vinod Kumar is one of the pioneer as far as spreading of MSME movement in India is considered. Currently, he is a president of MSME Forum, which is one of the largest SME organization in India. Time to time, he is raising the issues of MSMEs in various conventions, by organizing various conventions in various meetings. He is also representing the government of India in various bodies. He is also represented in RBI and other financial institutions for the support of MSME. We have Mr. Sam Tabrez. Mr. Tabrez is a friend of AIMA, and last time also very regularly he is supporting to the cause of MSME. This time also from SBI he has supported us very vigorously. Mr. Tabrez is having a considerable expertise in MSME area. He is serving as a general manager, deputy general manager in SBI, and as far as various policies of government of India and SBI is considered in terms of finance, so he is providing the right kind of financial support to MSME. We have very young speaker, Mr. Karthik. Mr. Karthik is started a startup, and he is running it very successfully. And likewise, he is also supporting the cause of MSME. He's a part of the Young Business Council of India. He is a national president. And with these words, I would like to welcome all of you. And I request Mr. Vinod Kumar to take this session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. It is such a pleasure to be here. AIMA is such a old and mighty organization, I would say, which runs, with a stellar performance year on year. You guys are conducting the Small and Medium Enterprise Convention. And my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Juneja also for helming the entire portfolio of the small and medium enterprises at AIMA, and to your entire team, which has put this entire effort together. Well, to take the discussion forward, we all know the importance of small and medium enterprises in India. We know for a fact that small and medium enterprises play a pivotal, I would say crucial role in providing large-scale employment at comparatively lower capital costs when compared to large industries. We've been constantly looking at the fact that we have migration from rural areas to urban areas in India, because the urban areas are the areas where you primarily have employment opportunities, business opportunities, and so on and so forth. But it is this MSME sector which has primarily helped in industrialization of rural and backward areas in India, which has led to somewhat reduction in regional imbalances, also supported equitable distribution of national income, wealth, and so on. Last count, as per the census, we're talking about close to 120 million people that are employed by this sector. Apart from the fact that we know that, of the total manufacturing product and the exports, we MSMEs cater to almost 40% of exports and 45% of the manufacturing product. If there were no micro, small, or medium enterprises, there'd be no large industries, because they would not have any ancillaries. Now, we've been talking about, the fact that last 2 years we've had COVID, the pandemic there, and thankfully we've still had a stronger export growth this year. There has been a certain element of recovery, not for service industries, especially those in the travel trade or hospitality and other sectors, but even the United Nations and the WTO is suggesting that global trade will grow 28% higher this year, and this is going to be on the back of the recovery that MSMEs across the world are going to have. In India, some of the major growth drivers have primarily been gems and jewelry, electronic, engineering goods, organic, inorganic chemicals, and so on. Apart from labor-intensive sectors, which have been traditionally the sectors that have worked. So today we are going to talk about how do you ensure a more formidable, sustainable recovery for small and medium enterprises in the coming year or in the times to come, especially with the pandemic still coming back in waves and normal business or normal life still getting disrupted here or there. So with that, I'd like to go first of all to Karthik. Karthik is like Rajji explained. Karthik is a young entrepreneur, a startup. So first question goes to you. When we are talking about sustainable recovery, that can support this growth that we are all expecting from micro, small, and medium enterprises. Karthik, what is it that you feel today that we are doing right, and what are the steps that you feel are still needed to be taken towards a sustainable recovery for micro, small, and medium enterprises?
Thanks, Vinodji, and thank you, AIMA and Dr. Raj Agarwal, Dr. Juneja ji. I've been a big advocate of the MSME initiatives of AIMA, and it's good to be back here after a couple of years. To your question, Vinodji, I also in some way represent a MSME myself, right? I believe that there have been a lot of interesting steps which the government has taken, especially the Make in India initiative, which actually creates a lot of scope for MSMEs to demonstrate their capabilities for manufacturing. As we know that the MSME sector if I'm not wrong, roughly around 25 to 30% of the entire GDP contribution is done through MSMEs. And even in the exports, a fairly large share of contribution is through the MSMEs. I think a couple of initiatives which I personally liked, one, for example, was the Udyam registration portal, which was launched, and everyone getting a Udyog Aadhaar ID, which helped you in collecting payments and streamlining a unique identity for each MSME. Also, I think the one of the biggest problems for most of the MSMEs, especially in manufacturing setup in our country, is credit and financial support. So I think for that, the production linked incentive scheme, PLI, which was launched, and the exposure of public sector banks to give credit and ease out the credit to MSMEs, that's been well appreciated. And also, I think with the Honorable Prime Minister also announcing the National Startup Day on 16, and some of the broader awareness and the PR which has been done around MSMEs, that has also helped them to get exposure and also attain some sort of a limelight that MSMEs can also contribute to the growth. I was reading somewhere, I think a couple of weeks back, the minister was also talking about that for the 5 trillion economy, MSMEs contribution is going to be significant. Government's e-marketplace, GEM, is something which is extremely supportive to the MSMEs. And I think there is also a certain quota of procurement to be done exclusively through MSMEs in various government projects, which is extremely useful. In terms of, I won't say what's wrong, but I think these are some of the good things. But in terms of what are the areas of improvement, if I may talk about, in my view, I think there are 3 broad categories which any SME or MSME needs, right? Or broadly startups also need. One is purely awareness. So, a small company or MSME like ourselves, it's very difficult to keep a tab or track on the various government schemes, benefits, incentives, grants, which are available. And purely that awareness part is something which a lot of MSMEs miss out on. And I think in that, the expectation for them is to browse through various government portals and understand the process, which gets a bit complicated. So if we could use some sort of technology there, for example, I come from the background of AI. So if one could use some sort of an AI engine to scrape through all these policies, through all this information and curate it for my requirements. So like I might go to a single window and say, I need help in credit. And this is my Udyog Aadhaar ID. So from that, you know everything about me. And based on that, if you can give me customized recommendations in terms of with my scale, with my investment in plant and machinery, what would be the next logical step for me? So that sort of a hand-holding, if can be given personalized to me using technology, no individual has to spend time or effort on that. I think that's number one. Number two, I believe that a lot of MSMEs need advice and support. And they can't afford big 4 consulting firms or analysts to help them, right, around technology, around compliances, around fundraising. I think if in some way we could incentivize large corporates and people like some of them are represented here, who could be on board on sort of an advisory board for MSMEs as a gesture to empower them and give them sound advice, I think that would really help them. Third, I think MSMEs sometimes have the excess problem, like they don't have big budgets to get on board skilled manpower or get the best software or ERPs in place. They don't even have access to adequate capital to also understand the concept of IPR. Many of them, you would be amazed. I've had interaction where they have the best know-how and technology in place, but if you ask them what's the IP, they said, oh, we didn't even register, we don't have a copyright and trademark, because they don't have the wherewithal around it. So if you can provide some sort of a structured mechanism and maybe a crowdsourcing or voluntary structures coupled with a marketplace concept similar to GEM to help them source from other MSMEs who are also impaneled and vetted by an authorized body or some sort of a structure through government, I think that would really help them and sort of come onto a common platform where we can demonstrate this power on a global scale. So I think in my view, assess awareness and sort of giving them access to this global marketplace and advice and mentorship through large companies will really help them.
Excellent, Karthik. Thank you very much. You brought to the fore the fact that we still have most of the country which is not aware of the fact that there is an MSME nomenclature and there's a definition change which has happened in terms of who are now called MSMEs, by virtue of which you have 99.30% of all enterprises in India, which are primarily micro, small and medium enterprises. You have only 0.7% of enterprises in India which are large, which are outside the ambit of this entire MSME definition. I'd go to Shamsab. Tabrez sir, I mean, when we talk about one of the most important key issues of sustainable MSMEs, or an ecosystem that can support MSMEs to further their business goals, to improve year on year, the most important and urgent subject here is finance. And financing seems to be some sort of a I would say situation where everybody needs it. A lot of it is said to be available, but people don't get it. So, and unless we have sustainable financing, we cannot see MSME structurally prosper, structurally recreate their enterprises, reinvent them, be innovative, or indulge in research and development, because these are all costs that are important for MSMEs to move forward. But at the same time, unless they are able to have sustainable mechanisms for financing, that is going to be a no-no. So what is your feedback about what should be done to provide a mechanism for MSMEs to become sustainable through viable financing?
Yeah, good morning. I'm audible. Good morning,
yes.
Everybody, and thanks to Dr. Rajakribal, thanks to Dr. Jita sir, thanks to all the team of the AIMA, and thanks to Mr. Vinod Kumar and Karthik also, that we have taken a very important issue of financing. And Mr. Vinod sir, you have raised a very wide, it's very important question. Let me rephrase this statement like this. When we are financing MSME, it's not only a financing MSME, it is a financing of ecosystem. I again reiterate to the government's aspiration, as it has been said that government has also focused over and understand that the MSME is very critical to the USD 5 trillion economy aspirations of the government, and they are expected to contribute 40% to India's GDP. Similarly, we have also aligned our MSME loans to the MSME, so that we have also set a target of that we should reach 4 billion by the, as of now, we have a book size of MSME of 2.5 lakh crore something. So we are focusing over it. But as you said that the challenge of getting finance to the MSME, we understand, and we have done lots of work during this last year, especially in the pandemic. Just pandemic, we have seen the recession phase, and when the government has already started seeing the MSME, but suddenly this what you call COVID crisis, this has taught us that the pandemic and containment measures do not impact everyone in the same way. Among the others, MSME suffered the most. Because this has also taught us the value and catalytic impact of digital connections, particularly for MSME. So you have also raised about the digitization, and about the one important aspect is URN, that is MSME registration. And we have seen that impact of COVID-19 on MSME sector, that announcement of the countrywide lockdown dragged MSME owners and external stakeholders in unexpected times when no one had experience to handle the kind of situation. And this lockdown had negative impact on supply of finished goods. We have seen that procurement of raw material was also a challenge, and availability of employees to work in production and supply process. All this ecosystem has been affected, and during April 22 to June 2020, MSME sector faced challenges related to debt repayment, wages, salaries, statutory dues. MSMEs faced the maximum heat, mainly due to the liquidity crunch. And disruption caused by the pandemic had impacted MSMEs' earnings by 20 to 50%. And there are various survey reports which have said that many MSMEs had closed their shop. and many entrepreneurs have started looking for the jobs. So that was the time, really, let me tell you, as a banker, we were also very scared, but that was the time to take a pause and to take a think, find a solution. That was the time not to get into panic. That was the time to get a comfort for the, at least for the MSME borrower. What immediate support provided by the bank, what we have done during the, I remember we have introduced a circular in April itself, 2020. And we also understood that at that time, MSMEs have always one problem, that they find it very difficult to reach the bank. And they find it very difficult to understand the language of financing, let me tell you. They even are not aware, when we talk about 99% of the MSME constitutes micro, they're not aware how to fill the form also. So instantly at that time, what we have done, SBI has been at the front in providing relief measures. We have introduced a product called Common Civil Emergency Credit Line. And there we have subject maximum of 200 crores has been sanctioned. We have set a limit on the fast track basis to tide over the temporary cash flow mismatching arising from the COVID-19. And support has been extended to contractors, construction sector within the framework. And such efforts have prevented the transmission of financial stress. What we have done that automatic, without requesting coming from the borrower. It's a pre-approved loan we have sanctioned. And similarly, on the same line, the government had introduced the GECL also, that is Emergency Credit Line Guarantee, and that was a wonderful support. I think there was a newspaper article also by our banks that this has saved not the employment, but lots of things. And in that time, what we have done that we have sent a pre-sanction letter to the borrowers, to the mail ID, to the SMS, and ask the branches not to call the borrowers, but to reach them through digital mode maximum, and just taking sanction it and approve that limit. And documentation have given something that it's not possible to take the documentation at that time. So it was also liberalized that, okay, we take documentation after 6 months. There were other issues also. Those borrowers who were already availing, they needed moratorium also. The moratorium on repayment of term loans and deferral of working capital and term loan interest up to 31st August was also introduced by the RBI. Then you understand that when we sanction the working capital, there is a concept of into account what is the operating cycle. So at that time, it happened that we felt that the operating cycle has been stretched. The recoveries from the receivables were not coming in time. The holding period of the raw materials and the finished goods were lengthened, increased. So we have also issued the guidelines for the branches that you do one thing, you reassess the limit. We have introduced the concept of liberalized working capital assessment. That means if let's suppose the cover period was given 90 days, so let us stretch out it 120 days or 150 days in discussion with the borrower. Then we have stopped the SI and NACH wherever requested by the borrower made it. Recoveries, we have installment recovered for the month of March 20 has been refunded wherever refund has been sought to enable the borrower. All eligible customers were contacted, proactive approach we adopted, SMS, emails were sent. And the most important thing was that again, the borrowers, we try to communicate the borrowers, and thanks to the pandemic, there were one positive thing that now this is also we are as of now also utilizing, that the connecting to digital mode has been improved a lot. So we organized on Teams meeting, Google, Zooms, whatever mode the customer is available, and to educate them to how they can take the benefits of this. And then there was a benefit with the Supreme Court also, where the interest exemption or interest benefit was given, that compounding factors was also allowed. And GECL, we have seen that government has On the basis of the suggestion, we have been suggesting also, recently also suggested, initially GECL came with the concept of 20% of the outstanding as on 20th February was allowed to provide. Later, 20% that has been added to 30%. And then again, the second wave came. So earlier it was the benchmark date was 28th February. Now it has come to the 31st March also 2021. So whatever the outstanding either as 28th February or 31st March, on the basis of that 30% benefit can be given. In some cases 40% were allowed of the outstanding. And the moratorium period and the repayment period has also been relaxed. And then we have seen the coming of the resolution framework, that is a restructuring. Wherever the accounts, RBI has come up that was, wherever the accounts eligible or the customer given a consent or customer is willing, we could have restructured without affecting the what you call I records of the unit. That means unit were not identified as NPA as per earlier norms. Whenever the account was restructured, it has to be downgraded. So although the bank has to take the hit of provisioning of 5% in case of those restructuring. So resolution framework, we have also seen a challenge, how to reach the customer, how the customers, because as a banker, we have to take the consent. So what we have done, we have simplified the process. We have reached to the media. We have got a social media also. We took the help. We have done a press conference also, and DFS were also involved. All the bankers, there was a committee meeting for the bankers reached there. And then there was another challenge was that supporting the healthcare sector. The government also came up at that time to fund the healthcare sector. For that, repo rate was liberalized. 50,000 crore repo window rate was open for the banks to benefit. COVID loan book was created to take the benefit of PSL also. So we came up with financing the infrastructure, health care services, and as of now, just in the same budget also, we have suggested some of the measures for this for the government to support the MSMEs. But one thing we need to understand that this time, so you have raised the issue of that MSME. We have also going for the NBFC co-lending, because NBFC has got the reach to the doorstep of the MSME. So we have also what we call accommodated or collaborated with the NBFCs so as to get the finance reach. Yeah, there's again MSME need to also understand one thing, that they have to go for now. Digitization is not going to be what you call optional, it has to be a compulsion. Digitization in the sense, again, we see, I don't understand why the MSMEs are not coming forefront for registration under MSME Udyam Register. Because for the bankers and for becoming eligible, this is going to play a big role. If the MSMEs get themselves registered with Udyam registration, the government has simplified this mechanism, even made it free without any charges. We don't understand what are the things that is preventing from the MSMEs to get them registered. Udyam registration is, if they get registration, because at the same time, government has changed the definition of MSME. Earlier, it was investment in plant and machinery only criteria. Now they have come up to criteria. Turnover also, and the turnover up to 250 crores came into the ambit of MSME. So, and with these MSMEs, the government, the banks get the benefit of PSL. That is, the bank is always willing to fund those MSMEs. The real and one major issue is coming up as of now, the audit criteria. There are various platforms, suggestions are coming up. So the MSME need to have a separate set of balance sheet as against balance sheet which is applicable for big corporates. So this area we need to work on it, government, and I think some discussion is going on. So there are empty scopes of improvement. We are also understanding. We have then there is a digital mode of like PSB 59 minutes. We are working on that. We are focusing that the customer from their own place should apply loan through digital mode, and they get an in principle approval. Then the branch people will contact them get the data collected and get the loan disbursed. They're also feeling some technical hitches. We are also addressing those things. What are the issues? Because with the GST, the formulation, GST and UR, these are going to formalize the MSME sector, and this formulation will help the bank to lend more and more to the MSMEs. So this is, thank you very much.
You've given a rounded answer to my question. In fact, one way to look at financing is that we have over 8 crore MSMEs from various sources that we know. And then on one hand, yes, you rightly pointed out that there is very little number in terms of this. I think 65 lakhs we have crossed in terms of registrations for MSME Udyam registration that it's called. But the fact remains that there may not be enough for incentive for an MSME to join if he registers. Because if he's able to do his work without any problem, if he's anyway not getting finance, so there's no need for him to register. First thing. Second thing is, if there is no support coming, whether it is for quality or for IP or for any other manner, people don't feel the need. The Haryana government has just some time back actually pushed, saying that even for small permissions that you want, unless you are registered, we will not take it forward. And that brings me to the other aspect of sustainability. On one hand, we talk about the future. We are seeing that the entire world is looking at digitalization and digitization, both. They are two separate things. But nevertheless, we are talking about the fact that most of our MSMEs are, like you said, that they can't even fill up a form. So maybe we do not create things that are easy for them to do, because they are entrepreneurs. They are not chartered accountants, or they are not cost accountants. There may be some who are cost accountants and entrepreneurs. But at the same time, don't we think we are one of the first countries to actually have UPI, which is completely digital payments, and which have been a big boon, whether it comes to a shopkeeper, whether it comes to a fruit seller, or anybody for that matter. And that is something that has helped us brace a lot of side effects of the pandemic. Not everybody in India has credit cards and debit cards. So this has become a very, very big enabler. How far can we take digitalization and digitization so that we can reach MSMEs in every nook and corner of this country, not only for being able to deliver to them services which are expected of the government, of the banks, of the financial institutions or others, but also in their endeavor to develop business further. You see, on one hand, we're talking about exports, and we are seeing that global trade is moving continuously towards e-commerce, and e-commerce exports have opened up a lot of avenues for Indian MSMEs also. You already have Walmart, you have Amazon, you have eBay, which are operating with Indian MSMEs, and it's expected that we've crossed close to $4 billion worth of e-commerce exports. Now, how do we get all our MSMEs onto this bandwagon of digitization? Because that, I feel, is crucial and critical to their sustainability. I'd go to Karthik first, because he was talking about AI earlier and usage of artificial intelligence for digitization.
Sure, a couple of things. One also a very interesting point which Shyamji was talking about, and I think it's interesting that why so few MSMEs are registering for the Udyog Aadhaar, and a recent study was also done, and I think only 15 or so % have subscribed to it. So my view on that is, and it's linked to your question as well, Vinodji, is that a lot of it is because of three reasons. One is obviously some of them feel that we might get into more micro purview of what's happening, and they do not see a value in it. But to the ones who are doing a legit business, I think there are two reasons. One is they don't feel, they don't understand how to get that process done, because I have interacted with a lot of MSME, at least the first or second generation owners. They have very limited technology skill sets, and they try to attempt a couple of times, and if the server is not responding, if it's slow, they don't know whom to ask for help, and they just drop the process. They feel that it's too complicated, although it's very easy. But just the lack of technology wherewithal and lack of support, they don't entertain that process. Second, I also know some of them who did go through the process, and then when they were trying to reap the benefits, they don't get those benefits also on time in an easy manner. And somehow that leads to a ripple effect that it's probably not going to give me so much of benefit versus the process of compliance and the purview I'm brought under. And just that value prop mismatch, at least the perception, leads to the fact that a lot of them then do not end up registering. So I think awareness is a big part in MSMEs. Like Shyamji was talking about some of the other schemes which government has launched for credit support. Many of the MSME owners are not aware of that. So I think if awareness bit can be solved through technology, because what I have seen in mostly in government, they create more websites, right? A new scheme is launched, a new website is created. Like I was just seeing even for COVID, Delhi government has launched something called delhifightscorona.in. Like, why do you need more multiple portals and websites? Because it's probably just fancy to do that some new initiative is launched. But I think as a customer, as an MSME, I want curated information relevant for me. I should not be expected to search the scheme. I should not be expected to, it's not supposed to be an exciting journey for me to figure out what schemes are interesting for me or suitable for me. It should come out in an obvious manner. It should be pushed. It should be pulled, right? It shouldn't be that I have to figure out what's good for me. The system should tell me, and that's possible through technology, right? So that's the most important part, the awareness part of it. And second, I believe that at least in the third generation and fourth generation entrepreneurs and MSMEs, I believe that a lot of them are now using technology. But the bigger problem for them, there are two problems, right? Technology also needs investment. So whenever you have to invest as an SME in technology versus your core plant and machinery or your core business, you will obviously let technology take a backseat, although it may lead to a sustainable MSME in the long term, but they do not have those resources to think that long term. And second, obviously, is even if you are developing a new technology or prototyping it, doing a proof of concept is so hard in our country that it becomes very difficult. I know some of my friends were doing it for drones and they were doing emerging tech startup, but just getting it done, in a practical manner, getting it live is so difficult. Here, I like the model which, for example, UAE does. Although it's a small country, we can argue it's a different, structure. But what they do is they promote startups and MSMEs to develop a technology to solve a problem for government, and they implement it first. So whenever that MSME has introduced a new technology, they start with government as their first customer. And then it becomes very easy for them to get all the empanelment, get all the compliances in place. And all the large companies and other MSMEs just lap it up because they know government has already done the due diligence on them. And that's a risk-free purchase for them. And I think if something on those lines can be done, that will give a lot of confidence for MSME to embrace technology and actually develop tech-related products out of the country, because they know that their investment is ring-fenced, because government will also, and I believe this was in a way initiated by this quota on GEM, where a certain number of percentage of procurement has to be done through MSME vendors. But how far it has gone, what's the spread of categories in it, I'm personally not aware of. But I think that's one way to give them confidence that if you invest in cutting edge technologies, you will have a ready taker if you're solving a genuine problem and if you can demonstrate the outcome of that product. So I think these two things, if we can take up, would actually help them, give them confidence. Because I think the biggest problem with an MSME owner is, if you step into his or her shoes, is the confidence. Because I'm not sure how my business is going to evolve. I'm not sure if I'll get funding in time. My cash flow and working capital is almost stuck in a 60 to 90 day period. So he or she is always on tenterhooks. he is on a very tight rope. So I think if you can empower and support and give confidence to an MSME entrepreneur that we are behind you, the government is supporting you, you develop a product, there are enough schemes available. You don't have to scratch your head to figure out the scheme, figure out the grant, do the application process. We have the technology in place to implement it for you, and everything will be done in a seamless manner. You just focus on your core work. I think that helping hand and an olive branch, if you can extend and not be of the view, in my conversations, I have seen that government thinks, oh, we are doing so many things. MSME entrepreneur is stupid enough to not see what's happening. Rather than change the paradigm that what can we do? Why is he or she not doing it still? So I think we have to step into their shoes and try to give them comfort and confidence rather than be of that pessimist view that everything has been done, but they're just not doing it. So we can take analogy from general business, right? That step into the customer's shoes, understand they are your customers at the end of the day. They'll bring in more tax to government. So if we can take that centric approach to developing MSME sector, I think that will be really helpful.
In fact, important point you raised there. In fact, I go back to Shamsab. I also have a question from one of the people in the audience that, when it comes to the ECLGS, for example, it was originally meant for some 32 lakh odd enterprises, which were, which already had certain amount of money, which was due on XYZ or had loans on certain date. We are talking about 6, 7, 8 crores of MSMEs. The ECLGS, the way it is designed, is only meant for 35, 40 lakhs. And even that number has not reached yet. We are still far away from the initial, basic target also. So what is it that can be done through digitization for MSMEs in the rural arena, people that don't know services, don't know how to move forward? What is it that can be done, let's say on the lines of the UPI, where maybe we already have a PSB loans in 59 minutes portal, taking that further to the next level so that we can cover most micro enterprises also directly and offer them financing, which is going to be the first step for them to become sustainable.
Yeah, thank you, Vinod sir. You have touched a very important question, the nerve. See, the major problem, as you said, that the major issues or challenges, not problem I see, that the MSMEs getting the finance and reaching out to the bank. And the one vital questions you have raised about the ECGLS, about the eligibility criteria, which has been set by the government that on 29 February. But there are other things. MSME need to understand one more thing, that they have to develop the habit. You said that digitization and digitalization. When we talk about digitization, okay, it is a process. They can digitize their product, their system, their procedure. And digitalization means the data. And when we talk about the data, so what do we expect and what MSME need to understand, that they need to have the flow of what you call cash flows visible to the bank, not only for the bank, the entire ecosystem, even for the buyers and suppliers, so they can judge. So the habit of cashless economy has to be built up. Now, those borrowers who were not eligible by virtue of not being able, having the outstanding in the loan account, we have designed another product. And I think fintechs are coming up with this, and we are collaborating with the fintechs also. If any unit is having a current account transaction, and we have calculated those current account transactions as the turnover, that means the cash flows basically. And on the basis of that, we have designed products that called a pre-approved business loan. And through analytics, use of analytics, machine learning, you call artificial intelligence, the data in our bank, outside bank, through fintech that is available in the ecosystem, and these offers are being sent to them through the messages, through the WhatsApp messages, and through the app. But again, the important thing that MSME has to, outside of the production activity, business activity, they have to be aware about the schemes, the benefit, digitalization, and let me tell you one basic important aspect. And when we go for PSB loans, we have started CLP assisted journey. That means we understand that the borrower cannot fill the form, so they can reach to the borrower, they can reach to the bank, or our bankers can reach to them. We can assist them filling up the form, but they don't have the OTP. Like GST data. GST data is a very important data for us because we want to move out of the balance sheet funding and we want to move to the GST data. GST is the verification of the turnover. But we find the MSME borrowers are not aware. They keep changing the mobile number. The mobile number they have given to the GST. The mobile number they have given to the bank. So they may be receiving SMS, but they're not aware. Then the government has also come up the app. Let me tell you, we used to discuss there is a MSME DI in Delhi and across all the sectors. There are so many benefits, and they are also running side by side. There is an NSIC also. They are running entrepreneurship development program. They are providing the facilitation center, loan facilitation center. But our MSME थोड़ी सी जागरूक तो उनको भी करना पड़ेगा. और उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए you said that what is there are incentives. एक चीज का जो डर है वो मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ, maybe I wrong. They might have been misguided by somewhere. If they will go for registration, so they will come into the formal net and they will be tax liability. It's not that. Rather, they will be eligible for most of the benefits. For example, just they need to basic understanding. If the government has got DBT, like a direct benefit transfer or NAREGA, one must have one must have an account. Otherwise, or for BPL card, ration, one must have some formal document. Similarly, URN is going to play a big role in formalization and enabling them, and in empowering them. They can demand loan. Once they are registered, they can not only demand loan, they can demand various benefits from the MSME government. Like government has come up with like startups. There are funds schemes also. Then there are instantly there are MSME department is giving the benefit for patenting, for copyright, or if they have got some innovative products, some special incentives are there. So MSME also need to, जैसे एक छोटा बच्चा को भी भूख लगता है तो रोता है, तो MSME need to come out of there and they need to move to the formalization. One more thing I would like to say, and that is out of the, we also as a banker, we also are looking to them as a prospective not only customer, but as an investor. When we fund them, they invest, and that has a multiplier effect for the economy. And this helps not only our SME portfolio, our e-segment portfolio also. Because in MSME, some of the employers are there, their salaries, we also fund them. So this is entire. Similarly, what I believe that the tax authorities, the regulatory licensing authorities need to understand that these are the generally what we have seen during the VAT time. If they are registered, they have been issued notices. Any handover, they need to understand. Now, what we let me tell you share one thing. When we try to fund them on the basis of the GST, we observe that they have deposited the GST, but the return has not been updated, so data has not been captured in the, and so the turnover has not been. So there are challenges, and it is going on, because in India we need to understand, not in India, across the world, if we are not going to help the MSME to recover them to sustainable development, it is going to affect the whole. Very important.
Very, very valid. Very, very valid points that you made, sir. In fact, we all understand this, and we've been crying hoarse that it is required to have a complete focus on exactly what our micro, small, medium entrepreneurs do at the ground level. You know, 3 or 4 clusters, 3 or 4 points that I would like to sum up today. When we talk about MSMEs and if they have to become sustainable, the first and the most crucial factor primarily is infrastructure. If we are able to have 50 to 60,000 new enterprises every month, do we have enough industrial spaces for all of them to set up Do we have working spaces, or do they make their own arrangements wherever required? Without that, how do we expect entrepreneurs to create jobs? So that is the first point. When you can't have proper infrastructure, you cannot also do any cluster-based development. You cannot do any cluster-based research or innovation facilitation. So they cannot master topics of design, production, innovation, etc. So because there is no proper connect between this cluster and a research institution or a organization there. Now, if there is no proper connect with the research institution, there is a shortage of skills. Even the entrepreneur is not able to upgrade himself because he has no time to spend from everything else that he is doing and running behind all the forms and reports and compliances and all of that. So skill training. Third is, if we are unable to develop more, we have constantly been talking about 36,000 odd exporters from India. We're talking about 6 crore MSMEs. So which means the rest of the people are not even acknowledged to be having any potential for exports. Whereas if we can orient them for exports, automatically they will be aware of global value chains. They will be able to look at what is happening around the world in terms of technological advancement, research, innovation, new products, relevant technology for production wherever required, because that is what we have seen in automotive and other industries where this has already happened. The third point there will be, we talked about international quality standards and we talked about compliance with international quality standards. There is absolutely no effort to take Indian standards to match those with international quality standards. So if I today have a BIS or an Indian standard product, it should be matching, let us say, what you have in an FDA of the US, or you have an ASTA certification in the UK, or you have a Middle East certification from one of the regulatory bodies. Without quality, they will not be able to export. Without export, you are very, very sure that they will never be able to become competitive. And if they are not competitive, they will continue to find reasons that, inflation is very high in India, raw material is going high, this is problem, that is problem, because they have not understood how to work on, with proper technologies, with automated technologies, to be able to be highly productive in the first place. The other very important thing when it comes to global value chains is the criticality of the relationship between large enterprises and micro, small, and medium enterprises. India has not seen any supplier development program of the type of Vietnam or Taiwan or even countries like Egypt, which have run supplier development programs in thousands. And what Karthik mentioned for Dubai is only one small bit. And so that as a mechanism to enhance, locating these MSMEs in global value chains. And the last factor is intellectual property. If we are not creating MSMEs that have a focus on intellectual property, that have an inability to implement intellectual property, it will be a significant barrier to their growth. They will not be able to grow beyond a certain aspect. And if you look at all these factors, we are missing a lot of these factors. And unless we have all of these and we are able to provide governance with proper digitization, the same way we have done through Digital India for UPI or fintech, we need to do the same for most mechanisms of governance in India. With that, I thank both my panelists. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and it's been a pleasure discussing the subject with you. Today, we as an economy are going to be one of the largest economies in the world. But if we have to actually reach there, we need to look at how do we bring or take along our micro, small and medium enterprises with this. And my feeling is none of us will stay back or sit back and relax till that happens. So with that, thank you very much, both of you. And it's such a pleasure to have been here and talk to all of you. Back to Dr. Agarwal sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod Kumar. Thank you, Mr. Karthik. Thank you, Mr. Sam. And really a wonderful session. And we really thank, and really we gained a lot as far as this financing part is considered, as far as this digitization of this MSME is considered. So definitely we enjoyed this session, and we look forward further for more interactions like this in coming days ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank our session chair and speakers with a round of applause. We will be starting with our second session at 12 o'clock sharp. So I request you to please stay tuned.
Hi, Dr. Agarwal. Hi, everyone. I can't hear, just so you know. I'm looking for someplace on Zoom to change my audio.
Yeah. Hello, Menas.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Ajian.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody.
And so we are waiting for Mr. Binnar. Yeah, Ms. Mehnaz, do you have any presentation? Any PPT, this PowerPoint presentation? Or
I don't. I just have speaking notes, if that's okay.
Fine, that's fine.
I don't have any presentation.
Okay, fine, that's good. Okay, Binnar, Binnar Misra, he has also joined.
Yeah, come in.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the panel of speakers for the second session, Indian MSMEs, Current Issues and Challenges. Please welcome Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director, AIMA CME, Ms. Mehnaz Safavian, World Bank, Bangkok, Mr. Vinamra Mishra, Director, Ministry of MSME, Mr. Ajian Kavungal, Past President, Calicut Management Association. May I now request Mr. Raj Agarwal to set the context of the session.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So we have in this session Dr. Mehnaz. She is a lead financial sector specialist in finance, competitiveness and innovation, global practice in South Asia region of World Bank. She worked extensively on financial inclusion issues, including micro and MSME finance, gender, creditor rights, informality, and responsible finance. Dr. Mehnaz holds a PhD in economics and has published extensively in World Bank and scholarly journal. Before joining World Bank, Mehnaz held position in US government, development, NGOs, and academia. And she is very widely supporting to AIMA in organizing these programs, MSME development programs, and at time to time, whenever we require her help, she is always there. We have Binnar Misra. He is a director, technical project at Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. He belongs to Indian Railway Services of Mechanical Engineering, Government of India, and he is also responsible for anchoring various externally aided program of the ministry with multinational organizations like World Bank, ADB, KFW, AAIB, NBD, UNIDO, for over 8,000 million US dollar, and he too is supporting us in this particular cause. And we too have Mr. Azian K. Anand, and he has a very wide banking experience. Currently, he is a managing partner of Vidhi Consulting and Training Services. He was also past president of Calicut Management Association, and he worked extensively in project finance, monitoring loans, syndications, and corporate credit. So with these words, I would like to welcome all of you in this particular session. And first, we are going to start this session with Ms. Mehnaz. So, Ms. Mehnaz, I request first your views on this particular issue, this current challenges which MSME and specifically Indian SME they are facing. So, from this developing countries' point of view, how you see these challenges and how we can cope up these challenges which currently Indian MSMEs are facing.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And it's such a pleasure to be here. Can everybody hear me? Is my audio okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Dr. Agarwal, you gave it's a big topic, especially in the context of India. And so, I was reflecting on how important the sector is in the Indian context, and what the World Bank is doing and what the government of India is doing, and maybe some areas where it would be great for us to collectively think about where we could do more and kind of push the frontier a little bit. So I had some remarks just to maybe kick off the discussion. And I guess, the first is just, some things I think we all know about the sector, but maybe it bears some reminders. 63 million MSMEs in India and over 100 million workers. So a sizable part of the productive sector in India, most of it, in fact, is coming from MSMEs, and they're the main generators of employment. And they cross a wide range of services and industries. Some of the ones that we work on at the World Bank include textiles and food processing, but there's so many others. So they play such a pivotal role. And when we've been looking at this issue of MSMEs and how to support them, a couple of features really stood out when we're looking at the sector. And of course, it's a vast sector and it's very hard to generalize. But one thing about MSMEs in India is they're remarkably less productive than in other countries of similar levels of income. We would expect to see higher levels of productivity in India. And they're really lacking in dynamism. And what do I mean by dynamism? They should be growing a lot more over time. And in fact, something that's always striking about the Indian context is that firms actually don't grow with age. So it's interesting to note that the number of employees for a 40-year-old Indian plant is almost the same as it is for a 5-year-old Indian plant. That is remarkable in and of itself. And unbundling why that is the case is kind of, for us at the heart of our agenda. 95% of these MSMEs have less than 5 workers. So they start small, they stay small, and it's for this reason, I think, that you see much lower levels of productivity in India compared to, counterparts in the rest of South Asia, for example, in Bangladesh, or looking at East Asia, Vietnam. So it's really striking. I am going to say also access to finance is an issue. About 22% of MSMEs have access to formal credit. So that means almost 80% don't. I'm not so sure that's the driving reason behind lack of productivity and growth. I think it's more of a reflection of low productivity, so that firms don't necessarily always access formal credit or need it. And also the credit isn't available for them to take steps to upgrade plants, machinery, services, et cetera. So what has the government of India done that we've seen to help focus on expanding the level of productivity? Well, it's really a national priority for the government, and it's also reflected in the strategy for New India 75 that was released by Niti Aayog. The Department of Promotion and Industry and Trade has really been undertaking a tremendous effort in coordinating doing business reforms and monitoring what's happening over time. India's climbed up 79 places in the global rankings of doing businesses in 5 years. So that's remarkable. I think there's been tremendous achievement on the business environment front. Still harder, I think, when we're talking about business environment in India, enforcing contracts, registering property, starting a business, paying taxes. These are all elements of the business environment that probably could benefit from a more reform attention, since they're still lagging. And then I guess, one other thing that the government has done is really expanding the MSME definition to cover firms up to 100 crore turnover. I think that really allowed a greater scope for firms in India to benefit from support programs, for example. Then, kind of moving, and before I kind of switch back to the World Bank, this is just a few things that are happening at the national level. We see that much of the work, and we're very supportive, is also happening at the level of the state. And some really progressive states in this regard have taken a lot of actions, I think, to unlock some of the barriers facing MSMEs. In India, the World Bank country partnership strategy kind of reflects the government strategy in the sense that MSMEs are also our priority to support. And we work with a number of ministries in creating a more facilitated business environment. Just kind of at the national level, we work with, of course, our counterparts at the Ministry of MSME, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and food processing, textile. So we really try and cover the range of those who, work across sectors, but also the ministries directly in charge of some of these sectors. I guess, one of our most important projects, and I'm glad my colleague from Ministry of MSME is here, is a program that we're just getting ready to begin implementing in partnership with the ministry. It's called the RAMP project, and really focusing on helping MSMEs access finance, access markets, and access skills and capabilities. In addition, we have a lot of programs looking at how to help MSMEs access more environmentally friendly infrastructure. So we work with some banks and suppliers on rooftop solar growth, on transportation and logistics, waterways, freightways, et cetera. And our sister organization, the IFC, is also heavily engaged. This is great that we're very focused here, but we need to, I think, do more on the policy front to support MSMEs. And by we, I mean the World Bank and development partners, state governments, various ministries. We all have a role to play. And I think there's more space to undertake a reform agenda. We often follow the guidelines of the RBI Committee on MSMEs that issued a broad range of recommendations. I think it was 2 years back, and they were pretty sweeping in kind of the range. And we refer a lot to that document in thinking about our own strategy. And some of the recommendations I think that, we can still continue to work towards is to remove a lot of the licensing and size restrictions, implementing more targeted labor regulations, improving procedures for enforcing contracts. We really need to look at barriers to foreign market entry. That's very, very important. And then we also kind of look at what's happening facing firms themselves. Do they have access to the right technologies? Are they innovating? Are they digitizing? Do they have adequate access to finance? And is the appropriate skills mix that they need available to them? One area where we also think more could be done is de-risking credit and other financial services. So sometimes banks are a little bit reluctant to lend to this market segment, and the government has a role to play in addressing some of that risk aversion through, for instance, the CGT MSME, for example, and other instruments that the government has and that the World Bank supports as well, to make it a little bit less risky to finance MSMEs. There are big issues to be dealt with in delayed payments by large-scale buyers. This is a big problem in India. When the payments aren't made on time from large buyers or large suppliers, it completely affects the liquidity and the access to finance for firms. So we see a lot of scope there. And we see a lot more that, many of the states could be doing as well. But we also are really excited by some of the reforms happening in Tamil Nadu, for example, in Gujarat, in Telangana. And they've been really working to ease regulatory burdens, ease compliance measures, and have focused kind of pilot programs that could potentially be scaled up and hold lessons for other states. So we watch those states very carefully. And we're going to continue our partnership with industries and MSME departments to help really on the startup front and thinking about getting more firms to start to adopt technology, to be more innovative and to use quality standards and I think stronger managerial skills. We think all of these things are actually needed to increase productivity, and they're needed regardless of size or sector. So this is kind of something that touches all sectors, really. I think it's two last areas, and then I'll wrap up my comments. The level of entrepreneurship for women in India, it's also similar to kind of the lack of firm dynamism. There are a lot fewer women entrepreneurs in India and fewer women owning and operating businesses than what you see in the rest of the region, and certainly globally. So just to give you an example, only 10% of firms in India have any kind of female participation in an ownership structure. So that's about half of the rest of South Asia. And it's about 1/3 of the rest of the world. So really, really low levels. And only 15% of firms in India are owned by women. This is much lower than what we see globally, lower than the rest of the region, much lower than in other continents. And I'm thinking of Africa and the Middle East too. So it's a huge lost opportunity. And I think we need to really begin to invest in growing that pipeline of women entrepreneurs. There are so many positive spillover effects from growth and productivity, but also job creation for women. And so it's really puzzling that this is the case in India, and we really need to address why this is the case and what we can do about it. And then the last area where I think we're really keen to kind of push the envelope is really on the climate change front. And this is reflected in our partnership with the Ministry of MSMEs, but really thinking about how we can help industry, which accounts for about 30% of global greenhouse gases, by the way, adopt more climate-friendly processes, use more climate-friendly products, adopt better technology, really start focusing on the circular economy and expanding the duration that a product can last and its recyclability and all of these sorts of things. So I would say when it comes to both women and to the environment, these are particular areas where the World Bank is focused. And I think our priorities in the country, but they're also win-win. Having more women makes the sector more productive. Having cleaner access to technologies and uses helps address one of the most momentous challenges and risks of our time, and is particularly acute in India. But it also, I think, would make firms more competitive and better link them to global value chains, for example. As other continents and countries begin to have environmental standards, Indian firms are poised to be able to meet these. So some challenges remain, not to be overly daunted, but it's an ambitious agenda, but lots of opportunity there. And we're really pleased and thrilled to be part of that partnership. So thank you very much, and let me stop there.
Thank you, Manaz, for such a detailed discussion on this particular topic. And here, as we know, that Government of India has launched a lot of schemes and lot of revival schemes after this COVID that has been launched. But what is happening that this is impacting to urban MSMEs which are having a nature of micro and which are led by women. There the impact of these schemes are very minimal. So I like to know from Mr. Binnaran, we find that by this one survey which has come out very recently, this is a survey of International Trade Center. This is what that impact on businesses in 36 countries. That has shown that nearly 62% of women-led small businesses have been strongly affected by the COVID crisis, compared to just over half of the firm led by the men. And women owned are 27% more likely not to survive the pandemic. So why this is so? This various schemes which Government of India is having, obviously some are having a focus on women, Mudra Yojana, this credit extended schemes, etc. But you see that why this micro enterprises and specifically led by women, they are not in a position to survive, or they are facing this kind of disparity in terms of survival also. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal. Am I audible?
Yes, very clear.
So Thank you also to Menas for setting out the agenda very beautifully. And while I am talking about various things, I would also touch upon the way, the manner in which the ministry is trying to grapple with the more increased participation of women into enterprise. Also, what what all steps are being taken for helping the women entrepreneurs more and similar such things. So let me just first of all thank AIMA for having us all here, and I would also welcome Mehnaz and Jain into this discussion. Yes, I think the topic which has been put up today for the discussion and ideation, I think it is the way in which we have to think, and I think there's a lot of things which have been done in this space, but as highlighted also by Mehnaz, the MSME sector is the driver of the Indian economy with about 6.3 crore MSMEs uh, participating together, contributing to about 37% of the GDP. Second highest sector as far as the employment is concerned after agriculture in the country, and contributing about 45% in the export, not even if not directly, but as a part of the value chain. I think the contribution into the of the MSMEs into the Indian economy cannot be emphasized more. And as we were thinking that the COVID waves, we have seen it all. The new year has we've been welcomed by another fresh wave of COVID. And while the generic challenges of the MSMEs, which were access to credit, access to technology, obsolescence in machinery and plant, efficiency, product quality and standardization, infrastructure bottlenecks, all things, formalization, all of these were there. But the subsequent waves of COVID pandemic really set up a new set of challenges into the game, and we'll have to keep on evolving in the way our interventions are going to happen, so that we are in a better position to help these MSMEs grapple out of these problems. So currently, I think the new set of problems we can see that there is liquidity shortages, there is unsold inventory, there is default in payments, there are component shortage, there is huge whole lot of logistic problems, and the cost of production has increased, the raw material costs have gone up, the supply chain has been broken, has been dented a lot. There has been the labor crisis also, the migration of labor is also happening, and there a whole lot of business closures and job losses. So we are really very clear as to what the problems the MSMEs are facing, and the ministry is really pulling up its activities in all these domains. And through this discussion today, I would like to highlight the future course of action which the ministry and the government of India is adopting for helping the MSMEs get out of the generic problems as well as the new problems which have been posed by the pandemic. And clearly, I was attending one of these conferences where the experts were saying that though the Asian continent is going to wriggle out of the pandemic more robustly than the other continents, but then there'll be also a gap between the leaders and the laggards, and by that we mean that the leaders which are already resource rich will be able to tackle these challenges in a much better way, and MSMEs which are at the far end of the resource mobilization and the availability of resources will again find it very difficult to bridge that gap between the leaders and the laggards. So our role comes into the picture as to how to support these MSMEs who are at the back and who are at the far end of these resources, how to make them sustain and grow and be more sustainable as the time goes on. the verticals where the interventions are being planned are largely into technology access, into financial access, into formalization, and whole lot of grievances are there. How we are planning to tackle these grievances. So for the technology upgradation, the earlier there was this program of technology upgradation scheme which had the 6 components. After the current financial cycle 21-22 to 26-27 has come into effect, all these schemes have been told by the government of India to be reviewed, to be refurbished, and to be made in a manner which is more contemporary, so to say, and is more suited, customized to the problems at the moment. So we've been trying to devise these guidelines, and the guidelines have now been approved. It has also been approved by the Ministry of Finance. So the scheme, which is the MSME Champions scheme, which will have the 4 components, which is the MSME Sustainable or the Z scheme, the Zero Defect, Zero Effect, the MSME Competitive or the Lean scheme, which is the Lean Manufacturing Global Standard Technology. Then we'll have the 3 components which were of incubation, design, and IPR, all clubbed together for increasing the interoperability amongst all these 3 as the MSME Innovative Scheme. And wrapped around all these 3 schemes would be the MSME Digital Scheme, which would aim to provide components such as giving the MSMEs a digital identity. We must realize, as Dr. Agarwal, you were also telling that these MSMEs are not being recognized. They are not on the picture at all, because they are not having their web presence at all. So the first thing that the MSME digital program will be looking to do will be providing them digital identity, will be providing them the websites. So it will be we'll be having about 20 odd templates, and all they would need to do is to fill in the basic data, and the entire data will be populated in the form of a website. And we are also providing them hosting and maintenance and storage on the cloud, as well as the call center services. Then we are also providing them an MSME customized ERP solution. We also realize that there are many players in the market already, but the MSME's requirements are whole lot of the entire gamut of requirement of MSMEs as far as the ERP is concerned is not met by a single source. So we have included about 14 different modules in that ERP, which is CRM, which is HRM, the raw material management, human resources, the inventory management, budgeting and accounting is already there. So there are about 14 such components which will be given to the MSMEs as part of the digital scheme. So all these are basically to not only to give them a foot in the door as far as the website and the internet is concerned, but what the World Wide Web is concerned, but also to provide them the softwares and the enterprise resource planning software, so that they are also able to perform these basic operations in a more professional manner, so that at a future state, if they are required to present their balance sheet, it will be readily available for them. So all these things are then going to help them to become more competitive as far as the access to finance and credit is concerned. So that is the digital scheme. In the innovative scheme, we have partnered with about 500 odd institutions as the business incubator, and we'll be providing about 15 lakh to each ideas. For the host institution, we are providing about 1 crore for machine plant for setting up these or building these ideas into a business proposition, and also about 1 crore of seed funding of the selected ideas, where the SIDBI has agreed to be the fund manager, and the seed capital will be in the manner of participation in the equity with all the exit plans in place. So that is the innovative program, the incubation part. The design program, we have partnered with the IITs, IISc Bangalore, the National Institute of Technology, and the National Institute of Design. and there are now 23 of these implementing agencies which are onboarded as the part of the design scheme. So they'll be working with the MSMEs for product development, product enhancement. The design of the products will be looked at, and also development of a product prototype, so that the product is more competitive, more acceptable, more commercially viable, and has a better business proposition. So all these things are being dealt in this design program. And IPR, definitely IPR, after having developed all these things, if the idea needs to be protected, the IPR needs to be protected. We have partnered with about 80 IPFCs, which are working with us now as the IP facilitation centers. So this will be the innovative program. Also, the Z program, we have included a whole lot of benefits. The Z program, while the intrinsic program is to work on the quality aspect and the standards within the MSMEs. There will be, after you have onboarded into the Z program, you will get all these incentives, like we've partnered with the Ministry of Railways for parcel benefits, for freight carrier benefits. We have partnered with all these states. We have got nodal officers now in each of these states for these for this scheme. So we have this one nodal point as the connecting link, who will be helping us help the MSMEs who are the state recognized MSMEs also get these benefits of Z. And the Z certified MSMEs get the benefits of the state schemes of the MSMEs. So that interoperability has also been achieved already. So these two schemes are going to be launched in about innovative everything is now ready. So we are just in the process of deciding upon a good date. Maybe another 15 fortnight or 15 days, 20 days, we'll be launching this innovative scheme. For the Z scheme, we'll be launching it in about a month's time, and the digital also, as well as the lean scheme, is also on the annual. Then also there's a lot of requirement for the MSMEs for access to the state-of-art machines, state-of-art machinery and plants, so that so we are developing a lot of plug-and-play facilities. The 18 rooms which are already there in the country, that have been now refurbished with the TCSP program. Again, we partnered with the World Bank. And out of these 15 technology centers under the TCSP, I think 7 have been already inaugurated. Another 4 are on the anvil, and maybe in another 2-3 months' time, they'll be all put into service. And the remaining 2 or 3 would take about this financial year for them to be set up. And to further add, we have this TCC scheme of 20 technology centers and 100 extension centers. So these extension centers will be acting as the spokes to the hub. So hub and spoke model, and these technology centers, the bigger ones, will be acting as the hubs. So we are trying to increase the outreach of the technology access through these extension centers. So there's a lot of skilling which is happening in these technology centers, these tool rooms, and a lot of these things will be then outreached into the far-flung areas also of the country. So these two programs and the infrastructure for technology and plug-and-play facility will also come into the picture. I would also like to highlight about the CLCSS scheme, which is an ACE scheme which was running for up to about 2021. And it was a very, very important scheme which was aimed at providing this capital subsidy for purchase of machines up to 1 crore. This was a very, very helpful scheme. Unfortunately, it had a sunset clause. And the sunset clause meant that the scheme was discontinued in 2021. But having seen the efficacy of the scheme and the way in which the interventions really helped the MSMEs, we have put up a concept paper again to the Ministry of Finance. And this time we are also looking to increase the capital subsidy limit from 15% to 25%. And also the upper limit of 1 crore is also expected to be either 1.5 or 2 crores. So this is again going to be a very, very important scheme after it is put into force again. And we are very confident, and we are in advanced negotiations with the Ministry of Finance that this will go through. So once that happens, I think the access to technology in terms of purchase of state-of-art machines by the MSMEs will be again put into force and effect. So I think these are the schemes which are dwelling at the technological aspects. Then for the access to finance, I think Menaz also briefly touched upon the CGTMSE and the ECLGS schemes. We know that yes, while there is not the finance availability of finance, the finance is available, but it is not available to the MSMEs. The access to the credit is again a very, very big challenge. And in our various grievance portals, I mean, where like the Champions Grievance portal, which is doing very well in terms of in the way it is helping the redressal of the grievance, we have realized that the major grievance of the MSMEs are largely in terms of access to credit. And it is their loan applications being rejected, or maybe delayed payments, and all these factors are all these challenges are the ones which are faced by the MSMEs, and we are using these grievance redressal portals very, very well. So let me also share this this fact with you, that out of the various grievances which were received with regards to the loans and credits, while we also realize that whoever is coming on our grievance redressal portal, on the Champions Grievance Redressal portal, the problems are acute, and therefore the banks are not in line, or are not giving them the credit and the finance. But we have been able to convert about 22% of the grievances into actual loans and credits. So that is something which is symbolic of the way in which this grievance portal is working, and we have achieved about 99% of grievance redressal in terms of reply. Now, having achieved this level of reply to these grievances, now we are working towards the qualitative aspects also, that the reply has to be something which is actually solving the problems. Also, the Samadhan, the portal which is relation to grievance redressal, we have partnered with many PSUs, and all these PSUs have now, most of them have now given their consent to or nominated a nodal officer to coordinate for all these delayed payment issues, because all these larger corporates and PSUs are the ones who are the agencies where the delayed payments are the major challenges. So after that, after coordinating with the Ministry of Heavy Industries and the Department of Corporate Affairs, we have been able to impress upon the larger corporates and PSUs to engage with us in terms of nominating an officer, which will be a connecting link for the delayed payments of the MSMEs, and we are already getting a lot of good results out of it. And last maybe vertical where which is the major challenge, is the formalization of these MSMEs. Formalization, by that we mean now that the revised Udyam registration and revised classification of MSMEs has come up with about now 250 crore worth of annual turnover is also a MSME. So about 99.5% of all the industries and the factories and the service and the manufacturing sector are now encompassed as an MSME. Also, we have included the traders in July last year. We have included traders also as part of the Udyam registration. So Udyam registration has really seen a huge surge in the registrations over the last 3 months. And while earlier in the Udyam Aadhaar memorandum, we were in the entire tenure of about 5 years, we were having about 1.8 or 1.10 crores of MSMEs who had registered as Udyam Aadhaar memorandum. in the Udyam Aadhaar memorandum. In the Udyam registration from June 2020 till now, we have about 67 lakhs already registered, and the last 6 months have seen about half of these MSMEs registering into the Udyam registration. So the Udyam registration has really picked up, and as I said, the formalization of these MSMEs are now in a much better way. And by that, by registering into the Udyam registration, this is their ticket to all these schemes of the ministry. So if you want to through you, I would like to also request all the MSMEs who are participating in this conclave. I would request them to ask their friends and their sister MSMEs also to do register into Udyam registration, because that is their ticket for all these MSME policies and schemes. And lastly, I think a lot of multilateral institutions have also come up partnering with the MSMEs, Ministry of MSME, for various interventions, like we've already, as Mehnaz highlighted, about the RAM program, the Raising and Accelerating MSME Performance Program, which is a 6062 crore program aimed at access to credit. All these recommendations of UK Sena committee have been, a lot of those parameters have been inbuilt in this scheme. Greater coordination with the state governments, and we have already onboarded 5 first prime mover states. And then we have also opened this scheme to all the other states who are who have given their who will be giving their expression of interest into participation. And we'll assess as to which many other states have to be taken in the RAM program. Also, we have the with the UNIDO, we are doing this JEF5 energy efficiency program, where the entire process of demonstration of technology has been done, and now we are into the replication and bulk purchase of the energy efficient technology. We have the VEDC, the virtual EDC program with the ADB, which is again about to be approved by the Ministry of Finance. So, and then there are other, we are also discussing with KFW for the resource efficiency and solar program, and so all these things will be building a crescendo towards helping the MSME. I'm sure. I think the time, I would like to cut my.
Thank you, Vinod.
And
thank you, Vinod.
I would like to thank AIMA for.
For providing a very comprehensive schemes which Government of India is doing. Mr. Ajjan, I would like to know, because you have a wide experience of this banking sector, then working in a private sector, then working very closely in Kerala state and with MSME sector. You see that when we talk about this sustainable development, and we know that in India, this number of MSMEs, this 90% MSMEs, they belong to micro or informal category. Although, as Sehnaz has pointed out, there is a change in a definition. And when we take into consideration various policies, various programs which Government of India has launched, so somehow these programs are benefiting to healthy MSMEs, means that those who are having good turnover, those who can do this digitization, those who can avail the credit facilities, and then further benefit, can have access to the government. But you see that I'll just quote again a very good survey by 2 organizations, international organizations. One is this ILO and one is this UNIDO. So this UNIDO survey, this came out during this peak second COVID-19 wave. And this was observed that by exception, only a few firms were able to increase their sales. Few firms that to belong to a healthy MSME sector, educated, having access to the credit, having access to all government policies, etc. And only 8% firms were able to increase their profit. And most of these small firms, specifically small firms, they saw that their businesses are diminishing. 1 in 3 lost half of its sales, and 1 in 3 decline in profit. Likewise, this another survey of this ILO observes extreme challenges for MSME, and this survey has reported that 60% firms, mostly belonging to the small businesses, reported a lack of access to policy measures, lack of information, eligibility requirement, and or digital barriers, right? So you see that when government is talking about so many policies, so many programs, and when this is not, when the surveys are going to tell us that the small firms, and that too quite large, 60%, they don't have access at all to these information. Forget about this availing the benefit, and then this whatsoever eligibility requirement that is going to be fixed. So in a context of this sustainability, you see that so how you are going to see in that particular perspective where we are going to stand in this way, means that again there is a big disparity. That too is in MSME sector is day by day becoming very enlarged.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwalji. I really feel privileged to be part of this 11th MSME Convention, and I am greatly honored to be sharing the space with the stalwarts in this field. I'm grateful to AIMA for giving me an opportunity here. Why, as Dr. Agarwalji was mentioning, I was discussing a lot with the micro units for preparing for this convention, and it meant a lot of homework for me. I spoke to numerous leaders in this segment, officials, bankers, friends who gave me valuable inputs, and gave me lots of inputs to shaping up my thought process in this. We all know we have been discussing the importance of MSME segment. I need not repeat this, and this is the key driver, and the ratio, the data analytics, and that information already we have why MSME is the important segment. See, I would like to discuss what is happening, what is the problem with the ecosystem at present, and what we can do, and what we should do, and not just MSME should do, and not the MSME ministry should do. What, when there's a growth and demand probability, and the demand is likely to increase, how we are going to handhold our MSMEs to come to that. There may be lots of deficiencies in that. I will try to put it whatever I have, my observations on this. I would say that not only that the sector has the potential to grow faster, the ecosystem itself is going to grow faster, because lots of efforts in bridging the rural-urban divide is being taken by the government, and evolving startup ecosystem is also doing well. And we are going to have lots of penetrations into the deeper pockets of the country, and so naturally the numbers, especially of small micro units, are going to increase. And as we discuss, we all say MSME can be the key driver, and the thing is that what we are going to do with that. So what I feel is that I was very much impressed by one of the discussions where I felt that they have identified these facts into 4 segments. One is finance related. The finance related means when you have non-availability of adequate credit, all those things which we have already discussed. Legal and tax related issues, the operational issues, and infrastructure and technology related issues. These 4 issues are very crucial for any SME segment. And when we look at these 4 issues, we can clearly bifurcate these issues as something as conceptual challenges which those SMEs themselves can do, and there are some core challenges which the ecosystem, the government, and outside world has to do for this. So when we try to analyze like that, we will get a clear picture on where we stand. Because as from the core segment, if you look at the core challenges, we have the skill level, getting the proper working capital limits, market access, innovation challenges, growth challenges, the equity capital challenges, and land rules. And so these are some of the challenges and that we have in the, because if it had been a longer discussion, we could have discussed each of these conceptual and core challenges. But as a part of this discussion and as what you mentioned to me, I just highlight some of the points on ease of doing business, what we generally talk about, the finance and investments, innovation and leveraging technology, and the ecosystem, how the ecosystem is likely to, how we can support this. So the ease of doing business, we have been doing lots of things already. As Mr. Mishra has been telling, the government has been doing, both the central and state government has been doing lots of things in this. But still, in spite of these continuous reforms and support given in this direction, we talk about the communication not reaching the micro segment. Let us talk about the communication reaching from the micro segment to the low upper level. See, that's what I will say. We should be able to clearly understand their pain points. When we say that we have done lots of innovative things to make things clear, still there's a problem in doing business, what they say. Maybe they are not fully aware of the guidelines or the facilities, but it is, since as an ecosystem, partner of ecosystem, it is our duty to make them understand. And how we do that? Unless we bridge that gap, this will continue, and it will continue for long. We should have more comprehensive, simple guidelines, no doubt about that. That also I could realize. We should have, most of them say that they should have a transparent inspection system, which is more proactive and supportive. And we should revisit and refine the requirements of number of compliances, approvals, and the procedures on various guidelines, including the environmental laws, ESI Act, settlement of commercial disputes, faster land acquisition policies, or obtaining quality certification, which has already been discussed. People say that they don't go for that because they have to spend a lot of money, and or they have to spend lots of, because they don't have manpower to go and sit that. It does not work on ownership basis. Somebody is not taking up the ownership that this certification should be given. So they have pains on that. Then questions on multiple registrations, faster realization of dues. These are some of the areas. And as both of you were discussing regarding UK Sinha report, I would say that one of the important sentence that report says is that, which is the report on the expert committee on micro, small, and medium enterprises. It very clearly says that there should be a comprehensive, holistic MSME code. And there should be having a provision to sunset on plethora of complex laws scattered all over the legislative framework. There should be a sunset for this. We have to cover up all that things and make it into a comprehensive, because this is what the actual, those in the field who are speaking about, this is the pain point they are talking about. And let me come to the next point. What is the finance and the investment? See, lots of things we are doing. We have done, I would say, we have done wonderful job in this aspect, like GEM, threads. Cohort. Now even RBI has come out with the cohort and the regulatory sandbox with MSME lending as its theme. That shows how RBI is concerned about it, and how RBI is also aware that it is a fintechs who can bring some solution to this. Innovative. Now we have lots of innovations under payment system, which is already happened, and we have lots of collaborations with fintechs. Most of the banks are doing that, and all these things are definitely changing the MSME lending landscape to a great extent, no doubt about that. And we have already done now subordinate debt financing is another tool which the government has come out with. Fund of funds, it's something, equity support, and various refinements that has happened in CGT, MSC, NCG, DTC, and co-lending of banks with NBFC. So lots of lenders, lot of lending spaces have come, products have come, methods have already come, but still it remains to be a pain point for the MSMEs. How do we address that? Let us have to popularize these initiatives to the local language, to local people. Somebody should take paying for that. And the earlier State Bank was also telling people were not aware of that, because you cannot sit with a product and say that people were not aware of that. You should be able to make the people aware of that product, and they should come to you and bring other refinements based on we should have creation of pooled API for Threads is a very good platform, whether we can there is a suggestion on making creation of pooled API of all Thread platforms. And banks now with the digitalization and the technology available, we can give more focus on transaction-based lending, which can be a major game changer as far as MSME finance is concerned, because some banks have already started doing this. With the expansion of this digital landscape, and let us, whatever you call it as collateral is something of mitigant. See, information collateral is going to be a very good asset. That should be considered a very good asset, and it should be an equal. See, when I say, I don't say that should not be a collateral, physical collateral in decision making, information collateral, and technology now supports various updates on digital platform. This has to be done, and there should be now there can be collaborative arrangement with GEM, Threads, account accelerators. That's also another important phenomenon that has happened. Credit bureaus, access to data under GSTN, PAN, banks, neobanks, payment banks, and other financial institutions can bring an amazing and revolutionary change in the lending landscape. Because if a small micro borrower does not know how to do it, you have all the data and it can be used, or AI be used, or technology be used to make it a comprehensive profile to lend to the borrower. We have seen the PM street vendors, Atmanirbhar Nidhi. You see how a unorganized segment spread all over the country, we could bring them together under to a lending landscape. And not only that, how we could incentivize them for making regular faster payment and making becoming digital. So digitalization. So this is possible. If this is possible to that unorganized sector, I think lots of things can happen in the finance the system. The only thing is that the one thing I would say, that the micro segment wants cash, but the established segment have some products which cannot fit that requirement. So there is something that has to work on this. So, and now one more thing I would say, that restructuring facilities under MSMEs, especially SME micro units, need a separate window. It should not be in the same line of restructuring for other things. There should be a separate, because of its inherent weaknesses, it should be like that. And not only that, there are some examples what we have seen, even in the case of COVID, economic injury disaster loan and paycheck protection programs, what we have seen in US, like that, had we accounted the loss of this MSME, what they or SMEs or micro units, what happened during these unusual situations like COVID pandemic, had we carved it out and kept it as a long-term 20-year repayment loan period for a substantial, really reduced interest rate. See, and that would have given them lots of relief, because they don't have to worry about the current other operational limits, which will be totally ring fenced from the other liability. Something special like that should happen. And I would suggest that at least government should, there are already discussions in that front, we should develop a distress fund exclusively to assist by way of investment or any other kind of support to business continuity plan and revival of such micro units. How to create this distress fund? Either can it budget provisions, or you can convert it as a part of CSR activity funding. It is also possible. And one thing I was just thinking, we can make it as those companies that have a track record of delayed payment, make them a compulsory contributors for this. because such a distress fund we will be requiring for these micros because they don't have the funds even to runway for the even for the next day. So how will they survive? So if we have to handhold, we have to generally handhold them. Let us, if possible, that distress fund initiate. If something has initiated, it is well and good. And another important aspect is the delayed payment, which we have already discussed. But what could be the solution? I would say that these MSME facilitation centers can be strengthened for this, and there can be more centers to handle this. And there can be a system where the micro or the SME segment need not come and give a complaint, because everything is now digital. Everything, these account accelerators are there. The system can know how much is the delayed payment, and if you put a set, and if it is possible that yes, for this company this much of payment is delayed, something can be initiated. We have to use leverage on technology on these aspects. And I would even say that there's something like that should be put in place. I would say something severe action as we have in NI Act of the returning of checks should be there in this. So since we have discussed almost all these important aspects, now what's happening, what's the transformation?
Thank you, Mr. Asjian, for a very comprehensive approach towards this MSME development. So this is what that in concluding remark, first of all, very, very thankful to Mehnaz, to Brindan and to Mr. Azin for making a very comprehensive presentation. And what I think that MSME sector has to lead the digital industrialization, first of all, in this country. And secondly, while the government patronage for SME, definitely this is welcome, but small firms need a self-sustaining ecosystem to compete and grow. So that kind of culture, specifically for small MSME, that is very much required. That is required in area of this MSME finance, that is required in an area of technology, and skill has to function well to enable the small firm to focus on efficiency, quality, and innovation. So this is what that through this way, again, this global exposure and through innovation, what is important that how we can make SME a kind of inclusive and self-sustaining development process. And for that purpose, definitely there are that have been taken by the government as well as other stakeholders, but more need to be done. More need to be done to create employment generation, to remove the poverty and inequality in India, because this is one of the important area for achieving self-sustaining, for achieving development goals of United Nations also. Thank you. With these words, I'm again thankful to all distinguished panelists for their comprehensive presentation and giving a detailed account of MSME sector in India. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank our speakers with a round of applause. Now moving towards the next session, international experiences. MSME Road to Sustainable Development. Please welcome the chairperson, Mr. Abdul Hassan Al Dairi, Uni SMO, and our speakers, Mr. Sushma Moltaria, Director General, India SME Forum, and Mr. Sunil Shukla, Director General, EDII. May I now request Mr. Abdul Hassan to initiate the session.
Yeah, let me first introduce Mr. Dr. Abdul Hassan. Dr. Abdul Hassan Al Dairi is a Deputy Chairman and General Coordinator of the United International SME Organization, UNISMO. Okay. He is also the Chairman of Bahrain SME Society, a founding member, shareholder of various companies, a researcher and practitioner in a field of entrepreneurship and SMEs development for more than 25 years. He is a PhD in entrepreneurship and MBA in marketing management. In addition to his family-owned background, Dr. Al Dairi enjoys a wealth of experience in private and public sector, as well as an accumulated teaching and training best practices in banking, vocational and academic higher institution. Dr. Shukla is known to us for so many years. Dr. Shukla currently is a Director General of Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, Apex Institute of Entrepreneurship in India, Ahmedabad. He has a experience of working more than 3 decades in various areas linked with entrepreneurship, education, and development. So his contribution in entrepreneurial education is phenomenal. He is also working with the various government like Uzbekistan, Iran, Asia, Africa, and US also. So he is represented in various government bodies and for his advice, for his support. So he is one of the pioneer and founder of entrepreneurship in India. Dr. Sushma, she passionately worked for SME sector and she is a founder, Director General of Small and Medium Entrepreneur, this SME forum where Mr. Vinod is the president, and he is also advising various government agencies and institutions, specifically in current issues and future challenges related to MSME sector. He has done a very good study related to this linkages, growth potential, and market factors of SME involved in over 29 clusters across 11 sectors. So he too advise as well as has experience in setting up a startup and capacity building of MSMEs. So we would like to invite all reputed speakers for this session, and I request Dr. Abdullah to chair the session. Abdul Hassan. Yeah, Dr.
Yes.
Abdul Hassan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raj Agarwal, and thank you all for inviting me to be on board with you in this very important conference and forum of the All India Management Association. I'm glad to be chairing this session, which is a very important session, and it's afternoon, so good afternoon for all of you in India. It's early morning, or still morning in Bahrain. A bit cold in Bahrain. I don't know how it is in India, New Delhi, but a very good afternoon to all of you. And I'm glad to be on board with you for this very important session to do with the MSMEs as Sustainable Development International Experience. And I'm glad to have with me on board both Ms. Sushma Mortana and Dr. Sunil Shukla. We'll be talking about international experiences for the MSMEs and the sustainable development. And I thought to start with, for a few minutes as an introduction, to touch upon the SDG number 8 of the UN, and that is from the UN DISA report for the year 2020. And the goal number 8, precisely, which deals with the promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. And it says, I quote, MSMEs contribute to the GDP and economic growth among Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, countries. MSMEs are the predominant form of enterprise and are major contributors to economic growth, generating between 50% and 60% of value added on average. In emerging economies, the MSMEs contribute up to 33% of GDP. When taking the contribution of informal businesses into account, the MSMEs contribute to more than half of GDP in most countries, irrespective of income levels. It says further, the MSMEs create jobs and have the potential of promoting decent work and entrepreneurship. The MSMEs directly relate to SDG target 8.3, as discussed under goal number 1. The MSMEs contribute to 45% of total employment in emerging market economies. In recent decades, employment generated by MSMEs has steadily increased at the global level. Over 2003-16, across 132 countries, the number of total full-time employees in the MSMEs has nearly doubled, from 79 million to 156 million. There is evidence to suggest that MSMEs contribute up to 90% of employment in 13 sub-Sahara African countries. The presence of the MSMEs is typically concentrated in low-skilled and labor-intensive sectors, such as light manufacturing and the service sector enterprises. Nevertheless, jobs provided by MSMEs may have lower salaries and may be more insecure than those of large enterprises. Because of informality, it's also difficult to ensure jobs provided by informal MSMEs are fully covered by a social protection network. Therefore, MSMEs, while having a large share of employment, may not offer decent work opportunities as per the ILO standards. Nonetheless, when better supported, they have the potential to promote decent work standards and decent job opportunities. The formalization and development of entrepreneurship as envisaged, and this goal will require tackling various challenges MSMEs face, including creating more enabling policy and regulatory frameworks, increasing access to finance and market information, capacity building of MSMEs, and increasing access to good infrastructure required for MSMEs operations. Ended. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is part of the UNDSA, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the report on the MSMEs and the Sustainable Development Goals for the year 2020. And I thought it's good to share with you as an introduction to our session today, which is a very important topic. And I'm sure that my colleagues on board here, both Ms. Sushma and Dr. Sonal Shukla, will add a lot to this. So without any further ado, I'd like to go ahead and start the session with questions. We have 3 questions here for our colleagues on board, and hopefully we can deal with that in the coming 40 or 50 minutes. So the first question, how do you envisage MSMEs as an agent for sustainable development? Yes, Ms. Sushma, will you be starting with the first question for the session?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having 15 minutes for every speaker, and then we'll open the floor for the question and answer after that. So Ms. Sushma, we'll go for the first question with Ms. Sushma, and then we go to Dr. Shukla, and then we go again for the second and third question.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. And I must first congratulate Dr. Raj Agarwal and Dr. Juneja for this 11th convention for MSMEs organized by AIMA. And I'm grateful for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this convention and speak about MSMEs as the drivers or the engine to sustainable development. For better understanding,
what is sustainable development? You know, we've been talking about sustainable development. Just in simple words, it's primarily the socio and economic development of a country, keeping in focus also the environment without affecting the environment. Now, when we talk about MSMEs, what is the biggest differentiator between large industries and an MSME? You know, we are all aware that large industries have very, very huge capital costs. I mean, to even set up maybe 15 to 20 large companies for any developed or a developing country, it would take billions of dollars, millions and billions of dollars. But when I want to set up an MSME, it would hardly cost anything, because an MSME is, unlike a large industry, it's not capital intensive. And secondly, it can offer large number of jobs compared to a single large industry. You know, also the second largest differentiator is one large industry would require at least maybe 1,000 to 10,000 ancillaries to work for it, for its complete value chain or work chain. And that's where the importance of MSMEs, the criticality and crucialness of MSMEs is evident. Also, when we talk about large companies, you know, large companies, mainly they would like to settle in urban areas where there is possibility of proper infrastructure, roads. And when you talk about setting up in urban areas, of course the cost is higher. Whereas when we talk about an MSME, it's much more simpler and easy for an MSME to set up in a 2-tier or a 3-tier city, or a semi-urban or a rural area that we talk, or we can, we say. Also, it can offer more number of jobs. It helps in industrialization of these rural areas, and it helps in equitable distribution of income and wealth. So primarily, if SMEs are not there, I mean, we would not have employment, we would not be able to get taxes, we would not have buying power, we would not see development of an economy or development of a country. So according to me, the real socio-economic development of a country lies in its strength of MSMEs, the growth of MSMEs, and the number of MSMEs that a country nurtures. So that's about from me, Dr. Hassan.
Thank you very much, Sushma. And we go to Dr. Shukla. So how do you envisage the MSMEs as an agent for sustainable development from your experience?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Dr. Abdul Hassan, Dr. Raj Agarwal, Dr. Juneja ji, Madam Sushma ji. It's great to be here with you all. And thank you for inviting me, giving this opportunity. It's commendable to see the efforts of Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Juneja. As far I know, I have been fortunate to be knowing them for a very long time, and their commitment to the sector. Great work, sir. And let me also acknowledge, recently I was there in Djibouti, and during one of the discussions, Dr. Juneja's reference came again and again by the finance minister of the Djibouti. Probably you had visited, and you had certain work, a lot of work that you have done. Thank you so much, sir. We have learned from your books the work that you have done for MSME sector. I fully agree with the Sushma ji. she has very well articulated the differentiators for MSME vis-a-vis large enterprises. That capital cost is flexible. Regional development, in addition to that, I would like to add that MSMEs add balancing the regional development, because large industries have specific requirements and they are very rigid so far physical infrastructure, land, etc. is concerned. But MSMEs can be established with much easier terms, much easier or lesser resources, and they help spreading the regional balance and providing employment even to the marginalized people. That is very, very important. I was listening to Dr. Agarwal in earlier session, and what he highlighted that these goals, sustainable development goals, are interrelated, integrated. So very difficult to separate them, because at many times they are interrelated. If you focus on industry, probably it's going to help poverty. If we are also working for environment, it's going to help somewhere else. So all these goals are interrelated. Specifically, if we talk about industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and the contribution of MSMEs, industry specific to MSMEs, in terms of sustainable development, I believe that technology is an enabler, it's a big enabler, and it offers lasting solutions to many of the problems in a very, very responsible manner. And the issue that Sushma ji raised, taking care of the environment. We have seen in recent times in our country, the way large number of startups have emerged, and many of them have joined MSME sector as well, and the kind of solutions that they are offering. That is very, very important. But here, technology is specifically the digital world is also, it creates divide. Still, more than half of the population do not have access to internet. And out of that, about 80–90% are from the developing world. And we have seen during the time of the pandemic, how those who did not have access to internet, our children and others, how they have suffered. So it's known to all of us. So I believe that entrepreneurship or MSME entrepreneurship or technology should be able to bridge this gap and provide basic facilities, whether it is basic sanitation, basic education, basic healthcare, basic infrastructure, physical infrastructure, or ensuring supply of constant electricity to people. We are living in a world where farmers produce something and half of their products get rotten or wasted before they reach the processing factories or plants. So we need to focus on all this, that how are we going to bridge this gap and how are we going to ensure that, and how MSME can contribute. If it is difficult to shipment the products from farm to plant, can plants also be established at a place where it is much easier? And this is the contribution of the MSME. So MSME will be able to do that. I think that is what I believe, and they can contribute to the sustainable development. Let me also give example of some of the places where we have worked, and we have seen that how technology, like Iran, during my introduction it was mentioned, Iran I have worked extensively, and I have seen how they have an organization called TVTO, Technical Vocational Training Organization. And there are 12,000 faculty members working in TVTO in all 32 or 33 provinces of the Iran. And they have set up huge plants, huge factories within premises itself, and where some CFCs are provided, common facilities to people, and in terms of developing prototypes, and also organizing these activities to all over the country. And therefore, they are able to spread MSME entrepreneurship to all over the countries. In addition, which is worth mentioning here, that they have also realized woman power, and they focus extensively on women entrepreneurship in the MSME domain. They have prioritized their policies, created linkages, and all those things. And that is how I believe that we can learn a lot from other countries, the best practices and the contributions of MSMEs, which they are making for ensuring sustainable development and better livelihood opportunities and empowerment of the people through these MSME units. I would like to stop here for the first question that was raised here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shukla. And been remembering while you were talking, I had very good memory of the EDI in Ahmedabad. I spent some good time over there for several courses, and I'm glad that we had an MOU also signed.
We had, with,
as I remember, it was in
Bahrain Open University.
Exactly. Yes, yes, in 1998, precisely.
Yes.
So glad to have you on board, sir. Thank you very much.
To be there. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thanks also to, and congrats as well. I forgot to congratulate Dr. Juneja for this achievement and his efforts, besides Dr. Agarwal. So thank you very much, Dr. Juneja, and glad to see you as well. Okay, that takes us to the second point, or the second question here. Please tell us briefly about your, in about 5 minutes, about your own organization or another international organization's experience in sustainable development. Sushma?
Thank you, Abdullah Sanji. India SME Forum is primarily a decade old now, and it's a not-for-profit organization with growing MSME membership. We are now at 95,000 plus MSMEs across India who are our members, of which about 7,000 plus are women entrepreneurs who are members. And we have 9 lakh subscribers across India who are associated with us, because at a certain point of time we stopped taking membership because we couldn't cater to all of them. But we make it a point to keep sharing information and taking contribution from all these members who are associated with us for building or for contributing towards building a robust entrepreneurial ecosystem for this country. That's our 1 point objective. As far as various other initiatives are concerned, in fact, I would like to mention here, Dr. Abdul Hassan, that we do have a collaborative MOU with the Bahrain SME Society, and of course we are associated with your organization also, the United International SME Organization, which is doing some wonderful work now. So we are very privileged to be a part of that. Yes, and of course, we constantly work with organizations like International Trade Center. We do have working MOUs with them, with the UNIDO, with UNDP, with the UNCTAD, and of course the She Trades wing, which is the women's wing of ITC. We have been constantly, offering training programs, mentoring programs along with these organizations. And we have done some wonderful work in, trying to bridge the gender gap. We have done some unique programs for women entrepreneurs, wherein we've tried to bring them in the global value chains of She Trades, because She Trades has a network of about 3 million women in different countries. So we've tried to bring together Indian women entrepreneurs and help them becoming part of that network. We've also created a portal called B3C along with UNIDO, wherein during the pandemic, we helped a lot of our MSME members in understanding how to recover from the pandemic, what should be the recovery plan, what should be the path they could adopt, how they could reorient their business, or again, realign their business during pandemic and post pandemic. So there has been a lot of work we have been doing. Apart from that, we have been helping our members in participating in various international trade exhibitions, trade fairs, B2B meetings, and in helping them collaborate with SMEs of different countries. Because when it comes to large companies, it's very easy for them to directly approach any government organization, and they are welcome. And lot of it's like red carpet is laid out for them to come and invest in the country or set up in the country. But whenever an SME wants to invest, or a SME wants to find out which company do I need to collaborate with, or what kind of joint venture or a technology transfer or any kind of licensing, if these kind of collaboration needs to be done, it's very difficult for me to identify which SME I need to approach. And we believe that that's how organizations like us, when we enter into collaborative partnerships with organizations like Bahrain SME Society and respective SME organizations from different countries, it's much more easier to bring them face to face, conduct B2B meetings, identify or map requirements of each other, and marry them. It's like a marriage of sorts in creating partnerships between two SMEs. So that's what we have been engaging. In fact, Dr. Abdul Hassan, you have been a witness yourself at one of our conventions here in India. And of course, I mean, many SMEs would like to go and explore, possibilities of setting up in the Middle East, or doing business with other companies from Middle East also. So that's the kind of work India SME Forum has been doing and is continuing to do with the help of the Ministry of MSME and many such organizations. So everything included, training, mentoring, hand-holding, B2B meetings, taking delegations both ways, and international collaborative partnerships. That's the way to go.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sushma. And I really remember a very good time we had in New Delhi 3 or 4 years ago, where you were hosting us for your conference.
Yes.
And accordingly, we also signed an MOU at that time.
Yes.
And that MOU was very practical and functional, and led to our cooperation in establishing the UNISMO in the year 2020 with your support, Dr. Juneja, and also Mr. Vinod.
Yes.
And that's really a good case of an international collaboration for the sustainable development and for the MSMEs. And the as a founding members, all the 3 or 4 for the UNISMO, I'm glad to say that the UNISMO now is spanning all the way from New Zealand, Australia, across to Korea, India, Bahrain, North Africa, Europe, and the US, both North America and Latin America. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. That's really very informative, Sushma. And
I
that
must
takes
congratulate on that achievement to you, Dr.
Yes,
Abdul
we
Hassan.
congratulate all of us for this achievement. Thank you very much. Yes. Dr. Shukla, tell us briefly, I'm sure you also at EDI has a lot of experience and a lot to tell us, but briefly within 5 minutes or so, your own organization or any other organization experience in the sustainable development.
Thank you. We are known as EDII, Entrepreneurial Development Institute of India, set up at Ahmedabad, Gujarat, which is supposed to be a very, very enterprising state. We are fortunate to be based at Gujarat. We are sponsored by Apex financial institutions like IDBI, IFCI, ICICI, State Bank of India, together with the government of Gujarat, governed by our own board, which is headed by MD and CEO of IDBI and represented by government of Gujarat through its additional chief secretary, industries and mines, and by government of India, secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. We have two kinds of activities. One is academic stream. Academic, we have our MBA programs, 2 years MBA equivalent PGDM program we have, which is for exclusively for entrepreneurship. We also have doctoral fellow program in management. We have another PGDM program, which is innovation, entrepreneurship and venture development. And we are very delighted to share that 78% of our alumni, they are entrepreneurs. They continue to be in enterprise. Apart from that, we work with the various government departments to implement their development projects onto the field all over the country and outside the country. For MSME, we work for capacity building programs. We have also helped them with MSME policy that was set up by Government of India under Dr. Prabhat Kumarji. So we were working with him, and we provided our recommendations, which became part of that policy document. We have been working with the Ministry of External Affairs here, for example, and on their behalf, we have opened, as a part of extended arm of MEA, we have opened entrepreneurship development centers in few countries: Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam. These countries already hosted entrepreneurship development centers known as like Cambodia, India, or Laos, India Entrepreneurship Development Center. Last year, we
also
started
in Bahrain, Dr. Shukla.
Bahrain, we have worked very closely with Bahrain Open University. Mr. Samir was there, if you know, I have visited.
And they need Bahrain as well. They need an office in Bahrain.
Yes, Bahrain Development Bank. We have
Development Bank.
Yes.
And the BTI where I used to work.
That's right. You remember. Thank you. Uzbekistan India Entrepreneurship Development, we have operationalized last year, and just 2 months back, our 6th international center in Rwanda India Entrepreneurship Development Center was opened, and 5 more centers in Africa are under progress. Bhutan is under progress. Bhutan is, as soon as all these restrictions are withdrawn, probably will be the first to establish that. And in these countries, plus other countries, for various institutions like Swiss Development Bank, GMS countries, we have been working for strengthening entrepreneurship and trade, development and trade through variety of interventions, conventions, capacity building programs, conferences, publications, research studies, global entrepreneurship monitor that we lead here. So these are all about EDI, and also we conduct a capacity building program for Government of India, Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation, wherein 162 countries are part of that network. And we have an alumni base, international alumni base of over 5,000. So through them, we have been interacting, we have been discussing about what is happening in SME and how SMEs can be made more vibrant, dynamic, what kind of challenges do they have. We also facilitate through various, nowadays, for the last 2 years, in fact, we have been doing it, trying to connect these EDCs through certain programs that we offer, online programs for a year, or at least they can consult, they can share the best practices and resources among themselves to benefit SMEs and their own entrepreneurs in specific. So this is about EDI in a nutshell, and we have been fortunate, as I said earlier, to get support from Dr. Juneja from the very beginning, Dr. Raj Agrawal also. They both have blessed us at our campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shukla. And of course, the EDI efforts are all well appreciated, as well as, of course, the efforts of the India SMEs Forum. So we're glad to have both of you today to tell us about your experience. And with this, we go to the third and last point or point of discussion and question, as what is your advice for any small enterprise to help with achieving the sustainable development? Sushma?
Well, very nice. And thank you for that question, Dr. Abdul Hassan. The World Trade Organization has just released a figure saying that there has been 28% of growth in global trade just during the pandemic. 28% of global trade growth has been possible. And how has that been possible? Because lot of things which we were not doing, which we were not doing, we were not adopting technology, we were not online, all these things, as MSMEs, we were forced to adopt, transform our business digitally, and start exporting. And exports is the way to go for any MSME. Until and unless an MSME starts exporting, it cannot become competitive. And competitiveness is the only key for an MSME to sustain even nationally or internationally. Because when you become competitive, when you start exporting, you will understand about how and where your product stands at an international level. When you start exporting, you start learning about standards, you start understanding the importance of quality, you start understanding about the importance of certification. What is the competition in market, and what is it that you have to compete with and beat at competition. And when you become conscious about quality standards and all, and becoming competitive, it automatically leads to innovation, because then you start thinking about innovation. Let me mention here, Dr. Juneja is one of the key propagators of innovation in India. He has also written a book on innovation as a key to success for any enterprise. So I must congratulate Dr. Juneja on writing that book also, because that's if you get your hand on it, you must read about it, because some very, very good examples are also quoted in that. And innovation is a must.
And Ms. Sushma, also I must mention that we had a very fruitful seminar about innovation for the MSMEs last year. Led by Dr. Juneja from India.
Yes,
for the INSMO.
Yes. So he is, as I said, he is one of the key propagators in India, and first and foremost persons who have been talking about technology, innovation, and the role that it plays in helping an MSME to become competitive, to sustain in the market. And when you talk about innovation, you automatically become aware about creating IPR, registering IPR. And when you have an IPR, whether nationally, globally, you automatically get integrated in global value chains. So that's the chain that is, or it's a roadmap for an MSME to be a part of a global value chain. And in the current times, pandemic has taught us that e-commerce and online marketplaces are also a way to go. It's no longer where you have to personally visit countries or personally go and visit buyers. E-commerce is your online classroom. It also teaches you what works, what does not work, what kind of pricing is there, what kind of barriers are there, what kind of products, packaging, quality needs to be developed, and what sells in the market. So I believe that if I have to mention in 3 words, digitize, innovate, and export. These are the 3 words, and this is what would be my advice to all our MSME friends and the fraternity.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you very much. I think that's by its own is a lot, digitize, innovate, and export. I think this is the golden rule for any small business to be successful. And I think probably one of the advantages of this pandemic that it made it a must for enterprises to look beyond their countries and beyond their boundaries and think of the digitization and the e-commerce. So innovation and export are very important for any small business to grow and sustain. Thank you very much, Mr. Ushman. That takes us to Dr. Shukla.
Yeah,
Yes,
and I must take this opportunity to, in fact, congratulate Dr. Sunil Shukla also for the work EDI is doing in, training the entrepreneurs in this area that I just spoke about. So they are also one of the major torchbearers of, these programs.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Thank you, Sushma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sushma. Dr. Shukla, yes, what's your giveaway on this?
What Sushma ji has said, our entrepreneurs or startup entrepreneurs have demonstrated it. Those who have been able to adapt to technology and those who have been able to innovate, they have excelled. And as our Honorable Prime Minister was sharing a few days ago that India has added about 43 to be precise, if I remember correctly, 43 unicorns to the existing list of unicorns only in the last year. And prior to pandemic, we hardly had about 30, 33 or 35 unicorns. Today, the list has exceeded 80. Every time I have to talk about startups, innovation and unicorns, I have to update my figures because they would have surpassed that. And I believe within few months from now, they would be exceeding 100 numbers also. It's a phenomenal achievement. And they have been able to mobilize investment to close to 100, about $92 billion or such. So huge contribution. And they are going to contribute ultimately to the environment, to the economic empowerment of the people, to the employability, and helping people helping people getting rid of poverty, helping people contributing to the society. So lots of things that they are going to do. I fully agree with Sushma ji that export is the need of the hour. Let me just give you one of the examples. When we were working in Southeast Asia, the first country where we started our interventions on behalf of SDC and UNIDO, that was Lao PDR. And sir, when we went over there, we could notice that small things, even small snacks, biscuits, and even toothpaste, they were importing from Thailand. And hardly there was any production. There was no structured mechanism for funding to private entrepreneurs. And there was no such expectation also. They thought that it is the government's responsibility to set up enterprises. And why should we set up? And if we have to set up some small shops, maybe we may have to depend on borrowings from friends and families. And we had to work with them to change that mindset. We had to work with the government, and the government was very proactive. I must acknowledge that. And it was entrepreneurship, MSME entrepreneurship was incorporated in Prime Minister's decree there. And they also created institutional mechanism for funding private sector entrepreneurs. And today, a lot of things that they are able to produce themselves. It's not only that credit goes to us, but proactive government supported by the zeal of the people that has helped. So what I say that export certainly is necessary, but for export, they need to understand that what kind of product they are producing, what kind of skills they have, the quality certification, and several other documentation and documentary evidences which might be required for excelling in the export market. That is very, very important. And for that, they may have to also look at sharing of information exchange, and skilled workforce wherever it is necessary. That is important. It is not, probably it would be inadequate to say that if we have enterprising individuals, MSME can develop itself. Probably it may not be true. We need to have government intervening, facilitating, encouraging an ecosystem which strengthens, which helps a robust MSME system in the ecosystem in the country. Also, they will have to look at business models that they have, what kind of businesses they have. Innovation is very, very important. But together with innovation, they also need to know that what kind of value addition they are bringing to through their products. Because every business, even though ideally desirable, but realistically, not every business is innovative business. Hardly we see about 10% that's at the most businesses being innovative. But some value addition that they are able to bring, that is what they can do. Skill development is another opportunity, I would say. And for that, I would say that market makers are required. Market makers. I take an example. I mean, I have heard from my parents that during initial days, 50, 60 years back, 70 years back, when tea was not being sold and it was being offered free of cost on streets. Okay. And today, all of us are so accustomed to tea that we cannot imagine any other beverage when guests arrive at our homes. So that is how those people, they created that market for tea. Similarly, India will have to, or our MSME entrepreneurs will have to create market for themselves. Market makers skills are required, and India has shown its might in two specific fields, particularly the pharmacy. We are known as pharmacy to the world. During pandemic, we have shown that. Another field could be auto parts, automobile parts. So at least in these two areas to begin with, if we can explore market in Africa, in Southeast Asia, in CIS, in some of the emerging markets of South America, if we can explore, and skill development, information sharing, networking with trade bodies within the country, outside the country, if we are able to do, I think we should be able to do that. So this is what my suggestion would be. And there is some requirement of working with the industry associations. Like Vietnam, there is a very, very prominent industry body, Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, like any other, but they are very proactive. They have a lot of expertise within themselves. And we have seen the manufacturing sector of Vietnam, the way they have strengthened and developed themselves. So we need to have such examples. We need to have such networks. We need to mobilize support from them. And also government will have to pitch in. I think that can certainly make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Dr. Abdul Hassan, sorry to interrupt you. If you will just allow me 1 minute more to speak.
Please. Yes, please.
Thank you for that. I missed out on one point. When I was talking about exports, though we have about 63 million MSMEs in India, the number of MSME exports is extremely low. And at India SME Forum, we are actually working on very, very specific initiatives to boost first-time MSME exporters. And one of the reasons we feel is that, the right kind of information about export potential in certain MSME products, or because MSMEs of our country, they manufacture more than 6,000 products. And very, very categorically, it is important that we talk about or, share information about what is the export potential, what is the potential of certain products by HS code in different countries. And at India SME Forum, we have taken this up through our initiative called indiaexports.com. So we have created a portal which actually gives out this information to MSMEs free of cost. There is no charge, and MSMEs can visit that to figure out which country has what trade potential for which product by HS code. So I just wanted to make a mention of that. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Sushma. That's really very informative. And also thank you, Dr. Shukla. And with this, we come to the last session or the last part in our session today, which is the question and answer. We have less than 10 minutes. So probably for a question, 1 or 2 or 3 maximum questions as the time permits us. So any questions from the audience are most welcome. I think the administrator here of the AIMA can help us and managing the questions. Yes, Dr. Agarwal, we can't hear you. It's on mute.
Mr. Abhishek, first we can share the questions from the audience. Any questions from audience?
Yeah, if there are questions from the audience, most welcome. Please, and probably the administrator can help us with that.
Okay, so one question I received. So here, in least developed countries, why this MSMEs, they are struggling as compared to developing countries in this revival mode, and what kind of support international organizations they can provide for their growth as well as sustainability? So this is one question.
So if it is only one question, we go because of the time limit. If we do you have another question, Dr. Raj? Otherwise, we just go with this question.
Yeah, there is another question. This is what that how Indian MSMEs they are performing when we compared with the MSME in other parts of the world, and specifically during this COVID era. Yeah, this is another question.
Very good. I suggest we go with Ms. Sushma for the second question, as she is, looking after the India SME Forum, and then we go after that with Dr. Shukla for the first question. So, Ms. Sushma.
MSMEs are performing extremely well. If I was to just give you 2 examples, if you may have heard of a company called Mama Earth. This particular company started about 3 to 4 years back, and they are into completely organic hair cream, face cream, and wellness products. And they clearly during COVID, they only started selling out their business, their products only online. And in last 3 years, they have been able to cross more than 200 crores in Indian rupees as far as their turnover is concerned. So basically, without investments for a manufacturing unit or a shop or a boutique or any for front end investment, today e-commerce and online platforms have taught you to reach out globally, and the world is your base. Similarly, there is another example of a company called Wow. You will not see any ads about the company. You will not see any stores. You will not see any unit about that company, but it may have, it has a manufacturing unit, that's about it. And again, this company has been doing extremely well only through online means. Again, this company also has crossed more than 300 crores in last 2 to 3 years. So of course, I mean, if you have a good product, if you are following all the principles of sustainable development, organic products without use of chemicals and all, environmentally conscious, and I think world is your place to go. So Indian companies, Indian MSMEs are doing very well. And once again, I mean, if you are not competitive, you will cease. So you have to be competitive and work towards making your products competitive.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Sushma. And that takes us to the first question. Back to the first question. And Dr. Shukla.
Thank you, sir. When we were doing some programs, I visited one of the least developed countries, as the question has come for that, with that reference. And they had installed certain looms. And when we visited the enterprise for some interaction survey, we were told that almost half of the facilities are down with some problem or the other. They are not able to keep them going. So we asked that, what's the reason? And they said that this technology, or specifically these machines, were provided by a developed country about 30 years ago, and we do not find spares. Even experts are not available, and whenever there is a problem, we have to depend on experts from that country, and they take weeks to come over here and help us out. So it could be one of the reasons that these so-called underdeveloped or least developed or developing countries, they have relied, for reasons better known to their policymakers, leaders, on certain technologies which are obsolete, which are expensive to maintain, and which do not make them competitive in the market. This could be one reason, and this might be because of the resource crunch also. And therefore, your hint is very, very important, that how developed countries or some of the multilateral agencies or organizations can help them renovating their facilities, skilling their workers, so that the productivity improves and they are able to meet up to their required benchmark. That is very, very important. This is what I have to add based on the experiences that I have. And what Sushma ji was telling, I fully agree. She made a lot of good suggestions. Socially responsible entrepreneurs that we require. And those who have been Mama Earth, I think yesterday we saw her during this week Shark Tank also. We are highly impressed with the successes that she has, and that is what is the need of the hour. Thank you.
There is one more question. Is there any platform to get knowledge for startups? Is any support or startup for people who are already employed? So briefly,
Sir, ISBA is there. ISBA is there. That's an incubation centers network in the country. So for Indians are concerned, and there are various incubation centers. NASCOM report 2020 says that we have 520 functional incubation center. Until 8 years back, we hardly had 1/10 of this. And these incubation centers are providing information through Startup India Mission and Invest India Mission, which is part of the Commerce and Industries Ministry. So they will be able to get the relevant contact details from them. Otherwise, contact ISBA, which is very, very important and provides suggestions so far as startups is concerned. Thank you.
Also, I would like to mention that they can be in touch with the Startup India program, which a lot of these financial institutions offer as far as the funding requirement goes. And especially Ministry of MSME runs a scheme called PMEGP, which is Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program. So any startup looking for funding for starting any greenfield enterprise, PMEGP is the way to go. And especially for women entrepreneurs, women startups, that's the best scheme available to start up a unit or a service or a manufacturing unit. For more details, I mean, they can approach us anyway, anytime, but PMEGP, if you just type PMEGP, there is a portal where you can apply online.
It's a very good scheme, PMEGP, and for women specifically, Stand Up India is there, where
Mr. Chairman,
in the range of
Chairman.
10 lakh to 1 crore can be given. So
Yes, Dr. Juneja.
Yes,
Can
sir.
I take a minute? If you, I
Yes,
know the time
please.
is getting over. So supplementary second question, which was Sushma ji had very ably replied. In the morning session at the inaugural session, I had indicated that I was talking about the impact of this pandemic on the SMEs, and we found out that there has been a decline of this to the extent of 46% in the first year. That means it has gone 2 years now. It is 2020, and in the last year it is about 11%. It come down. That means the SMEs are catching up. And overall, there's one All India Manufacturer Organization. They estimated almost 35% SMEs do not have a chance of recovery. They might go down. And mostly these are the micro and small enterprises and other things. But based on our own field assessment, we found out those the companies who are innovative, they are doing better, or those who are doing exports. And third thing is about the Sushma talked about very beautiful language, digitization, innovation, and exports. Third thing is when you come to the SMEs, almost 72% of all the companies made payment, MSMEs made payments through the digital mode, 72%. Only 28% made through the cash mode. Earlier, SME was mostly known for cash transactions. So I think there is a definite change in the way the MSME is changing. So I thought I intervene, although minute is over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Juneja. It's always great to have you on board. And with that, we come to the end of our plenary session today. International experiences, MSMEs as the road to sustainable development. We are very thankful to Ms. Sushma and Dr. Sunil Shukla for their informative and thought-provoking ideas, and also thankful to Dr. Raj Agarwal and Dr. Juneja for organizing such a very important conference forum coming at the right time post the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thanks to Chair. Thanks to Chair for very ably conducting this session. Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Dr.
Shukla, thank you.
Thank you, Sushma.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Juneja, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Juneja, sir. Thank you, Dr. Raj.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank our speakers with a round of applause.
Thank you.
We are now taking a lunch break and will resume the plenary session 3, digitization challenges for MSMEs at 2:30 p.m. sharp. I request you all to please stay logged in, else rejoin us using the same login link and credentials at 2:30. We will be keenly waiting for you to join us back.
Okay, thank you, Shalini.
Hello, Dr. Pandey. I am Tamal Datta Chaudhary. You are on mute.
Hello, hello. I'm not doctor. I'm Rajesh Pandey, simple Rajesh Pandey.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. The session has started or yet?
No. I think it's yet to start.
Yeah, somebody is asking me, Sagar Agrawal is asking me to put my name on Zoom. So my name is appearing on Zoom.
Yes, yes.
Who is Mr. Sagar somewhere from your admin? He's saying put your name on Zoom.
But I can see your name.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, Tamal Datta sir and Mr. Rajesh Pandey.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Hello, Dr. Juneja.
Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Juneja.
Juneja sir, namaskar. So good to see you again, sir.
Thank you.
How have you been, sir? How has been your health?
Good. Wonderful. Could be better.
Good, sir. I think there is always so much to thank God for.
Dignitaries, we are about to start the session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are starting with the third plenary session of AIMA's 11th MSME Convention, Digitization Challenges for MSMEs. It is our pleasure to welcome the session chair, Mr. Tamal Datta Chaudhary, Advisor, Center for Knowledge, Ideas and Development Studies. And our speakers, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey, Founder and CEO, Omniscient IT Solutions Private Limited, Mr. Ajay Kumar Thakur, Head SME and Startup BSc Limited, and Mr. Amit Raj Sinha, Managing Director and CEO, Sigachi Industries Private Limited. May I request Dr. Raj Agarwal to introduce the dignitaries and set up the context for the session.
Sorry. Thank you, Salini. It's my pleasure to introduce chairperson and other dignitaries of this session. First of all, Dr. Tamal Datta Chaudhary is a very prolific academician. What I see from his CV, he is a student of economics. He did graduation in economics from Presidency College, masters in economics from Calcutta University, also obtained PhD in economics from Johns Hopkins University. He taught in Calcutta University for 15 years and then joined financial institution, this Industrial Investment Bank of India, where he was Chief General Manager. So he has a very wide teaching experience of this 42 years plus 23 years academic, industry experience. He taught in top prestigious institutes like ISI, ICFI, and then this IFT, IMT. And he too has a very good international experience of teaching and working in various international universities. So I think that he is a very right person as far as this MSME sector is considered, because he has considerable experience both of academics as well as industry. Mr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey, he has 39 years of diverse experience. Started as a computer software programmer, and currently he is running Omniscient IT Solution Private Limited. This is a group established in 1985 as CMD, along with group companies of this particular organization. He did his master's in business administration from IMT Ghaziabad and done advanced diploma in computers IIBM Patna, Bihar. So welcome, Mr. Pandey. We have also with us Mr. Sinha. Yeah, Mr. Sinha. Yeah. So Mr. Amit Raj Sinha, currently he is the CEO and MD of Sigachi Industries Private Limited, and he is an Indian Navy veteran and has served on board warship and other vital defense installation. He has a master's in marine engineering and MBA from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. He is very active participants in pharma and food technological advancement. So welcome, Mr. Sinha. With your experience, I think that participants are definitely going to be benefited. We have from Bombay Stock Exchange, Mr. Another important speaker, Mr. Thakur, Ajay Kumar Thakur. Ajay Kumar Thakur has a very wide experience of managing a startup. And today I think that Mr. Thakur is also going to provide us information about startup, that kind of this problems, challenges which are faced by this startup. So with this introduction, I would request Mr. Tamal Datta Chaudhary to chair this session.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Juneja. It is very comforting to have eminent speakers in a panel. My job becomes relatively easier because they can cover different bases. You know, I've been following this convention from morning. I missed out on a couple of sessions, but if you look at the sequence, it is so well structured in the sense that it started off in the morning with MSMEs towards sustainable recovery, post-pandemic, not post-pandemic, pandemic and after. Then we had current issues and challenges. Then we discussed road to sustainable development. And in the post-lunch session, we are kind of going to break down this journey of MSMEs into digitization, very focused, innovation, and entrepreneurial culture. So I think kind of it's well balanced in the sense that it focuses on very important issues. And in particular, in the previous session, I heard Sushma speak on three major things. What she said, golden rule for small business success, like digitize, innovate, and export. So what I'll do is that I'll just to set the tone for this particular session. We have an hour's time. So we'll have something like 15 minutes of the speakers each, then we'll take question answers. Just for the participants and for my own understanding, I feel that You can break it down into three parts: digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. What each of them mean and their coverage, how they can benefit the MSMEs, who are the major players in this area, because we are looking at a very focused area by which MSMEs or people who are involved with MSMEs can get these units, be in touch with these players who can help them in this digital journey. We talked about government initiatives in the first part, which was very important, and a point was raised that there are a lot of initiatives, but MSMEs are not in a position to actually access them, don't even have information on that. There is a lot of data on how many MSMEs are there, to what extent do they contribute to GDP of India, what is the level of employment, what are the level of exports. But I don't think we talked about in the first half what has been the extent of adoption of digitization, or I mean all three: digitization, digitalization. If I break it down, what I don't think there's an estimate right now on, at least I am not aware of it. I'm sure the panel members can enlighten me, and whether we can develop a plan of action by which we can take these people, the MSME units, forward. And if we have time later on, we will get back to the benefits and all. I'm sure the panelists will speak. But broadly speaking, when we talk of this digital highway, the various terms that are used, that one comes across, are something which is very important, which is distributed ledger check technology, DLT, optical character recognition, of course, APIs. Artificial intelligence comes at a later part, in an advanced form, and big data analytics, etc. So representatives of, or in particular, Mr. Pandey and others who actually are hardcore IT people, they will be able to enlighten us enormously on these kind of areas. So what I'll do is that I'll just move on to Mr. Rajesh Pandey first. And if you can, sir, share your thoughts, and we'll take questions and answers at the very end. Oh, I forgot to mention that both Mr. Sinha and will come to your contribution also. But one important part that was discussed in the first session was from SBI, and we were talking about access to finance by MSME units in their journey, whether it is a hurdle. A lot of effort has been put through banks, both in the private sector and the public sector, and also non-banking financial services companies. But an important player in this area, in the Bombay Stock Exchange, Mr. Thakur will be able to highlight that, the path of accessing finance or gaining credibility in the market comes if you can get yourself listed on stock exchanges. Because the moment an unit gets listed on a stock exchange, a lot of transparency comes into the system, a lot of disclosure happens, a lot of information is available in the cloud. And I'm sure Mr. Pandey, Mr. Sinha, Mr. Thakur would emphasize that being on the cloud today is very important, because you get onto the digital highway, you kind of connect with suppliers, you kind of connect with customers, you connect with financiers, you connect with bankers. A lot of intermediation cost goes down. And one of the important aspects of that is that if you can be a part of a stock exchange, if you can get yourself listed, it's not an easy job. But if you can, if an MSME unit can, and I would urge AIMA also to take note of this and urge MSME units who have attained a certain level of turnover, etc., whatever requirements are there of the exchange. Because, the moment a unit gets listed on a stock exchange, the game changes totally. Immediately, the credibility of the unit rises. So I'll leave that discussion to Mr. Thakur at a later stage. It's a very important aspect. And the panel, I think, has been chosen very wisely. So I'll start off with Mr. Pandey.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
So I'm sharing it. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
See, Mr. Datta, Dr. Datta, you've rightly pointed out very, very vital points regarding MSME. And I'm being from IT, I'll not be able to answer all of your queries, but yes, something related to what we are doing, I can speak about. We have been working on the ground level and interacting with the companies, MSME companies, mostly our clients, SME and MSME companies. And we found that there are a lot of things which I can, highlight here. I have tried to present in a way that is understandable by most of the people. All kinds of people are here. So I'll not be talking most jargons of IT jargons. So this is, one pager credentials about my company, 37 plus years of, serving since 85, 2000 plus clients, 2600 websites, 50 plus custom software, 88 plus mobile apps we have done. This is just a one pager. So MSME facts, what you were I just noted out in research and found out around 6.3 crores MSME we have today. And MSME contributes around 29% of to GDP, near 50% of contribution towards total exports of India. 1/3 of manufacturing is covered by MSMEs. These are the facts which was I took it from MSME industry from November 96, 2021. Now, why MSME is called backbone of India is because the maximum, employment is generated by this sector. Multiple trades are being encouraged, substantial contribution to export earnings, and developing entrepreneurial skills. Because a lot of people are given employment, they learn, they earn. So that is how they make money, and they also develop their skills. But the pathetic state of MSME is that 8% of them are in good health, 13% managing somehow, 20% in danger zone, and almost 59% at closer stage. That's a very alarming kind of thing. What we have checked. So now I'll talk about the digitization. The topic was for digitization, but I felt that I should clear this. These two terms, digitization and digitalization, are used interchangeably, and it creates confusion at times. So now I found that you are much aware of, but still I had this thing that I wanted to clear this part. So digitization is just to convert the physical or analog data into a digital format. So that means scanning of a document, physical document, and or doing the data entry on Excel sheet, that is enough. That is called digitization. So, but this is a very basic level of digital health. What we have, I think almost everybody is doing digitization. Everybody is using spreadsheet. Everybody is using scanners and all that. So this is not a big challenge. Challenge is ahead. Challenge is in digitalization. So when we put this data, digitized data onto cloud or onto a software system, this is where the problem comes, because people are not much aware of and other things. So digitalization is the next level of digitization. It leverages digitization to improve business processes and make the information work for them. It converts processes to be more efficient, productive, and profitable. So it helps in revenue creation and improving business values and other things. So this is the basically difference in digitization and digitalization. And actual comes is digital transformation. So this is something that at four level: business processes transformation, business model transformation, domain transformation, and cultural transformation. These are all four transformation is a must for any company to use digital in a best way. Normally, people feel that they just have a website and they feel they are digital. They just start using email and they think they are all digital. That is not in normal course. I'm talking about the normal MSME lower level. They are not much aware of digital pathway actually. The struggle is that the compliance fulfillment is the basic. I have come across that people, they are not aware of the processes and systems, so they don't have the legal compliances and other things. They are stuck there only. A lot of people. Funds, they don't have the funds to operate the business. Sourcing fund also is difficult because they don't have good papers, so they don't get good funds. As you said, thinking about getting them listed is something beyond a lot of people in the kind of status we have right now. So brand value promotion they cannot think of unless they are listed and other things. So lack of technology adaptation, digitalization is the basic struggle for most of them. And the basic problem is education. They are not educated about it. So I have categorized in four broad categories for digitalization. One is finance related, awareness related, support oriented, and other pain areas. So finance is what you rightly highlighted. It is lack of adequate and timely access to finance, and that why it there, because MSME is considered by banks, they are considered to be high risk profile. They don't get fund. They are not entertained. The kind of system we have, financial institution, they are unfriendly, they're complicated systems, so they don't get easy access to funds, and that is why they go to different routes and they get into problems. So this is something which we need to think of. And awareness. Awareness is another big hurdle because digital awareness and financial awareness both are problem, and that is where they find themselves not growing the way they should have grown otherwise, because they don't know that one can go in a small way. They don't need to, because when you talk to somebody, I mean, we have come across this kind of problem. When you talk to somebody, they feel that computer lagana matlab bahut, IT lagana matlab it requires a lot of investment. But we have systems that you can go in a phased manner. You can go small way and grow big, and not the other way around. That is what I feel. So digital and financial literacy is important. That is where awareness challenge, I've categorized that. And another is support. Those who have the running business, they don't know how to manage business. Operational problems are there. Sales and marketing, they don't know. If the system is on digital platform, they can very well promote it in a proper way. So they can do better sales marketing. They can do better sales customer handling if they have a CRM. So these are things they don't have. So this is where we require them to make them aware and educate them and tell them about it. And IT related aspects also. Even I found that a lot of people, they don't know how to fill GST, ITR, TDS. These are the very, very basic things. And that is how, because we have been, our team have been working, and we know we have been interacting one-on-one. So no, we know these are the hard facts where MSME is facing problems. And other areas are, finding of skilled labor, multiple, following with multiple government agencies for various issues. There is no single window system for them to get into. Although the government has taken a lot of initiative and it's credible, but still lots to be done. Legal compliance requirement is a must. Once a small company has their legal papers in place, they can very, peacefully go to a bank. They can go to somebody, they can even think of growing and getting listed, as you have just suggested. So these are the challenges I could think of. And the conclusion is there is no escape from going digital. Government agencies and agencies like us, that we must be, give our attention to with high sensitivities. And facilities must be provided, awareness must be given, education must be provided. That is what is my submission for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. I have only one request, that you have been too modest and you did not highlight the kind of products that you have developed in support of the MSMEs. So at a later time, during the end, if you could just spend a couple of minutes on that.
Yeah, I can tell you, but because I thought that it was not for a product display, so I didn't talk about that. Mostly it was said that we should highlight about the problems what we're facing, and there's no shortcut formula what I have, but yes, we have many things. I just told you that they can start in a small way and go for a bigger way. They can highlight their business, they can be present on net, they can promote themselves. There are a lot of things we can do for them.
Because in your first slide you showed your various areas, apps, websites, etc. So I think under that, if you highlight, then for a person like you, see, my gain is whatever you say is my gain for me. So I'm here to learn.
I didn't have any intention to promote myself, my product, and also I just said we are here to talk about the basic thing. I'm ready. I don't have right now the ready thing to show you, but I can talk about it. There's no problem.
No problem. No issues. No issues. We'll get back.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to Mr. Sinha, Amit Raj Sinha. Sir, it's all yours, the floor.
Yes. So, very good afternoon to all of you. I'm delighted to present to you the challenges for MSMEs in digitization. During the session, I'll be helped and supported by my colleague, Jaideep Rao, who's helping me share the slides as I speak. So first and foremost, I'll take you through the structure of the whole presentation. I would be speaking on the need for digitization, the challenges for digitization, challenges during digitization, and of course, the conclusions. Now, if I look at the need for this particular aspect of digitization, I would see it as more of a change of perspective. The global COVID situation and the revolution in computing has pushed everyone to embrace the digital avatar first. The only way to win in a new business is to be adapting digital speed, the way groceries are delivered to us in the couple of hours at the residence. Things are being automated and we fail to question the current process. Automation will naturally be a distant dream if this doesn't come through. Data trends do carry a lot of intelligence, and not just for us, but for the competition as well. As they say, information is the oil of the 21st century, and analytics is the combustion engine. I'll move to the next slide. I'll speak on challenges for digitization. Now, my first challenge and my thought is our inability to rethink and reimagine. Intelligence is traditionally viewed as an ability to think and learn. Yet, in a turbulent world, there's another set of cognitive skills that might actually matter more. And that's the ability to rethink and relearn. We fail to get out of our zone of comfort and specific processes which are already defined, we continue to be with that, and we wouldn't kind of look at incremental improvements. And if we actually don't look at incremental improvements, transformational changes are not really there to happen. The next challenge I would look at is thinking physical versus thinking digital. See, I'm sure all of us relate to this slide. The capacity of data storage, what was there 20 years back and what it is there today, is changed phenomenally. The capacities have been growing by nearly 60% year on year. Data access rates have increased dramatically. Digital magnetic storages are getting cheaper. The papers are gradually reducing. The data, the active way we seek data is kind of getting incrementally better as we move. The trend is towards smaller, less costly, more rugged disks, more bits per unit area. Processing data is the key. Storing it physically is not really the best thing. And not using computing power is technically a crime. From traditional computing, world is actually moving on to, I would say, quantum computing. Quantum computing, has been at the forefront of pandemic efforts to manage and spread this disease of COVID. Development of therapeutics, possible vaccines has all been attributable to quantum computing. I would move to the next challenge, which is not having a clear growth business model, whereas versus having a focused business model. As a new technology rolls over you, you are not really part of the steamroller. You become part of the road. And for an example, I would say the digital disruption made by UPI. That's a classic example for the way the disruptions can be done. And as we speak, Master and Visa are gradually going out of business in India. E-com is another example of disruption in retail. That's all on the platform of digitization. Our next challenge would be, comparing our investments in the future technologies and investment in legacy IT infrastructure, which can kind of cater on the short term only. I would say if patience is a virtue, try running business on without high-speed internet. You would realize that how difficult life can be when our broadband is down. Data on cloud with restrictions to usage and download is the norm these days. Salesforce for managing the sales and CRM, SAP for managing the finance, HRMS for managing the other organization is the norm these days. And as an MSME, if you're not really part of these digital structures, you're not really set yourself on the path of growth. My next challenge would be to look at product orientation, whereas customer orientation. Like I spoke in the earlier slides, if you are customer centric, you would be looking at Salesforce as a platform. Over promoting products without being aware of the market dynamics is not really going to benefit you in any way. Even if it benefits you, it will be a short-term sale, but it will not be a consistent increased sales. While we focus on the customer and we look at building the digital footprints, we can actually track the way the customer is looking and come back and improve over our products basis what the customer is looking out for. Our other challenge would be, security with monthly, quarterly updates, whereas having a self-built, agile, and alert system. When you secure things right, people won't be sure you have done everything at all, and it's that seamless. There's a saying that treat your password like a toothbrush. Don't let anybody else use it, and get a new one every couple of months. There's an estimate that approximately 2/3 of the people use the same password for more than one account. Imagine if there is a data breach and you have the same password, what is the kind of data breach depth you can kind of expect for such a fiasco? And as we have come to realize, the idea that security starts and ends with the purchase of pre-packaged firewalls is all misguided. It's never that way. The 5 most efficient cyber defenders, I would say, are anticipation, education, deception, detection, reaction, and resilience. I just want to tell you that cybersecurity is much more than an IT topic, and that is something we all need to be focusing as MSMEs. My challenge next would be, working on unprotected siloed data versus working on an organized data. There's a saying that, it takes 20 years to build a reputation and few minutes of cyber incidents to ruin it. There were a couple of very big IT firms in the news maybe a year back when there was a heavy data breach, and they were in it for all the wrong reasons. I'm sure you believe that reputation is a cornerstone of sales. However, once you suffer a major cyber incident that's published all over the news, you are bound to lose market share and in turn lose your reputation. There will be, of course, situations where we have to work out and overcome, but we need to make sure that your cyber security is unassailable. We need to be building data models and enriching with data consistently that can lead to unimaginable insights and benefits, not just working in silos. There was a saying that where there is data smoke, there is bound to be a business fire. So I move to my next slide, the challenge, decision-making by intuition and decision-making based on certain data approach and intuition. All MSMEs would agree with me that we have traditionally been doing decision-making by intuition. But I would say as we have ready access to data that comes in with digitization, the decision-making gets better with each passing day. Big data will replace the need for 80% of the doctors. This is what Vinod Khosla has said, the co-founder of Sun Microsystems. If we have data, let's look at the data. If we have opinions, then it is my opinion, and that is what is intuition. The prime objective of the MSME should be to turn data into information and information into insights. And when you have deep insights based on data, you can actually be taking the right decisions. So we again come back to being digitized. Now I come back to the ninth challenge for digitization, which is, the first rule of any technology used in a business is that automation applied to an efficient operation will magnify the efficiency. And the second rule is that automation applied to an inefficient operation will magnify the inefficiency. You can see that on the picture in the slide. Now I'll come in for challenges during digitization. That's another issue because, as we accept ourselves and think that we ought to go for digitization, and when we commence, we realize that it's a completely different ballgame, and we need to be ready for those challenges as MSMEs. I would come to the first challenge of rethinking and reimagining. How does your product development look like with access to technology and data? We need to be rethinking and reimagining on our product, process, service, infrastructure, the culture, and our approach to the market. Will it be wise to relook at the traditional ways of processes that were running in the organization? If yes, can we digitize those processes? How can, as an organization, improve service that I give to my customers? Can I build a sinking in multi-locational facility? Our company has facilities across India and the US, and in India we have across 3 different states. How are we managing this sinking in? That's all possible because we have a digital platform and everybody logs into the digital platform, including the production guys. That makes it very easy for us to estimate what is required next week and the next month. The next challenge would be the transformational cycle. If I would like to put the transformational cycle, it would be from the need and the thought, and then rethinking and reimagining our processes, building up systems, monitoring those systems, and then acting on the insights and then making decisions which is in line with customer centricity. I would put broadly, there are 4 different challenges which come in. The first and foremost is developing the IT infrastructure. gathering data, recognizing the patterns, and then working on the data security as you build the data infrastructure. And then again, going back to rethinking and reimagining, keeping the focus on the customer. When you have these four things aligned, customer is bound to win. And with customer, it is you who's bound to win. I would want to conclude in my remarks. In the concluding statement, I would say, if knowledge is power, knowing when we don't know is actually wisdom. Need for digitalization is coming strongly from ever-changing global context. Challenges are more around mindset than actually around infrastructure. Challenges for MSMEs can actually be overcome if your organization takes up digitalization as a strategic objective. It might not just be growth, profitability, customer centricity. It could also be digitization. Genius is novel ideas that cater to the digitization need. Impact, however, comes from action and continuous improvement, rethinking and reimagining, like I spoke. I'll come down to my biggest learning, the magic of rethinking. I'm sure all of you are aware of BlackBerry. BlackBerry was designed and developed by Research in Motion way back in 1999. All those on the higher age bracket would have been, sure, sometime used a BlackBerry mobile. It was a Canadian company and founded by tech maverick Mike. Even though they were ahead of the curve, the downfall began with the introduction of iPhone in 2007. BlackBerry failed to anticipate the emergence of the app economy, the technology which was meant for the iPhone and the Android-based devices. Even though the idea was floated internally, Mike didn't respond to it. And rest is history. What I would like to remind myself is never ever fail to rethink and reimagine. If you can rethink and reimagine, your digital platform, the digital runway is ahead of you, and it would only speed up your growth as an MSME. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was wonderful talking to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. I'm sure the listeners have been able to appreciate his strong management education background, as I understand, from ISB, Hyderabad, and a person trained in the marine side and then getting into management and then getting into the IT area, etc. Whatever he has said so far, everything has a very strong management tilt to it, that if you lack perspective, if you lack vision, if you lack the desire, then even if you have lots of money, you may not be able to achieve the desired objective. And he has perfectly aligned digitization with customer acquisition, branding, positioning, everything. So it's a nice integration between management and the topic of the day. So thanks a lot, Mr. Sinha. We'll come back to you again with questions from the audience as and when it transpires. So over to you, Mr. Ajay Kumar Thakur. I'm eagerly waiting to hear from you.
Thanks, Tamalji. My subject is totally different. It's related to financial market. In fact, perhaps my introduction has not come properly. But of course, recently I have completed 25 years in BSc, responsible for starting the first ever SME exchange in India, and recently the first ever startup stock exchange in India. So these two things I have done, and fortunately the SME exchange has been very successful. Almost 360 SMEs listed, another 60 are in pipeline, and these 360 SMEs have raised almost more than 4,000 crore rupees. And today the market capitalization, it's really very interesting to tell you guys that the market capitalization has crossed 54,000 crores. It's something that even when I have started SME exchange against all odds, because we have the precedence of OTCI, which has failed miserably. And whenever I go to the people talking about the SME exchange, I was demotivated time and again that when OTCI has not succeeded, how come your SME exchange will succeed with the same guidelines? So it was an entrepreneurial journey all through these years, and nothing succeeds like success. So of course, this SME exchange has become very successful. Now we all are talking about, digitization, which is a very important component of any growing SMEs. We all know most of the companies which have transformed, it's because of automation and digitization. But one very important aspect, which I think is very much important, is related to finance. In last 10 years, let me tell you, I have across the country done 1,500 seminars. And today I am sitting in 300th webinar. So continuously trying to keep on creating awareness. And let me tell you, in last 10 years, I have met more than 36,000 promoters and seen their balance sheet. The turnover was between 10 crores, in some cases 5 crores to 500, 600 crores. But in most of the cases, the bottom line, that is the profit, was a very meager amount. It was hardly between 5 lakh rupees to maximum 3 to 4 crore in 97 to 98% of the company. And try to read this balance sheet. And sometimes I feel that whether I should call it a balance sheet or imbalance sheet. So these things always keep on coming to mind. And one reason that I have found there was that most of these balance sheets were over leveraged. And time and again, we have the tendency, and everywhere we are talking about giving the debt financing, and very less talk about equity financing. And that's the reason, what I have found, that most of these SMEs have been bulldozed by debt financing. Over leveraged balance sheet, and most of the time it gave me an impression that these promoters are running the company to service the debt, then growing the company or making it profitable or bringing some new things in their company. So this is a big and major problem that has kept on motivating me, keep on meeting the promoters, talking about equity listing and equity funding. But somehow I found that financial literacy in India is very less. Recent survey has shown that 27% of Indians are only financially literate. But when it comes to companies financing, I don't think it is more than 0.5 to 1% after talking to so many promoters. So this is the major reason why the promoters been unable to use the finance in the right manner, in the right way, so that they can make their balance sheet look like a healthy balance sheet and transform the company and take it to the new level. The reason for launching this SME exchange was to ensure that these SME promoters should get equity financing. And equity financing has a very good component and very important component in it, that it doesn't give you a headache of servicing it on monthly basis. Just keep on growing your company, your business, and don't think about it, because the investors who are investing in the company, by the definition of equity, are the owner of your company by the amount which they are holding the equity. So not much of interference, not servicing the funding. Just keep on growing your company and these investors will make money. But unfortunately, if say some year or 2 years you have not been able to perform, you'll never see any investors coming to your house and doing tandem. They will help you in doing the business. They will tell you to grow the business. No hanky-panky, they will not take your land, building, plant and machinery and auction it. So it's very important for the SME promoters to come. And that's why, time and again, I keep on moving to the country, across the country, Jammu, Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and from, Punjab to, Manipur and Sikkim. Keep on talking to the promoters, but they are very difficult not to crack. Meeting 36,000 promoters and bringing almost 450 companies in this on the stock exchange is really a very difficult task. And it also gives me an impression that only Ajay Thakur is talking, but there are 100 other factors there who are demotivating, always telling the promoters that listing means you have to do lots of compliances. Now, having said all those things, let me tell you that from the day we were launching this SME platform and making the guidelines, we were aware that the SME promoters don't have the bandwidth to do the compliances. So we have reduced the post-listing compliances to minimal. In fact, the promoter has to file half-yearly unaudited result with the stock exchange and yearly audited results. Very less compliance. Then they have to file the shareholding pattern again on half-yearly basis. Again, it's a very seamless. And third, they have to call for an AGM on yearly basis. I think these are the simple transparency and the compliances that these promoters have to do. And at least this much is required because equity is the safest instrument in the hands of the promoters and riskiest instrument in the hands of the investors. So always investors would like to have some sort of transparency in the company. And that's why we have put this minimal transparency or minimum compliances in the company so that they should make the investors aware of what is going on into the company. Also, listing process have been kept simpler. Means, merchant bankers, what I have created, because initially when I started this SME platform, let me tell you, I don't have a single merchant banker who was ready to come with me and tell me and say that, okay, sir, I will get this company listed. So I have created a new set of merchant bankers, the small merchant bankers, who can bring these companies onto the stock exchange in a very cost-effective manner. And let me tell you, this listings is such a cost-effective process that at a very minimal cost, these companies are getting listed. So both the things are there and the guidelines have been simplified. What we are saying that there are only 3 eligibility criteria that we have kept. We say that the company needs to be in existence for a minimum period of 3 years. In any one of the preceding 3 years, they should have operating profit. And third, the net tangible assets should be minimum 1.5 crores. So these are the 3 mini eligibility criteria. And I think most of the companies can fulfill these eligibility criteria. Now, when I am saying that 3 years company, I mean to say that even the proprietorship concern or the partnership concern or LLP or private company, in any form, if you have completed 3 years, you are eligible to get listed onto the stock. Because we know that 90% of the companies in this country or a firm, you can say, are either proprietorship, partnership or private limited company. So we have kept this eligibility criteria same for all type of firms. So this is the eligibility criteria. Now the question arises, and most of the people who are seeing this webinar are SME promoters. Now the question arises, and Tamalji, you have rightly said about some of the benefits. But again, let me elaborate, and within 5-7 minutes, I will elaborate that. Now, what are the benefits of getting listed? Number one, equity funding comes. And by equity funding, you can expand your business. You can use it at working capital, whatever way. Don't use it for personal purpose. That's not the reason for which the investors are giving you. Don't buy Mercedes and all those things from investors fund. Use it in the company. That is very much required for whatever purpose. Even if you are over leveraged, you can reduce your bank financing or debt financing through this funding. So that is the one thing. The second thing is, as I have talked about, unhealthy balance sheet. With the equity financing coming into the balance sheet, there will be a balance between debt and equity, and it will become healthy balance sheet because there will be a lesser cash outflow from the system. Third benefit is because the balance sheet is becoming healthy, therefore unlocking of the valuation of the company will start. When Reliance 50 years back got listed, it got listed at 11 crore market capitalization. Today it's 18 lakh crore market capitalization. So unlocking of the value of the company, maybe the assets are not that much, but the valuation you can unlock by getting your company listed. That is the third thing. Fourth benefit, you can retain best of your employees by giving them ESOPs and bring belongingness in their company, which can again, increase the profitability and revenue of the company. That is the fourth benefit. Unlisted company ESOPs are like piece of paper. It likes fooling the employee. So when it's listed, it will start unlocking the value of the even the employees who are holding the ESOPs. The fifth benefit is your equity becomes a currency. Unnecessarily, it may be lying somewhere with the charter accountant or in your locker. You don't know even the value of the company, or rats may be eating your share certificate. But when you get your company listed, this equity becomes a currency. And I always say there are only two persons who issue the currency. One is RBI governor and another is the promoter of the company when it gets listed. But the rupee has got depreciation because of inflation, but equity has got the appreciation the way company progress. And in case of rupee, the RBI governor writes, I promise to pay the bearer the denomination of the company, of the rupee. In the case of listing, the promoter is not giving the guarantee. So in any sense, the promoters are much more powerful than the RBI governor when they are issuing the equity. But by getting the funds, they are using it in the company, which will increase the valuation of the company and valuation of the share certificate. And the seventh or very important thing is that this equity over the time becomes the collateral. And when it becomes the collateral, after some years, if you don't want to dilute your equity further, you can place these shares with NBFCs or the banks, and you can get the funds. So I don't remember anything that has been invented by the mankind, which is such beautiful, such charming for the promoters to grow their company or transform their company. And many of the times I tell the SME promoters, you go for loan to the banks or the NBFC, give me the name of a single bank which is not listed. So if the banks are getting listed to capitalize themselves, why not you? And BSE has started this SME platform to ensure that there should be equitable growth and big growth in these SME companies so that they can take to the next level. So with your platform, I would like to request these SME promoters, please come, get yourself listed. We will give you red carpet welcome. We will give you hand holding. We will help in your growth as long as you are working under the laws of the land and the rules and regulations of the stock exchange. So with these words, thanks a lot to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Thakur. I knew that my questions would be answered in such great detail, and I'm sure the other panelists also have benefited. And it's my request to Dr. Agrawal and Dr. Juneja and others in AIMA that you should have a separate focused discussion with SMEs regarding the benefits. And one benefit, of course, which Mr. Thakur maybe would have mentioned if he had time, was that if you get listed, your probability of a credit rating goes up. So your rate of interest on your borrowing also falls. So it's a double whammy when you get yourself listed. So I think it's a very crucial thing. So Dr. Agrawal will now go and see.
Yes, we have questions.
Yeah.
First for Mr. Thakur, two important questions. First is this, that somebody is telling that he has started, you have started SME exchange and lately startup exchange at BSE. So in BSE, we have so many indexes. This Nifty is there, this large cap is there, mid cap is there, bank Nifty is there. So do you have any plan to start this, this index specifically for MSME sector?
Of course, we will start. We have one SME IPO index. Now it has grown like anything. In this year itself, it has grown almost 10 times. But what happens after every 2 years, there is an option for the SMEs to migrate on the main board once they become big. So this number keep on changing. And that's why, we have not created any index as of now.
Okay. And another question, you said that there are the two currencies. But this third currency, this cryptocurrency, this is gaining a lot of ground, and then there is a talk about this regulation also. So how this is affecting, this cryptocurrency is affecting liquidity in the stock market?
No, sir. In fact, I would not like to comment, being the regulator, I would not like to comment on cryptocurrency. But anything which is bullish is always going to attract the investors. It always happens. When the market is going up, everybody jumps. When cryptocurrency was 14,000, we have got lesser number of investors. When it is 40,000, you have got maximum number of investors, and then media and everybody talks about that. So that's how the awareness about that currency keeps on getting created. But having said that, let us talk about and focus about the stock market. Let me tell you, in 147 years, we are in existence for last 147 years. So in 145 years, we have created 3 crore investors. 3 crore investors, that is 30 million investors got registered with BSE. In last 1.5 years, during the COVID period, we have added another 6.5 crore investors. And maybe very soon, you will find that we have investors more than the farmers of the country. So the way, number of investors are growing, that there is sufficient liquidity into the system.
Yeah.
The AUM, asset under management of the mutual fund, has grown to 44 lakh crores. Okay, so there is sufficient liquidity into the system. The problem is not related to liquidity. The problem related to number of the companies approaching to the stock exchange for listing. I think most of these promoters should not try to approach to the capital market to raise funds for their growth and expansion. They should not keep on putting the load onto the banking system only. You need to now start looking towards the capital market for their growth. You use that growth funds.
Agreed.
So with your permission, Dr. Agarwal, sir, if I may speak.
Yeah, you may have a permission of chairperson. This is
Please.
what that questions came to me. So
Please
I
go ahead.
facilitated chairperson. Yeah.
So Kamal Datta, sir, if I
Please
may...
go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So I would like to speak and convey to the audience here that I have known Ajay Kumar Thakur sir for a reasonable number of years. And like he speaks, I have met him here in FAPSI, Hyderabad, I think 4 years or 5 years back, and he had done the same pitch. It was because of this pitch and because of the system, the way he spoke about unlocking the value of the company, that we thought we would make it. And as things progressed and things moved positively, initially when we conceptualized, we thought we would list on the SME exchange. But when we actually start doing the maths, we realized that we were eligible for listing on the main stock exchange. And rightfully, Sigachi got listed on the 15th of November. And during the listing process, I understand Sigachi broke a 13-year record of the listing gains done by any company. We had a listing gain of 270%, which was a 13-year record done. So I would all this is attributable only because, Thakur sir spoke to me and my father, and he kind of stressed on the comfort you would have if you were able to unlock the value of your company on the stocks. And rightfully, this happened only because we had digital systems all set in place. We could extrapolate it, we could magnify it, we could multiply it and increase productivity just by incremental changes. Thank you very much, Tamal Datta sir, and of course, Thakur sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for your experience with and interaction with Mr. Thakur. It was an excellent discussion. We had great people from various walks, specialized people, and I am enriched after the end of this session. Thanks a lot, Dr. Agrawal, Dr. Juneja.
Thank you, Dr. Tamal Datta, for conducting so effectively and so efficiently, and that too well on time. So thank you, really, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And really, this very nice panel. This I too applied for your share, this Sigachi, and didn't get it.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank our speakers with a round of applause. Moving towards the next session, let us welcome our speakers for the session on innovating towards a sustainable future. Mr. Arup Majumdar, Chief Executive Officer, Trinity Consulting Group. Mr. Trilok Kumar Jain, Director, Ecosystem for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Mr. Arun Kumar Sarma, Director General Nectar, and Ms. Pallavi Srivastava, Co-founder and Director ProgCap. May I request Dr. Raj Agarwal to introduce the dignitaries and set up the context for the session.
Thank you, Shalini. So first of all, it's my pleasure to introduce a chairperson of this session, Mr. Arup Majumdar, to whom I know for last so many years. He has a BTech from IIT Kanpur and MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. And he is a very passionate about MSME development. He has worked in several organizations, and currently he is a CEO of charity we too have with us next speaker, Dr. Arun Kumar Sarna. He took charge as a Director General of Northeast Center for Technology Application and Reach, known as NECTAR. And Professor Sarma holds doctoral degree in physics from IASST and Guwahati University, Assam, in a year 1999. After completing first doctoral research work at Institute of Space and Aeronautical Science, ISAS, he worked as a scientist also at CPP-IRR Extension Center, Government of India, for more than 1.5 years. We have with us Dr. Trilok Jain. Dr. Trilok Jain is a professor in the School of Business and Commerce in Manipal University, Jaipur. He is basically a social entrepreneur. He has been conducting workshop and webinar on social entrepreneurship, sustainability, and social innovation. He is writing a lot also in newspaper, Times of India, and various other newspapers. And he is also writing case studies that is very, very good on this micro and small enterprises, and also promoting small enterprises from social perspective. We too have with us Ms. Pallavi. She is a co-founder and director of ProCap, one of the largest provider of last miles financing solution in India. At ProCap, her goal is to revolutionize the path of financial access and empower the millions of small companies in our country. So with these words, I welcome Mr. Arup Majumdar to start this session. Thank you very much. Yeah, Arup. Mr. Arup has joined. Arup has not joined. Hello. Yeah, he has come. Hello. Yeah, Mr. Arup, have you joined? Yeah, Mr. Arup Majumdar.
Can you hear me, Dr. Raj?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, please.
Okay, sorry, there was a delay in connection.
I have already introduced you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I have. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, Dr. Raj and Dr. Juneja for inviting me here. Okay.
Sorry, there was a delay in connection. I have already introduced you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just give me a second. There seems to be a echo, so I just need to get out of this.
Echo is there.
Dr. Raj and Dr. Juneja, invite me here. Just give me a second. There seems to be a echo. I just need to get out of this. Okay, now is this better?
Fine.
When I was going through the session today, it seems that it is beautifully laid out, and I thought that there could be an acronym by which we could look at the different topics. And it came to my mind that the word when I was going through the session today, it seems that it is beautifully laid out.
Have you joined by two sources?
We could look at the different topics. And it came to my mind that the word. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what's going wrong here. Let me log out and join again. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Let me log out and join again. Give me a second. Okay, is this okay now?
Yeah, it appears now it is okay.
Okay, I have logged out from every other place. So the acronym I thought was SITE, which is sustainability, innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. And as I lay the stage, okay, I have logged out from every other place. So the acronym I thought was SITE, which is sustainability, innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. And as I lay the stage, so the acronym I thought was SITE, which is sustainability, innovation.
There is a echo. There is a repetition, Mr. Arun.
Okay, why don't you take over, Dr. Raj? I'm just going to try to join again.
Fine, sir. So we can start with the Professor Arun Sarma. Sir, please, your thoughts first. Yeah.
Namaskar. Good afternoon to all of you.
Yeah.
Actually, when I thought that this program to give a presentation in this program about the innovation and the technology, so I thought that let me just introduce you to some technology that we have developed of late. So can I just share my slides?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So I will not go in details about the nectar. So I will just directly go to the different applications and innovative technology that we have developed through the small entrepreneurs basically, and which can really take to the market in a larger way. So this is what I would just like to, and this is basically what our main mandate is, that to initiate some technology which are there in the labs, or if it needs some kind of customization to make it possible, so that it can be applicable to the society, which are very the rural society of the Northeast. So in that context, basically we have customized few technology, and then we did some R&D on that and tried to find out some innovative way to make it really applicable for the society. So basically we have been working on different fields. We have been working on textile and fabrics, agriculture, food and poultry, basically wide open. We have been working on all sectors basically. Now, some of the technologies that we have developed and the output of the technology that I can show you, you can see from here, that there are so many, the pottery items are available in various parts of the Northeast, which basically they are doing by the traditional way of hands and feet. So we introduced some technology over there, which are available in our lab, in various CSIR lab and also DRDO lab, and we customize as per the related soils of those particular regions, and make some very productive technology and transfer that technology to the society, and then out of that you could make this very nice antique product over there. You can see this kind of product over there, which are now available in the market. Similarly, we also introduced some technology to create the yoga mat from the nuisance. Nuisance means the water hyacinth, which is basically nuisance, and that this is 100% biodegradable yoga mat. And not only the yoga mat, many other items related to handicraft items from the yoga mat could be possible to make it. But only thing is that the pitch point is that we introduce some small intervention over there through the technology, so that the productivity rate can be increased over there. So this is one of the technology. I'll show you some more details about that. Similarly, in the bamboo sector, we have introduced so many technologies to produce many products. One of the few of the important products are that we have produced a bamboo bottle, which is very much eco-friendly, and which could be which could replace the plastic bottles like anything. And at the same time, there is one very recent development, is that there is one research paper that is developed in Cambridge University about the bamboo cricket bat, which can replace the willow cricket bat. And it is first time we have developed that cricket bat in our country. Now the testing process is going on to the knock and other things. And I hope that this will take a huge market. As we know that cricket is a game in our country where every corners of the country is people are playing the cricket. So I think this could give a huge amount of livelihood sustainability to the rural people of the Northeast region. Similarly, we are also working with the bamboo, a typical bamboo honey bottle, which is unbreakable basically, and it is also looking very the finished product. As you can see that it is launched by the Tripura Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister. So these are some bamboo related product, but all this product we developed through an indigenous technology developed by ourselves. That indigenous technology that we have developed by ourselves, and these are, I can show you some of the technology, that innovative technology that we have developed. So one of the, as I told you, that to produce the bamboo bottle, to produce the cricket bat, all this technology, this is what developed by us. You can see that how fast we can make it, and it's very user friendly. Anybody can use it through proper training. You can see that this is one of the machine. This whole machine is basically developed by us. You can see the Make in India over there, and we customize the machine and develop that machine in a very user-friendly way, so that people are really make it possible with the small amount of training. People can make it use it in a proper way. Similarly, one more technology that we have developed in collaboration with the IIT Delhi here. This is what basically related to the tourists who are going to the northeast or the other part of the regions, where they all for the tracking part to hot their food products without using any power. This is what this is the, you can see this. This is the simple thing. This is the pad that we are putting, and then you give the water over there, and then you just close it. This is cold water, and you just close it. You will see that within 1 minute the temperature goes up like anything, and this is very cost effective. Similarly, you can also make tea. This is one, and this is the pot we have made by the 3D printing. Similarly, looking at the context of the COVID, we have made some this nano copper deep coating cotton fabrics for the masks and the gloves. This is one, and of course this is cricket bat. This is what we have. So these are some simple technology that we have developed in-house developed, so that it could be useful for the rural society of our country. So if somebody requests some more discussion about that, I can discuss about that.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. It's nice to know about the different innovative technologies which is being used, which are sustainable. I'd like to take a step back and reflect on the words of Peter Drucker. He said that marketing and innovation produce results and value. The rest is all cost. Dramatic as it may sound, if you look at all the discussions we have with the MSME promoters and the owners, most of the time the discussion is focused around sales, finance, production, management, legal, and people. It is very rare that I get to have a discussion on innovation and marketing. When you look at the GII, or the Global Innovation Index, which was released for 2021, then amongst the top 5 innovating nations, it is Switzerland, Sweden, US, and UK. They have been consistently in the top 5 for the last 5 years in a row. It's the first time in 2021 that Korea came as the 5th. And if you look further down the list, then our Asian neighbors, Singapore is 8th, China is 12th, Japan is 13th incidentally, Hong Kong is 14th. And I was trying to look for India, it came to number 46. So I was intrigued by the fact that what is it which makes up the Global Innovation Index? So when you look at the parameters which goes on into defining how innovative is a country, there are 5 or 7 pillars which are used. One is what type of institutions are there? It means the political environment, the regulatory environment, how friendly are they? It talks about the human capital. It talks about the infrastructure, which is your communication technology, information technology. It talks about market sophistication. It talks about business sophistication. And then it looks at the output, It looks at what are the knowledge and technology outputs which has come out in terms of IP filings and stuff like that. It looks at the creative outputs in terms of the intangible as well as the tangible output. So the question is, if we are ranked 46, what is the ecosystem and what are the enablers for innovation to happen? And I would like to ask this question and get the ball rolling with Dr. Trilok Jain, as he is the head of ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship. So, sir, would you like to give your opinion as to how would you define the ecosystem? And in your opinion, what are the enablers for innovation to flourish? And then subsequently, we'll talk about that what are the impediments which actually prevent that?
Am I audible?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to offer my humble salutations to the legendary figures in the field of business management, Professor Juneja and Professor Raj Agarwal. Their contribution to the field of management education has been tremendous. And when we talk about innovation hub or innovation ecosystem, it is very important to appreciate and recognize the contribution made by these people and other such scholars who have tried to introduce management education and made management education widespread across the country, which has helped small and medium enterprises to transform themselves with the mainstream as per the changing times, changing technologies, and changing markets. The ecosystem depends upon a community. We have to create communities of entrepreneurs. We have to create communities or forums where people are able to share their innovations. What is required is that we have to create a large number of online forums on which entrepreneurs can share their ideas and innovations, because there is still lack of it. AIMA has done pioneering work. I must salute AIMA's contribution. In every city, management centers have been started because of AIMA. But considering the size of our country, considering the scale at which India is operating, India is a subcontinent in itself. We need far more such initiatives. Of course, the initiatives of AIMA are commendable, but such initiatives need to be copied, replicated, spread all over the country. For example, in Ahmedabad, we have Ahmedabad Management Association, which is doing wonderful work. Similar initiatives are required in every city. Even small cities should have management centers. On this important platform, I would like to make 3 requests to all the people who are listening to me. These 3 requests are based on my own experiences, first-hand experiences. These 3 requests are: first, every industry must tie up with academic institutions, local academic institutions. And the gap between academic institutions and industries must be minimized. They must work as partners. And this partnership should be at various levels. Every student should spend at least 6 months in a year working in local industry and learning the basic principles, hand-based work. That is the most important thing. For example, I hail from a small city called Bikaner. In Bikaner, we have large number of small units engaged in manufacture of sweets, namkeen, bhujia, papad, and a lot of food products. Bikaner is known for food products. Now, these local small entrepreneurs who are doing very good work, if they have a tie-up with local industries, local institutions, both are working together, what will happen? A student is studying some subject in an institution, another 6 months he is working in marketing or in production operations in a small unit and learning. And this will create India of tomorrow. Remember, if students start having hands-on experiences working in industries, if they work under the leadership of entrepreneurs, if they are working in startups, if they are working in entrepreneurs, they will have a great role models before them, rather than reading about frauds and all these things in newspapers. They will start reading about startups, they will start reading about entrepreneurs, they will start reading the biographies of great entrepreneurs of India, and they will start dreaming about becoming entrepreneurs of tomorrow. That is my one request number one. That will help us in creating a great ecosystem tomorrow, because due to some or other mistakes, we have destroyed the ecosystem for entrepreneurship in our India during last some 7 decades. We have to revive this ecosystem, and for that, the youth are the most important thing. Let us start with the youth. Let us start with the youth. Let us give the youth the opportunity they deserve. Let us give the students an opportunity to do internship with some startup, with some entrepreneurs. That is my request one. And I hope all of you who are entrepreneurs, who are engaged with micro small entrepreneurship, would endorse this opinion, and this will help us. Every university should modify the program. Our university has done it. I am in Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur. We encourage our students to work with industry along with studies. They are given an opportunity to spend 1 semester in industry. They are given an opportunity to work on live projects. And I request every institute to have this kind of provision. Every institute, every university should encourage the students to spend 1 semester with the industry. And every institute and every university should encourage the faculty members also to spend at least 2 months, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months working with local industries on their projects. That will help us in creating a knowledge-driven society. Because right now there is disconnect. The institute or the universities are doing some research work separately without any connection with local small industries. What is required is that the local small industries and local academic institutions, they should work together, hands each other. That is my request one. Second request is with regard to sustainable development goals. These sustainable development goals should become part and parcel of our strategies. Every entrepreneur should start incorporating sustainable development goals into their business strategy, and government should give full support in these aspects, financial support as well as other support. I tell you, our country can become global leader in achieving sustainable development goals if both industry also comes forward and government also pushes full support. For example, let's talk about plastics, or let's talk about pollution, or let's talk about renewable energy. Now, in Rajasthan, the government has recently encouraged the companies to come forward and start production of biodiesels. So 2 companies have started. I hope many more small companies will come to start manufacturing the biodiesel. This initiative has come, of course, from government support. Private entrepreneurs are coming. This will create a chain of reactions. Such kind of initiatives, such kind of innovations should be shared across the country. The newspaper should flash this news, and we should have online forums on which such points should be discussed. If small entrepreneurs are coming forward, if small companies are coming forward to introduce new technologies for achieving sustainable development goals, such initiatives should be widely shared. Why do not we share these things? And that will help other companies to take inspiration and take follow-up. Third request I am making on this important platform is that social entrepreneurship should become the most important thing for these micro entrepreneurs. Micro entrepreneurs, small entrepreneurs, they must take up social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship has now become very important issue. I started my research on social entrepreneurship in 1990. At that time, this word was not existent. That time, people were not talking about it. Today, social entrepreneurship is very important area. Lot of funding is available. Lot of funding agencies are available. Worldwide, lot of funds have emerged, which are ready to finance in the sectors of social entrepreneurship. So we need to promote social entrepreneurship that will help us in driving the future, that will help us in creating the future that we really want. So these are my three requests that I'm making on this important platform. I repeat those three platforms, the three requests. First, the industry and institutions should work together closely. Students should be given internship in every unit, and these internship by the students and participation of faculty members in local industries will be important in creating the ecosystem of tomorrow. My second request and third request were to introduce social entrepreneurship and promote it, and promote the sustainable development goals, and share the innovations of small industries across the country in the field of social development. I hope these three requests will help us in creating the right ecosystem for entrepreneurship. Thank you for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. Thank you for telling us about your three requests. When we look at the pool of graduates who are coming out of engineering and business schools, we see an increasing trend towards them trying to say no to corporate and try to set up their own businesses. So what we try to do as a consulting firm is to understand what is the innovator's DNA? What makes a person or a company innovative? And that was the research we tried to do. And the first thing which came out was that you have to have the courage to innovate, because innovation, by definition, always involves risk. So taking risk and challenging the status quo, that becomes a very important part of starting the thought process of innovation. Then there are certain behavioral skills which comes in the process of innovation, which is question. You question the natural wisdom that, okay, this is how it has been done, this is how it works, this is how it should be working, but question. So questioning is skill number one. Observing. Many times innovative ideas come from other places where the cross-pollination factor becomes very important, that if you are in a certain industry, it is not necessary that all the innovative ideas will come from that industry only. If you do and observe the best practices and what is happening in other industries, you can pick up very creative, innovative ideas which can be tailored to your particular circumstance. So observing is the second one. The third one is networking, like what we are doing today, and what Dr. Raj and Dr. Juneja has been so successful in doing is bringing people onto a forum where we can talk and share our opinion. So networking is the third quality that should be in the DNA of the innovator. The fourth one, which is very important also, is experimenting. Because unless and until we experiment, then whatever we have in our mind stays on a piece of PowerPoint presentation. So these are the behavioral skills of questioning, observing, networking, and experimenting, which should become a part of the DNA of the innovator. Now, there's another thing which you need. We need to the cognitive skills to tie all this up together and bring it in context of what we are trying to do in trying to create an innovation. And innovation could be in product, it could be in process, it could be in business models, it could take a form of any. And here I would like to turn to Pallavi and ask her that, given her experience in last mile financing, how would you like to express your thought on innovation, or bringing in innovation in how you support the MSME and people who are trying to give up or get up in the ecosystem as entrepreneurs?
Thank you, Mr. Majumdar. It's a very interesting question, and I would like to thank everyone for giving the opportunity, to be here in this esteemed panel. So I think the way I look at innovation, I would like to make a separation here between innovation and entrepreneurship. I think both are two very different things. We may have an innovative idea, but how do you take that innovative idea to the customers for whom that innovation has been done and really make it into a scalable and sustainable business model are two very different traits. And often we confuse innovators with entrepreneurs and vice versa. I personally believe that an idea is only as good as its execution. So a lot of us, come up with ideas, but I think it's very important to take those ideas to scale and really reach out to masses. In the investing VC world, there's always this question that we come across, whether what is what's the TAM for this, right? The targetable, addressable, total addressable market. How are you going to take it that it will become a large scale business model? And we are always answering these questions as we go and pitch our ideas to multiple, types of investors out there, and also try to execute. The market we are executing in, especially with this whole startup ecosystem, things are much simpler and easier now. The funding ecosystem has evolved. There has been a lot of impetus on startup and entrepreneurship. The overall ecosystem is getting better, but to execute it in last mile regions and geographical inclusion of the segments which were erstwhile not having the access to the kind of products and services we are trying to provide, it does require a lot of mindset shift. So innovation stays to a certain extent. We may have an innovative product which we started with, and in our case, it's a financial product. But to take that product to the mass market is where the biggest challenge has been. And I would just like to throw some light on what we do as a last mile retail financial. So effectively, a lot of focus that has been on, and a lot of impetus has been on manufacturing. When we talk about industries, when we talk about SMEs, the focus is primarily on the manufacturing SMEs. And the distribution side of it, which is the retail and the distribution economy in India, has been largely ignored, right? We really hardly talk about, the trading SMEs when we speak of the schemes like CGT, MSC, and, other schemes that the government launches. So what we are really doing is this particular segment is very important. There is a $1 trillion retail economy, which is allowing the innovative products that the manufacturers are coming up with to make them reach to the last mile regions. The biggest challenge that we saw is not that of product innovation. It is not of distribution, but the largest issue was out of credit, wherein how do we really provide that financial liquidity to be able to make these innovative products reach to mass market, right? So in some sense, we are bringing that the financial innovation to provide the right kind of capital and funding to the trading SMEs to stock the right product and make them reach the mass market. We are also acting as a catalyst for other innovators, manufacturers who are coming up with high quality products to make them reach the mass market by acting as a catalyst by providing credit to them. So as a fintech which is working with banks, to provide low cost, revolving, flexible, collateral-free credit to SMEs, trading SMEs specifically, we feel that we are really empowering the customers, the retailers who are out there, who erstwhile did not have access to credit, and therefore there was loss of sale, there was loss of access to products that could really reach these geographies. At the same time, we are also trying to help them with providing them the power of data and technology. So earlier, these customers would have to go and queue up in the bank. Often they don't have a track record, documentation, data, CIBIL that could actually allow them to access credit. What we really do is we get a lot of data from their ecosystem. So rather than looking at this particular retailer, in a shopkeeper in a tier 3 market and ask them for all the data, what we do is we look at the people who it buys from, let us say a large brand. So a Hindustan Unilever retailer or a Samsung retailer will be working with that brand for several years, will be having transactions. So we look at all of these transactions, and the innovation that we have here is that using this data, we are able to arrive at a credit score of this customer instead of having to look at bureau data or any other type of data. And that really allows us to financially include a segment of customers which could not be underwritten by banks earlier. After we have been able to underwrite, the way we provide the credit is effectively a revolving credit line. So there is a segment that is completely, located in remote regions, small ticket size, large fragmented risk asset. How do we really now start providing credit to them without having manpower in every location, and still be able to scale up and help and recover the funds, because lending business, you can give out money to everybody, but recovery is where the challenge is. We've been able to keep our NPA zero as a company after doing 4,000 crores of dispersal by virtue of these business model innovations. So if you look at MFIs, right, the microfinance revolution showed us that how we can keep a very high credit quality by creating a trust-based self-help group ecosystem. And that was the thought process when we started. I was working in this segment with the International Finance Corporation and World Bank Group, where we were funding a lot of MFIs, and I wanted to bring some of that innovation into what we do, where we are working with a interconnected group, which is in this case not a self-help group or a joint lending group, but it is a corporate, distributor, and retailer. They are already connected with each other on a trust-based ecosystem and a financial ecosystem, because corporate is selling product to distributor is selling to retailer. There is already a trust in the ecosystem. There's already transactions happening. We use this financial transaction, these relationships, this data to be able to bring everybody on a tech platform and be able to make sure that when we provide a credit, we are also able to collect the funds back, because there are all these controls and mitigants built in by virtue of having all the players involved. So if there is a retailer who goes into overdue, the corporates and distributors come forward, they support, they ensure that funds are not lost, and this retailer's credit profile continues to improve rather than degrade because of a third-party financial institution coming into play. So I'll pause here. I think one of the things that I want to add also is, like, in terms of the economy itself, while on one side we do talk about a lot on Atmanirbhar Bharat and how we are contributing to it, I think the other thing that a lot of focus is, why banks work with us. We are working with the public sector banks, private sector bank, large banks, small finance banks, NBFCs, who are our partners in this mission. They are mandated by the government to ensure a certain priority sector lending, right? So by virtue of what we do, entire work in terms of geographical coverage and the target segment that we look at, it gets covered into that, and in a way we are also supporting them and meeting that requirement. There was a 8,000 crore deficit of PSL gap last year, and therefore I think some way where the fintech ecosystem is coming and providing, specifically the lending fintechs, we are trying to also bridge that gap and providing the impetus to this particular the focused on the PSL. So I'll pause here and happy to take any questions. Thank you so much for giving the time.
Okay, thank you, Pallavi. So Pallavi and Dr. Jain, both of you talked about ecosystem, and I think the viewers would have had some understanding of what we mean by ecosystem, because sometimes it seems to be an esoteric word. And we also had Professor Sharma talk about sustainability. Now, one of the questions or thought I want to leave with you is that sometimes innovation and sustainability don't really go hand in hand. If you look at Apple as a company, we say it is a very innovative company. But if you look at the iPhones that they're making, they're coming out with model versions every now and then. And people are throwing away their old phones, and it goes into somewhere we don't know. Whether it's biodegradable or it is being reprocessed, we don't know. So what do you think? Any of you would like to voice an opinion as how do you see this balance between innovation and sustainability coming together?
You're right. Innovation and entrepreneurship and sustainable development, these are two separate things. Right now, the focus should be on sustainable development. Innovations will come automatically in this field if we will focus on sustainable development, because if we will innovate too much without regard to the environment, then at some stage we will be creating destruction. For example, developing technologies which would cause harm to the environment would be far more harmful than not having those technologies. And this is what is actually happening. Most of the new technologies that are coming, or most of the innovations that are taking place, they are in a way causing damage to the environment. And the environment is the most important thing, and therefore we should actually focus on sustainable development. And what Professor Arun Sharma is doing in Nectar is really important. Such kind of initiatives should be shared by all of us, and we should have plenty of forums which rank every product in terms of their impact on environment. Every unit, every company, every product should be evaluated in terms of their impact on environment, their carbon blueprints.
So Pallavi, when you provide financing options, do you look at the business case to understand what is the sustainability impact of the solutions, products, whatever is being provided by SMEs?
So I'll be very honest, Mr. Arup. I think we don't look at the product. Let us say we do work with mobile companies. In fact, the two of the largest mobile companies we are our partners in India. Of course, the manufacturing is in China, and we provide credit to their retailers. But to answer the honest answer to your question on whether we really look at whether this product has a sustainable way of disposition, we really don't get into it. And as you're raising this question, I'm really thinking that if I were to really think about it and go back, perhaps very important, I think that would require some conscious-minded entrepreneurs and some bit of an incentivization, from the government to see that, if there is some focus on that. And like, Dr. Trilok said, that if there is that agenda in the mind and we are already looking at the products with a lens of sustainability, and there are some kind of regulations around it, if you look at Europe, there was this whole industrial revolution many years back that led to huge, pollution, and we all came out of that cycle. So I just feel a bit optimistic that I see a lot of entrepreneurs trying to do sustainable development, coming up with product innovation that are sustainable. I feel that the next generation is going to be far more conscious about the environment. We are already turning in our little way. So we don't have a choice. I really think that we hardly have a choice to not get environment focused. Is it happening as of now? No, I think there's a thought and intention. It will get into action in a few years, but that's something which we should also think about, if we can bring that and incentivize our corporates when we are partnering with them, that if you have a sustainable way and we put that check, hey, we'll pass you some extra bips and we'll have reduce your rate of interest, right? And right. Can we then tie it up with the government and say we get that benefit? So it just kind of has a trickle down effect, and something I'm going to think about after I go back.
That's an excellent thing that now we have the financiers who are looking at one of the elements to check is sustainability, whether it's a sustainable practice or not. Let's go back to Dr. Professor Arun Sharma. He talked a lot about using bamboo and environmental friendly stuff. So Professor Sharma, what are the simple ways? Let's talk about something which we can do practical out of this session. What are some of the simple ways to encourage innovation?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go back to what Professor Jain was mentioning, and then what you asked initially, that the innovation and sustainability, and as well as bringing the environment into the picture. See, there are in our country, there are so many innovations are there which really can impact the environment also in a better way. So I can give you an example. See, that the raw materials, a very simple example, the raw materials related to a product which is called the flower pots. All the nurseries in everywhere in our country, the flower pots, they are basically using the black plastics, and we can see everywhere in the highways, these plastics are everywhere, black plastic, because they put the trees over there and keep the plastics over there. Now that cow dungs are available in our country like anything, and with the help of some innovative tech, this is already available in our country. With the help of some innovative technology, which are available, we can make the flower pots which can really replace the plastic these pots, and with a very cost effective, which are available, and it is good. Government of Gujarat already initiated that. Haryana has taken the initiative, and it will not only make the environment, but also the carbon footprint and all these things comes into the picture, and at the same time, it will give the livelihood to the real grassroots people. So I'm talking about this. I can see the close connection between the innovation and the sustainability in that way. But of course, if you go back to the other way, that in terms of the electronics goods and all these things, we are not I think we cannot discuss at this moment all these products, because these are totally different concepts. But I still feel that there are, with respect to our country's own resources, we can have very good innovative products which can really make a sustainable livelihood to the common people.
That's a very valid point, and I want to kind of take up one of the points which Dr. Jain had raised up, is the collaboration between different stakeholders. Do you think that sustainability as a topic should be made mandatory for curriculum for colleges and schools, so that students at a very early stage in their life get exposed to the fact that sustainability is for real, and this is something which is going to impact us very, very harsh? And the COP26 conference, which was held in Glasgow, brought out all the challenges, and our Prime Minister made some extensive promises which we have to fulfill. And as an MSME contributing so much to the Indian GDP and employment, we have a role to play in that. So I think there should be a collaboration, but I would like to get your views on that, Dr. Jain.
I would like to endorse a very important point raised by Professor Arun Sharma, that Indian grassroots entrepreneurs, Indian traditional cottage industries, Indian small entrepreneurs are very environment friendly. For example, pottery, the pottery industry of India is very environment friendly. And I mean, the point that Professor Arun Sharma raised is really very important, that instead of plastic pots, we should encourage earthen pots. And instead of going for new technology-based products, we should encourage our traditional cottage industries, which are very environment friendly. They have been doing their work in a very environment friendly manner. Their technologies are very environment friendly. So these traditional cottage industries, they are reducing in their importance because of fashion, because of all other things. What is now required is that environmental consciousness, sustainable development should be part of curriculum in schools as well as colleges and universities. Students, young children are today very environment conscious. And if they are able to evaluate their decisions on environmental grounds, they will be able to create the India of tomorrow, which would be very, very environment conscious, right? We people sometimes fumble, we people sometimes ignore the environmental impact. But children, when they are, nurtured, trained, and and if they have studied environmental impact, they are very conscious. And in my opinion, in school education, there should be essential inputs on environment, sustainable development, entrepreneurship, and innovation. All these things should be part of curriculum. And the traditional cottage industries should be if their products are really environment friendly, we should really talk about them. Their products, their technologies, which are really environment friendly, should be displayed all over the country, should be identified, should be nourished, should be encouraged. For example, in my city, Bikaner, the manufacturers make Kota Doria sari, which is the traditional Rangraj industry of Bikaner. And they try to, traditionally they used to make very less, and they used to use very less number of chemicals, but they didn't get any encouragement. Today they are now switching over to chemicals. But we need to encourage and support those traditional cottage industries which are still using old traditional technologies which are environment friendly. Support should be given to them. And initiatives by Srishti and Honeybee Network is very important. They have documented a lot of environment friendly traditional technologies. Their initiatives must be appreciated and replicated and shared all over the country. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Jain and the other panel members, The other phenomenon that we see is this phenomena of trying to scale up, that whenever an innovative idea comes up, then there's always this temptation and the push from investors to scale up. And everybody is in a rush to become bigger and bigger so that you can return money to the shareholders or the investors. So there's this phenomenon of scale up, and there is this phenomenon of scale deep, which Dr. Sharma is talking about, is at the rural level, that you don't try to scale up and try to go at the national level or international level. You try to go more at the rural level, try to go deep into with your entrepreneurial ideas, with your innovations, and try to make an impact at the grassroots level, which in fact has a greater impact for the overall society, rather than trying to make big money for certain investors for the scale-up model. Pallavi, what are your thoughts on this scale-up versus scale-deep?
Seeing what's happening, globally and within India, if you look at the, the entire scale up is now happening in emerging economies, compared to if you look at the market in US and Europe, everybody has turned to India and China. And, now if you look at within India, you will, if you go to tier 3, tier 4 towns, the face is changing, right? All of these amenities that used to be there in the larger towns are going to the smaller towns, because that's where the next billion is and lives. And I think as we talk about startups, their focus very much is shifting, because the urban population to some extent is capped out. If I just look at our business model, we have 0 customers in Delhi, while our headquarters is in Delhi. All our customers are in tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 towns and rural regions. We finance them because their focus is last mile retailers. At the same time, those are the markets that are credit starved. Those are the customers who really need credit, and it hasn't reached to them. So I think the focus is moving from bigger to smaller. SMEs become a bigger push. Earlier, large banks would just focus on large corporates because they could quickly build books and large, asset books. Now the focus is going, how can we go smaller and more regional? So I think that's changing a lot in what we are seeing also when it comes to even the startup and the investor ecosystem. Once we have saturated the urban markets, even for companies that are focused on the urban market, they are all going downstream, and we are using the word scale up, but actually it's scaling deeper into these markets. So that shift is already happening, at least from where I see.
There is one last topic I want to discuss before we end this session, is that research shows that about 60% or more companies says that they are at risk from innovative companies or disruptive innovation. Yet, when we talk to the MSME owners and you ask them, how much of your time or how much of your energy or resources you actually put into innovation or trying to get into innovative ideas or products or processes, whatever that is, very few of them actually respond. And the common reason what they say is, hey, you know what? The future is forever. The present is this quarter, this year. We need to deliver the numbers for this year. We'll see the future later. So we'll talk about innovation later. Some of them say that, look, our profit margins are very thin, so we don't really have resources for innovation. Some of them say, we are not an innovative company. We just make certain things, at a low cost and we sell it. Some of them say that, oh, we know our customers well. If they want something new, they will tell us and then we will make. So there is a certain inertia that we see in the MSME owners to actually go for innovation, and that is reflected in the number of IPs and patents that we filed. And surprisingly, very few are filed in the smaller sector from the smaller MSMEs. So why is it that firms don't innovate? Can you share your experiences? Professor Sharma, Dr. Jain, any one of you?
I would like to share here the research, development, and innovation requires dedicated infrastructure, dedicated resources, dedicated funds. And small enterprises often work with the very limited means. There is a need to cultivate sharing habit. If there is one laboratory in a city, why there is need to create 10 different laboratories? Why not share this laboratory with all the people so that the cost of infrastructure is minimized, right? In my city, Bikaner, we have large number of food industries, large number of units. There are only a few laboratories. If everyone wants to develop a laboratory, it will cost them too much. Right. And it will not be possible also for them, because everything has a financial viability also. There is need that the small industries should start sharing common laboratories, common resources. Their research and innovation focus may be different, but common resources may be shared between them. Our university has created incubation center, research centers. About 20 different laboratories are available. We encourage every local entrepreneur to come in our university, undertake research in our laboratory free of cost, take the benefit out of it. And if they have any problem, bring the problem to us. Our researchers, our research scholars, PhD scholars will do work on that. That is what we have given a call to the local entrepreneurs. But local entrepreneurs rarely come forward. They have hesitation. But we wish to see a future. We want to see a future in which industries bring their problem to universities. And universities have a lot of people doing PhD research, doctoral research, master research, or graduate research. They should do real projects, live projects, real industry projects, rather than taking up a hypothetical research or undertaking a research on validation of a research which has already been undertaken in United States or US or in Europe. We should pick up the research issues from the local industries. In fact, I want to emphasize that we should actually ban all such researches which are focusing primarily on researches of United States or Europe or based on their validation. We should only and only encourage research which is related to the local industries or industries which are operating in India. And the research should ultimately result in some benefit to the local industry. If I do a research, develop a new patent, new technology, it should actually benefit a local industry, without which the patent should not be granted. The benefit should be evidenced to the local unit or some company which is operating in India. This has to be added part in Make in India plan. Every unit, every local company must act in close collaboration with the researchers in that city. They must work together. I do not know how will it happen, but this is my dream.
That is what, as AIMA and Dr. Raj and Dr. Juneja, the collaboration between
AIMA has made major contribution. I appreciate it. That's right.
Collaboration between industry and academia is strengthening. We need to put more focus to try to make this collaboration even stronger, so that the skills and the knowledge and the experience of both these sectors can be brought together to deliver far more impactful results. Thank you, panelists. It was wonderful talking to you.
Can I make a quick point?
Yeah, sure, please.
Just to add to what Professor Tilak has mentioned, see, it's very important to change the mindset of this. See, we are basically not only in the private universities, but in the government universities, we are only focusing to produce PhD and publish papers. Very frankly, I'm speaking. See, we are not focusing. See, our industries does not have any confidence to our academicians. They don't bring the problem to us, but they take the problem to the US or UK. I'm telling you one example. Knee implants in our country, nowhere is doing knee implants. Only knee implants, India is giving 600 crores of money per month to the UK or US. 600 crores. So that's very important point that is raised. We should be connected to the industries and academicians, so that real research takes place in the academics related to the industries. This is very, very important. Whatever may be, either big or small, whatever may be, it should be close connected between the industry and academicians. That's what I would. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
I just want to add one more point, if you permit.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, UGC and various bodies provide a lot of funding for research. That funding should come only if there is industry and institute partnership. No research funding should be available without that. Whenever funding is provided by UGC, ICAR, or Department of Science and Technology, the funding should be provided only and only if it is certified that there is industry institute partnership, and the research would be carried out only in those sectors which are identified by the industry. So there should be a panel between academia and industry. Like a panel can be between AIMA and industry, or a panel could be between local industry and their representatives and representatives of local academia. The panel should approve. The research funding is huge. There is no dearth of funding. But what is required is that the research funding should be available only and only on projects which are going to benefit local industries. This is my humble submission.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. I think we have crossed our time limit. So I would like to thank all the panelists and Dr. Raj and Dr. Juneja for always encouraging us to come here in this forum and share our opinions. We are extremely grateful, sir, for your contribution to whatever you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Arup. Thank you, Dr. Trilok. Thank you, Dr. Sarma. Thank you, Pallavi.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank our speakers with a round of applause. Moving towards the last plenary session for the day, MSMEs Developing Entrepreneurial Culture. Please welcome the speakers, Mr. Saurabh Bajpai, DGM Small Industries Development Bank of India, Ms. Barbara Terenzi, President WSME, Ms. Harpreet Kang, General Secretary, Ludhiana Management Association, Ms. Sridevi Reddy, VP, Startup Ecosystem at Zelpmock Design and Tech Limited. May I request Dr. Raj Agarwal to introduce the speakers and set up the context for the session.
Mr. Michael also. Fine. So, Mr. Saurabh Bajpai, first of all, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Saurabh Bajpai. Saurabh Bajpai is highly experienced banking professionals with more than 2 decades experience across the functional area of finance and development related assistance with the small scale industries development bank of India, SIDBI, an internationally acclaimed development financial institution providing financial and development assistance to micro, small and medium enterprises. He is presently posted in MSME promotional vertical of SIDBI as a Deputy General Manager and looking after promotional and development activities of SIDBI. Mr. Bajpai has completed his civil engineering from prestigious National Institute of Technology, Jaipur. He is also an MBA in Finance and MA in Economics. We have with us Madam Barbara Terenzi. She is an San Marino entrepreneur engaged in the activity of representing small and medium-sized enterprises and craft as President of World Union of Small and Medium Enterprises, WSME, NGO non-profit association based in Republic of San Marino. She is a head of the historic family company operating in engineering and woodworking sector started by her father in 1962. In last 30 years, she has been involved in various capacities in issues related to small and medium-sized enterprises and craft by virtue of her long experience. Yeah. So we welcome you, madam. We have with us she is going to introduce her organization, and from France, Mr. Michael is joining, and he's going to speak on behalf of World Union of Small and Medium Enterprises. He is a member of Board of Directors of WSME. He chairs the Association of Aid International, which promotes the international development of small independent companies. We have with us Ms. Harpreet Kang. She is an author of internationally acclaimed book IM, published in Europe and accepted as leading world exhibit like the US Book Show, London Book Show, Lisbon Book Show, etc. She is primarily a life coach and writes about life in her books as well. She is a glider, pilot turned journalist, turned academician and entrepreneur. She has traveled to more than 45 countries. Currently, she is a general secretary of Ludhiana Management Association. We have with us Ms. Sri Devi. She is a thought leader in the innovation and entrepreneur ecosystem of India and Europe. She has contributed a lot in this in the startup ecosystem. Currently, she leads the organization Gel Mock Design and Tech Limited. She is a founding CEO of Sirix SR Innovation Exchange and Technology Business Incubator under Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. So we welcome all of you, and we request Mr. Bajpayee to chair the session.
Yeah, thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I'm thankful to the AIMA for providing me this opportunity. So today we are discussing on the topic developing entrepreneur culture for MSMEs. So looking at the impact created by MSMEs, that is 30% the GDP and 50% in exports, it must be mentioned that the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of making a $5 trillion economy cannot be achieved without participation of MSMEs. Therefore, it is essential to develop the entrepreneurial culture, especially among the youth. You may be aware that SIDBI is an apex financial institution for development of MSMEs in India. The mandate given to SIDBI is promotion, financing, and development of MSMEs. So we use a credit plus approach for that. And as far as the financing role of SIDBI is concerned, we are trying our best to fill the credit gaps available to the MSMEs through our direct as well as the indirect finance activities with a focus on sustainable development. And for the other two roles, I mean the promotion and development role, SIDBI has a dedicated MSME promotional initiative vertical, which I am part of, which is working under its umbrella mission, that is the Mission Swavlamban. So SIDBI's Mission Swavlamban basically aims at innovating for wider impact and to benefit the MSMEs in both setting up and stepping up, thereby leading to the economic growth of the country by way of generating more employment. We have a humble vision of bringing a radical shift in the outlook and approach of being a Swavlambi by spreading the culture of entrepreneurship and transforming youth from job creator to job seekers to job creator. So thereby restricting the need for rural migration to urban areas, and in the process, also promoting sustainable livelihood opportunities with thrust on bottom of the pyramid, unserved and underserved segments, and overall MSMEs exactly. To support the young aspiring entrepreneurs and to develop the entrepreneurial culture among the students, we have set up various incubation centers like with the IIT Kanpur, and one is the Sci-Fi, that is with the IIM Lucknow. In fact, we have also established an MSME chair with Government Engineering College, Thrissur in Kerala, and also in the process to establish second such chair in this series. And to promote the entrepreneurial culture, SIDBI is supporting various projects, in fact, from Leh Ladakh in north to Kerala in south, and also from Sundarbans in West Bengal to tribal areas of MP and Gujarat. We are partnering with various institutions like SRLMs and other various NGOs to develop the culture. Again, from Miss, I will say the same thing from the to become the youth from job seeker to job creator. Over to you, sir.
I request you to chair the session, and you may invite Madam Barbara Rinji first to speak. She will give a message about her organization, and then on behalf of her organization, Michael will speak.
Right, it's my pleasure, ma'am, to invite you. Please, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam, you are on mute. Yeah.
Barbara, you can speak now.
Thank you, Chairperson, distinguished delegates. WSME, the World Union of Small and Medium Enterprises, is an international SMEs organization founded in the Republic of San Marino in 2010, with the mission to safeguard the interests of SMEs around the world. WSME has an international board of directors and a network of ambassadors in more than 100 countries in 5 continents. WSME is in special consultative status with the United Nations, ECOSOC, observer organization at COP, and in consultative status with UNIDO. SMEs are an important part of the economy in every country of the world. In particular, we must also consider women and young enterprises. Thanks to the support of its network and the exchange between the countries, WSME is voice of SMEs to institutions worldwide to share ideas and promote best practice. In over 10 years of activity, WSME realized many missions and participate in global SMEs conference. In India, WSME took active part in international conference for SMEs organized by the Indian Ministry for SMEs before the COVID pandemic. We are aware of the high political status of the Indian culture for the enterprises and the support to start up by the government institution. We are pleased to see that India is currently able to attract international companies to invest in India and to establish a business partnership for Indian SMEs across the border, but in India and, for example, in Europe. We complement the presence in India of SMEs first generation in the ecosystem, which can contribute to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, including poverty reduction, protection of the environment, and climate neutrality. We are grateful to AIMA for giving us the opportunity to present WSME in this occasion and to collaborate in this convention, bringing our contribution on sustainable development of SMEs and culture of the enterprise. Mr. Fosser, member of the board, WSME board, will share some experience and perspective on the topic under discussion. We hope and trust that in the future, AIMA and WSME will continue to collaborate together. Thanks for your attention.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to say, Barbara Trenzi is the chairperson or president of WSME, World Union of Small Medium Enterprises. It's spread all over the world. They are members everywhere. And India also, they are member. I'm a director on the board and also vice president. And we'll find Michael now speaking, who is the director on the board of WSME, and is based in France. So Dr. Raj Agarwal already said you. Now we'll invite Michael. Please go ahead and then.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. Dear Mr. Sethi, dear Mr. Juneja, Honorable Minister of Small Medium Enterprises, we are very pleased to join your convention. Thanks a lot. Today we want to speak, of course, about developing entrepreneurial culture on the road of sustainable development through a few French experiences. But first point, I want to give some definition concerning developing entrepreneurial culture according to this question of sustainable development. Developing entrepreneurial culture can be described as an environment when someone is motivated to innovate, create, and take risks. We refer to the discovery, creation, and exploitation of entrepreneurial opportunity that contribute to sustainability by generating social and environment gain for others in society. So, the importance of sustainable entrepreneurship can be considered a unique perspective that links the creation of economic, social, and environmental value with a focus on the well-being of future generation. In that matter, company considering environmental and social aspects are considered to be innovative. In that matter, sustainable entrepreneurship is a continuous, dynamic process of change that is pushed by new ideas and creative approach towards social and economic solutions. This conversion not only raises income, but also creates employment opportunity as entrepreneurship introduces new business ideas and competition. So SMA must have a few guidelines concerning how to make business more sustainable. We are giving just a few points about that. The first one for us is to be connected with the need. The second one makes sustainability a core principle. The third one, I would say, it's to do research and also innovate, incorporate diverse leadership, and set a long-term vision. At the last, also be accountable and constantly improve. So those different points for us is very important, and we will come back. To these different points in details. In the two French experiences that we are going to relate, these principles of action are extremely present. So SME can develop sustainable competitive through ability to generate and sustain inclusive wealth without diminishing the future capacity and capability of sustaining or increasing current wealth level. Sustainable competitiveness is being able to successfully compete and exist in the long term. Now we must discuss those points through this idea, how progress on the road to sustainable development. In fact, in France, I would like to tell you about two initiatives that concern small, medium enterprises. The first one is called Business Convention for the Climate. This Business Convention for the Climate is a new idea launched, in fact, in September 2021. 150 leaders are preparing a user manual for the ecological transition for small, medium enterprises. This Business Convention for Climate, in fact, it's a private initiative. And all those leaders are working for 8 months on concrete solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emission, with the idea of course, influencing politicians. So to summarize, it's 8 months with 8 seminars gathering 150 small, medium enterprises. And one conclusion, each company must establish its roadmap to reduce its greenhouse gas emission. The other experience, it's concerning the Association for Progress in Management, called APM. You know, certainly this association, it's 4,000 members, mainly small, medium enterprises, and they are working in small group. Generally, it's 15, 20% on different subjects concerning, at the present time, sustainable development. And they are working with experts. And the idea is that the proposal selected must be able to be applied in their company. In both cases, the working group integrate the following point. The first point, I would say, it's get employees involved. What does that mean? Raising employees' awareness of sustainable development, of course, is not easy. Here are some ideas for involving employees in company sustainable development policy. And in many small, medium enterprises, the staff adopt and practice the action that are part of sustainable development policy. Like, for example, you know, switching off the light when leaving the office in the evening, slightly lowering the heating or air conditioning, switching off the socket when they are not in use. By paying attention on a daily basis, a company can slightly reduce their energy consumption and therefore their impact on the climate. But all this is not enough. Even if you are a small, medium company, we must go ahead and do with our employee more and more. 3 actions can be carried out. The first one, federate employees. I mean by that, kill 2 birds with 1 stone by organizing activity that bring people together around the horizontal theme that interests you the most. The climate fresco, for example, provide a better understanding of climate change through a collective intelligence workshop. Few words about this climate fresco. It's a French non-profit organization created in 2018, which aim is to educate as many people as possible about the climate issue, using workshop, collective intelligence, and creativity. And each group play with a selection of cards, representative the main component of climate change, and must organize them in order of cause and effect, starting with human activities and ending with the result effect on our global biodiversity. So I think that such approach can gather employees around this theme of sustainable development. And for a more general awareness, you can also decide to add an eco-responsible dimension to your team building activity, or simply seek the opinion of your employee on the approach you have implemented so far, to see if they understand and adhere to them. The second point, I think, very important, is to train employees. Involve your employees by giving them the opportunity to learn about environmental issue. This is an opportunity for them to use their personal training account wisely, and for you to have employees who are better informed and more able to support your societal and environmental initiative. What to do to preserve biodiversity? In what state is the Indian forest, for example? How we can protect the ecosystem around us? Many webinars and trainings answered this crucial question on the major issue of our time. So we must do all our efforts to push this question of training. And a last point, I would say, it's also to reward our employees. I mean by that good gesture get good rewards. For our stakeholder to learn to think green, opt for the carrot rather than the stick, encouraging employees who support your CSR. Whether it's individual initiative or collective action, show them that their involvement is noticed and appreciated. They will only be more motivated to continue to engage in social and environmental matter. With this trifecta, you allow a stakeholder to get involved in the company action for a more responsible world. And to be sure to be on the road to success in carrying out your sustainable development action, I will finish with few recommendations to summarize what I said through those French experiences. I think the first one is make the process consistent. That means that the perception of the CSR approach by employee can sometimes appear inconsistent. Having action in terms of biodiversity by financing the planting of trees and even organizing employee travel by plane. So the first thing to do before wanting to hire your employee is to make your CSR approach consistent, I would say. Also, don't forget measure the impact. It's important to measure its impact in order to establish the right priority for your company on which to work and engage its employees. The CSR approach should not be seen as a simple communication argument. It must be associated with a real measure action. Is the main issue for your company the displacement of employee, reducing consumption, or maybe also a question of gender equality? All that, I think that we can take time to time measure on this subject. A third point is make the CSR concrete. For most employees, CSR remains informal, very formal. So to motivate and interest employee, it must be concrete. I would say transparent and available information, action related to the company's activity, also share decision, and so on. A good idea is to find through employee ambassador. I mean, find CSR ambassador. I would say that for the management, it's necessary to organize employees awareness and training, thus making the approach acceptable. The idea of finding ambassador make it possible to find a relay in the company to explain those actions, those CSR actions. The most effective is to identify the employee most committed to environmental and social issues in their personal and professional daily lives. Another point, I think it's if the company can integrate CSR into employee mission. Include in the job description a section relating to the CSR and the action to be implemented. The subject may be addressed during the annual assessment and be the subject of a discussion on the main issue of the company. Also, I think that the management must involve employees through co-construction. Co-construction solution and working together on subjects that interest all participants make it possible to better take ownership of action and implement them more quickly. For example,
Mr. Saurabh,
Yes.
we can take more presentation. Otherwise, because at 5:30 we have to start the session with secretary.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you,
Okay.
Barbara, and thank you, Michael. Now I will invite to Ms. Kang to put her views.
So, just to finish, I have a special announcement from WSME on the occasion of this meeting. We propose to create between our two organizations a liaison committee, and we'll make known the best practices on the concrete subject which are treated by SME within the framework of the action in terms of sustainable development.
Thank you, Mr. Michael.
Okay.
Now I would invite Ms. Harpreet Kang to put her views, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bajpai. Barbara, President WSME, Dr. Juneja, Vice President Michael, Ms. Sridevi, Dr. Agrawal, most importantly. Lovely evening to all of you. I've been hearing all your views, Michael. Thank you for bringing them up so explicitly, and it's wonderful. Though I'm not sure, I come from a two-tier city in India, and I'm not certain if we can actually work in the same fashion. Because when we talk about two-tier cities in India, sustainability is a very far factor. Most of the students, when they struggle with entrepreneurial projects, they work at a very grassroots level. Let me approach this topic in a slightly different way. When I look at developing, entrepreneurship culture with MSMEs, I'm looking at two ways to look at it. One is, of course, from the culture that is there, what kind of culture we have. And second is, of course, the entrepreneur itself, whoever it is, how does he or she then go on to, approach it individually, or the challenges or the facilitation that they have. So I'll try to keep it very short and to the point. One of the things that I would start with is communication. Still a fantastic deal for us to cover that. Our students or young entrepreneurs, candidates, when they are looking for becoming an entrepreneur, one thing that every entrepreneur, no matter how old or successful he or she is, he or she needs to sell his or her idea to the world. Every product or idea that they develop, they need to sell it to the world, and they need to communicate very effectively in order to do that. Now, communication is literally like the air, it's you breathe it every minute and you don't even know it exists, but it's right there. And if it's not there, you're kind of dead. So it's that vital for the very entrepreneurial culture. So whatever we do, whether we are talking to our employees, our team, everything Michael just brought up, or you talk making a pitch to the VC, or you're working with bankers, or you're outsourcing something, you got to communicate all the time. So this clarity of thought, which our younger aspirants in small and especially micro scale that are required, is a huge factor. And we struggle between multiple languages in our country. English at far. I know we have a French and an Italian lady here and a French gentleman, and I'm sure the English is not their first language either. So we all sort of struggle with it at certain levels. And second is the attitude. Now, I want to talk about a bit of attitude here. It is literally nothing but everything. It's not tangible. It's so intangible when we talk about attitude, but we just saw COVID happen to the whole world. We had very successful businesses who went out of the window. And then we had people who could brace that storm turn around, stay focused on their ground, keep their head alive and sort of think it through. And they converted, they collaborated, they adapted, they changed around, they created so many different things that we've probably learned in our world history. Charles Darwin said, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the ones that are most responsive to change. And here was a species which completely used it to its advantage. Business after business, we saw how these minute little things or little projects in your own very city and how they collaborated. You saw a Kiryana store, a grocery store collaborate with a delivery chain, and there we had a new business. Or all sorts of small understandings of how to do jugards and come up with a very different sort of interpretation to it. So adapting, and then of course self-leadership. I saw a lot of people fall apart through this tenure because they could not practice self-discipline, self-governance, manage themselves, their time, their schedules, their homes during the COVID. And then how did they manage their business despite all the odd hours and awkwards in the world that they went through? So there was a lot that they were struggling with. So when we're talking about the culture, one part of it is how internally an aspirant ought to be in this sort of framework, this new environment that we stand in today. And the other is what sort of environment we are getting. So since morning, we've been talking about policies, a whole lot of new policies are coming up. The government is trying to facilitate. Not everything is very rosy, I might say. I mean, we know for past dozen years that you can now pick up a loan without a collateral. But honestly, how many bankers would put their neck at stake and actually give you that loan? Because the bank officer knows that no matter who he gives it to, after that, he or she may be posted anywhere in the country. That single individual is responsible if that loan goes bad. So, the policies look, this is just one of the things I'm talking about. So policies look very great on paper, but they're not necessarily the best things available to us. Now, there are organizations, whether we start talking about All India Management Association itself, where we're sitting today and talking, or WSME at the world level. There is FICCI, there is CII. We have a very fascinating organization in Ludhiana, which is doing very well at the Punjab level. It's called CISU. And CISU is giving, it's a very different model. I think maybe a lot of other cities probably also have something similar or could take inspiration. So one of the things it does is it has a lot of verticals under it. It has vertical that looks after, for example, law. Even if you have a complaint with your pollution control board or electricity board, the officers from CISU will then come into play because you happen to be a CISU member, and it will take charge. It will do something about it. So it's a chambers of industrialization and commerce undertaking part of it. And so all the verticals that are in Ludhiana, and see in India, I mean, Punjab per se is more known for agriculture, but then just to get the house abreast, Ludhiana is the source of 95% of India's woolen knitwear production. It also happens to be having 85% of India's sewing machine production, which is not a very big deal. But then Hero is from India. It's the largest bicycle manufacturer in India and also in the world, one of the largest ones. Jalandhar is our next door city, which is flaunts about 75% of India's sports good production. So we do have a very thriving, I may say, sort of culture, entrepreneurial culture. And India itself is doing well. I think for the first time in 10 years, we are at 46th number in 2020, which is the first time we are in the top 50 in the world, for invention. And I'm sure just like the World War II, when you say, some of the maximum inventions in the world history happened because necessity is the mother of invention. We had a similar world war come up through COVID, and we saw a lot of inventions come through. So ICT goods are very big for India. The VC deals grew by 5.8% last year, which is which is the best we've done clocked in the past decade. So a lot has happened both at the national level and at the regional level from where I come from. All the same, the challenges stay. Finances are still a big problem. Technological advances, they may be available in some really advanced universities, at the metropolitan level. I don't think every entrepreneur who wants to take off has access to that sort of R&D or abilities to facilitate the ideas that they have. There are wonderful, the institution that I'm working with and at PAU, which is Punjab Agricultural University, both have excellent incubation cells. They are recognized by the government of Punjab, but then there is hardly much of support to get those students off with their projects, the right kind of technology, the right kind of finances. Those things are still lacking. And I think those are the things we want to talk about at the grassroots level, because policies seem to be in place, but implementation, there's a lot of, how do you say, a slip between the cup and the lip, there's a lot to be done there at the grassroots level, I personally think. So yes, there are things I would like to put down very quickly, like changing, adapting, collaborating, right kind of attitude, communication skills. Those are things that can probably have many people, do very well to build the right culture, to be inspired, to move ahead themselves, to foster that sort of growth in their region. And there are things in the environment to develop a culture which exist, and yet there are lacks, as I said earlier. Thank you for lending me an ear.
Thank you, ma'am. In fact, I have been posted there in Punjab. I was in Chandigarh for around 6 years. I was heading the Chandigarh branch there. Okay. And you're right. In fact, I have seen this culture there. In fact, the youth, they come to us and they say that we want to do and we will do. We will see that how can you stop us. So definitely that's appreciating. Regarding the this collateral free loan, in fact, I would like to say that the SIDBI is in partnership with Government of India. We have established CGT MSE. You must be aware about it. So around guarantees of around 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh crore have been sanctioned to CGT MSE. Definitely the change take time nowadays. In fact, now we are moving from traditional banking like brick and mortar banks to neo banks. So definitely it will take time, but positive changes there. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Ms. Sridevi to put her views, please. You are on mute, ma'am.
Sorry. So I've been mute for quite some time, so it's trying to get used to it. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's an esteemed panel of speakers, and I feel like a kid out of the woods being amongst you. So thank you for the honor and privilege to be present here. I'm Sridevi. I'm leading the startup ecosystem for Zelpmog Design and Tech. It's a data-driven technology and design company. We are based in Hyderabad with presence in Bangalore, Kolkata, Mumbai, Gurgaon, and London. We are a fastest growing tech company, publicly listed on the NSE and BSE. So I am sure since morning, a lot of speakers have given a lot of inputs on India has approximately 6.3 crore MSMEs who account to 30% of GDP and all that, which is actually a moment of pride for India. And I'm an eternal optimist, so I'll go in this way. Please bear with me. So I would also like to enumerate a few more facts, which I'm not sure others have enumerated. Our MSMEs contribute to 6.11% of the manufacturing GDP and 24.60% of the GDP for service activities, as well as 33.4% of India's total manufacturing output, which is a huge number. Yeah, over 11 crore people are employed by MSMEs as we speak, out of which 45% of them are from rural India and 55% only are from urban and semi-urban regions. There is a need for employment generation, especially in rural and semi-urban regions of India. I would like to concur with my earlier speakers that we will be able to curb the mad rush of migration of youth to cities by creating more entrepreneurial and employment opportunities in urban and semi-urban, rural and semi-urban regions. MSMEs truly have the potential to serve as a key employment generator for our country. Given the demographic dividend, given the inflection point at which we are today, given we are rising on the innovation index across the world, in the globe. So we do have the potential. There are a lot of initiatives government is doing. There's a lot of initiatives corporates are doing. I mean, industry is doing. There are a lot of initiatives startups are also doing to support MSMEs in their endeavor to be the leaders of tomorrow. So especially, I would like to throw light on government initiatives like Sambhav, which is exactly positioned at a juncture where India has the maximum demographic dividend, that is a young population, maybe the largest in the world as we speak, and at a juncture where we are one of the most digitized countries in the world, with the maximum number of smartphones in the world as we speak. We are at an inflection point where we are trying to become the manufacturing hub of tomorrow for the world. So at this point, an initiative like Sambhav, which is a national level awareness program to push economic growth by promoting entrepreneurship and domestic manufacturing, is going to be a game changer in the coming years. We have to wait and see, but it is starting. It'll take some time, but we are there. Post-COVID, as we all spoke, there's a lot of support from the government. I personally, I've been an evangelist in the entrepreneurial ecosystem for the last 10 years in various roles in various organizations. I worked for government, I worked for industry body, I've been part of an US Mission to India project, where we have done a lot of work in the rural and the semi-urban region. So one thing I have observed and I have always been an evangelist for is an ecosystem is what MSMEs need, and that ecosystem can be developed only with collaboration between government, industry, startups, and academia. All four of them together, if we all contribute our worth, then only we can develop an entrepreneurial culture across our country. Now, this doesn't belong only to India per se. I think anywhere in the world, if these four stakeholders unite and collaborate, then only we can develop a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem. So a few startups who are doing their bit for, as I am leading the startup efforts, I'm sure since morning, I have been listening to various speakers speaking, but I didn't listen to anybody who shared their viewpoint as far as startups contributing to the MSE sector is concerned. So I would like to focus on that. That being my forte. Agarwal ji, how much time do we have? Do I have 5 more minutes?
Yeah, ma'am.
Bajpai ji, do I have 5 more minutes?
We have time till 5:30, so we have to conclude before that. You may carry on, please.
Thank you, sir. So as I was telling, the government support is huge. Especially, I would like to laud them over special credit-linked capital subsidy scheme for the services sector. And we have something called Credit Guarantee Trust Fund for micro and small enterprises. We have credit-linked capital subsidy for technology upgradation. Going forward, digitization being the norm, there's a lot of need for technology upgradation in MSMEs, and this credit is going to help them in a major way. Micro and small enterprises cluster development fund, scheme for fund for regeneration of traditional businesses. And I'm very partial about the next scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industries and entrepreneurship. When I was heading an incubator as part of Department of Science and Technology, DST, I have seen how much impact Aspire, we call it Aspire, this scheme has done in rural Telangana. These schemes provide, the above schemes which I enumerated, provide institutional finance and have specifically targeted towards MSME sector. The impact has started, but it will take some time for us to see the numbers, the total impact. As far as corporates are concerned, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Walmart, Flipkart, everybody is doing some or the other initiative to support MSMEs in a big way. Either it can be training, it can be warehousing, it can be cluster development, it is supporting in some form or the other based on their vision statement. They are all doing whatever they can do. There are a lot of startups. I would like to emphasize more on them because they themselves being startups, yet they are focusing on SME sector. So a lot of startups are working for SMEs to simplify their processes, especially in the digitization piece, to make their entrepreneurial journey simpler. I would like to enumerate few examples here. We have a startup called Slate. Slate.ac is the website. So it's a single platform to digitize everything from payments to inventory. It eliminates the dependency on an accountant or a CA to manage and track finances. It is a forward and reverse tally sync application. Then another startup which is doing is Prozo. It caters to warehousing and fulfillment of MSMEs. It increases the operational efficiency and readiness with shipping. It provides supply chain and e-commerce support as well. And we all know Khata Book. It manages business ledgers on your phone itself. Around 5 crore small merchants in our country are using Khata Book as we speak. So we all know Zoho. Zoho doesn't need introduction. Zoho has an entire suite of apps that include CRM, accounting, online team collaboration, business intelligence. You ask it, you name it, it's there. And there's one more amazing startup called Zitara. It enables MSMEs to retain customers and build loyalty. Any small business can create a rewards program with Zitara on UPI. That's the beauty of it. And another important and amazing startup is Now Floats. You can instantly digitize your entire business online, especially you make a digital replica of your physical business. It's largely used for local and hyper-local discovery. Startups like Now Floats are enabling MSMEs with the power of automated search engine optimization and an updatable website that is as simple as using Facebook. Last but not the least is Freightwala, shipment tracking service for MSME exporters. We have Cash and Invoice, a supply chain financing platform. These are just few examples which someone like me knows, but I'm sure there are many more such impactful startups which are catering to the SME industry. What we all need to, whether the collaboration is the way forward. The first thing I would like to emphasize that, and educating people about taking up jobs in SMEs versus multinationals is something we as citizens, we as responsible citizens need to emphasize on. I have seen at grassroots level. I live in a tier 3 city called Warangal. It's not even tier 2. And I've seen how much migration is happening on a daily basis to cities, to metro cities. So this is something, and there's a lot of upskilling needed in the SME sector from the top, from the topmost person to the bottommost employee. As organization, as government, as other stakeholders, we need to upskill them to meet the demands of digitization, the globalization, which is happening rapidly, so that they can export more of their products. These are few things I would like to enumerate, or I'm open for discussion. Bajpayee ji,
Thank you. Thanks. In fact, you are right. In fact, the startups means I would say that currently it's the golden chapter in the history of the entrepreneurship for the startups. Just like the last decade was for the, I will say that for the computation, digitization, next decade should be a startup, hopefully. In fact, our Prime Minister also mentioned about the unicorn. Like this year itself, we have given 42 unicorns. So definitely, in fact, thanks a lot for your views. And another thing is, like you said it rightly, you are in tier 3 cities. So I would also like to corbett the things. We have to support the migrate, especially in this period, post-COVID period, when a lot of reverse migration is there. So we have to support at the grassroots level so that this entrepreneurship culture can be built up at the villages and rural areas. In fact, SIDBI is trying to work in that direction through our P&D vertical. Thanks a lot. I think we could finish in time. Mr. Agarwal, over to you.
Yeah, we have two questions. So this first question is this, that in India, this entrepreneurial culture still needs to be developed. And what happened that in last 50, 60 years, all our textbooks, they are basically focused on theoretical aspects. So therefore, the culture of this entrepreneurial culture, this is not coming from education. So what can be done to develop this culture in India? So this not directed to anybody. So anybody can take an answer.
Shall I take it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who has asked that question. Sir, respectfully, to develop that entrepreneurial culture in India, we as citizens, all of us, we as parents, all of us, we need to build a socio-cultural, we need to change the socio-cultural mindset of parents first. Other than that, as far as the education is concerned, AICT is doing a lot to inculcate an entrepreneurial culture in the students who are currently in schools and colleges. Atal Innovation Mission and AICT, Atal Innovation Mission for school students and AICT for college goers are doing a lot to ignite the innovation quotient and the entrepreneurial awareness among students. But as I keep telling, a culture, it takes a decade or more to develop a culture. It doesn't happen in one day. So repeatedly doing the same thing by parents, by we as the peers or the onlookers in the ecosystem, and AICT, Atal Innovation Mission, and other educational institutions who are under their umbrella, all of us put together only can develop that culture. It's not one single person or one just single stroke that it will get developed. This is my
one more question, then we can close. This is quite interesting that this Department of Science and Technology, they have done a lot of innovative work. And recently some books on innovation, small innovation by Dr. Arora. In fact, we have invited him to chair a session also, but he became sick. So he has written a book also on these innovations, and Dr. Juneja was also a part of this. And but what is there that when we see the implementation of all these innovative, small innovative ideas, then we find that there is a disconnect with the institutions and even disconnect with the various kind of schemes which were launched by the government of India. So anybody can answer this question?
So Vajpayee ji, would you like to take it?
Yeah, sure. In fact, I thought that Dr. Juneja is asking something, saying something. Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Juneja, please.
Okay, permit me to say, I think regarding the first and second question, both put together, I can tell you there is a very strong entrepreneurial culture in our country. We are mistaken, there is no culture. You know, for example, in, let me use these people like, you can say Marwadis, Baniyas, Reddys from Andhra Pradesh, or wherever you find Aroras, then people from Gujarat, they have a strong entrepreneur. It flows from family to family. But in the last about 30, 40 years time, it has changed. Now what is happening is the people are being trained in entrepreneurship development. A lot of institutions are doing entrepreneurship development. The success rate varies anything from 5-10% to about 70%. I have seen in a place called in Ranchi, there one Father Bogart, I'm just giving a quick example. He ran this enterprise development among the tribals, and 70% success rate was achieved because lasted for 6-month period. He gave skilled training along with the what you call the entrepreneurship. So therefore, it depends upon the place. The first institution, Dr. Sunil Shukla had come today. The one of the institution which he started which was started by in I think something like late early 90s. Simultaneously, I was heading an institution called Entrepreneurship, Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship Small Business Development, based in Noida. It was in Delhi, and I'm the founder director of that. They both were set up same time, and the object was only to bring enterprise among the young people. Efforts have been going. You're telling me now with Delhi University, many places they run entrepreneurship development programs. So the education part is one. What I'm calling the education part of the academic education or science education, whatever it is, that's going on 7 years. But this is additionality to my mind. And in fact, it is recommended that at the final year of school or college, a program should be given on entrepreneurship development. Some people may pick up. So I think we are wrong in assuming that we don't have entrepreneurship. We are very strong entrepreneurship. You find all over the world, you find Indian entrepreneurs working. I went to a small country called Swaziland. You find 3 shops Indian selling groceries. So there's nothing. Even in Africa, I traveled a lot. Everywhere you find Indians, they are prospering. So we don't have a culture. We have a strong culture, and we are very proud of that. Thank you.
I would like to add a single line. In fact, you gave a very good idea. In fact, SIDBI is working in that direction also. We are discussing with some of the institutes to start an entrepreneur course itself. So diploma or degree will be given for that. So we are working in that direction also. Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bajpayee. Thank you, Harpreet. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Sri Devi. Thank you, Michael. And thank you, Dr. Juneja. Now, sir, we have Secretary MSME. He has already joined. So we can proceed for this valedictory address.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank the speakers with a round of applause. It is a pleasure to invite Dr. J.S. Juneja, Chairman MSMEs and past President AIMA, to conclude the convention.
Honorable Secretary Sahab, Shri B.B. Swain, Ministry of MSMEs, Government of India, is our privilege. You have been kind to join this MSME convention, 11th convention, which is being concluded with your coming here and with your blessings, I'll put it this way. And actually, we had this convention started very well in the morning. After the inaugural session, Honorable Secretary, we had 6 sessions, and we have a very good, outstanding speaker, I must say. And they talked about various issues, and particularly on sustainable development and the issues and challenges facing the MSMEs. Then on the road to sustainable development. And then we have talked about digitalization, the innovation, then social innovation, then innovation which are important for MSMEs, and the developing entrepreneurial culture. That was the last session. And I'm proud to tell you that this time I attracted international speakers. We had 2 international organizations joining us, World Union Small Medium Enterprises, based in San Marino in Italy. And second is this one, UniSMO. It is based in Bahrain. Both are international linkages all over the world. Many of the members attended our program also. So the question now is that what we discussed and what are the issues involved. But I think there has been general recognition that the pandemic has affected not only the MSMEs, but everybody in the world, in fact. And but our country has been in the forefront in bringing something 160 crore vaccines to the people. That was what saved us, thanks to the government. And the MSMEs were fairly badly affected, I put this. In the last year before last, 2020, it started the first lockdown on 22nd of March, 2020. In that year, we had a downfall about 45% in the business. And last year, it is about 11% decline in the business, total in month. And in fact, according to All India Manufacturing Organization, they think about 35% of the MSMEs will close down, they won't be able to revive. But I personally feel green shoots everywhere. You would find the MSMEs are coming up, they're getting over the problems, and the government has announced various schemes that are also helping you. I think we need to do much more. And that's what came out during the consultation during our discussions today. And that in the discussing, we also came to the point how we can advance entrepreneurship among the people of our country. They can be more entrepreneurs. We reminded the discussion our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi had on 15th of this month with something like 150 enterprises, startup enterprises, and say by the year we complete, you can say 100 years of independence, by 2047, we'll have the startup culture by that time in a big way. So government is doing a lot in many areas. And in terms of coming to MSMEs, Honorable Secretary Sahab, that we figured out that you had given various inputs, particularly you found that you give this additional funding to about 20% increase in credit limit of all the people who had it. Other schemes also came into being. But unfortunately, the micro and small enterprises were most affected because they did not get them, because they didn't already had funding or credit limits. So therefore, our recommendation is you may consider bringing some special scheme for the micro and small enterprises who have not benefited from your programs. About that, we discussed a lot for digitization. You'll be happy to know that 72% of the SMEs last year paid their money through digitalization or digital modes. Only 28% the funding was made either in cash. So apparently there's a change in the culture. There's a change is happening. And I think the government has given a lot of support in this direction. We found apart from digitalization, innovation are important. We have, AIMA has also done a lot of work in the innovation area. A book has been written, published by them on innovation key to success for enterprises. And innovation are the key for success. We also discussed, the Honorable Secretary Sahab, about the what we call the social innovation. Practical examples were giving how social innovation is important. In not only you are making money all the time in business, but you have to do something. And that doesn't mean that you put the money from your pocket in social innovation. You can do the social work, and at the same time, you can make enough money to survive because people are ready to pay for work. And along with the social innovation, we talked about the environment. In the last session also, we discussed about the environment. You know, the climate change conference held in Glasgow a couple of months ago in October 31st to November some 14th or something last year. And it is very important that we use technologies where cover the climate part is covered, environment is covered. India already committed by 2060 would be zero this carbon emission. And therefore, it is important that the MSMEs use those technologies which don't emit carbon dioxide or reduce that emission. Similarly, pollution issues are involved. There are not that I will not deny that MSME don't use those techniques where pollution is involved. They are. Therefore, we have to find ways and means how to do this work. I think this is important. Maybe some studies have been done, maybe some detailed analysis could be done, how the support from the government also could be given, or from institutions for that matter, which are involved in this. Then I would like to tell you about it. In exports area, I think MSMEs have done fairly well. And in the area of linkages with large industries and large businesses, large business houses, many of them covered very well. And I will say, and the one slogan came today that Honorable Secretary Saab, the digitalize, innovate, and exports. Digitalize, innovate, and exports. The slogan came from Ms. Sushma Morthania during during our discussion. Of course, we are using these separately, but she said we should go with the slogan. And she's from India Nasim Forum. She said we should go ahead with this. And before I close and request your valedictory address, I would like to add that we promise from SMEs, they are dynamic, full of enterprising spirit, all SMEs. There are a lot of enterprising spirit in our country, and we will bring laurels to MSMEs more, and they need hand-holding, your support, and government support, and institutional support. With that, I'd like to thank you for giving us opportunity to present. I can tell you that we'll be making these recommendations, merging with details, and we'll send to you for your consideration. With that, I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juneja. I do share your optimism. The green shoots which you are telling, I think I do completely share your optimism. I think MSMEs, despite the fact that all of us have gone through very difficult times, have done wonderfully. There are evidences on the comeback. Thank you so much, and it's so nice of you that you'll be sharing also the ideas which have come up. So let me start. Dr. J.S. Juneja ji, Dr. Raj Agarwal ji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely pleased to be here in the 11th MSME Summit of AIMA. I understand that some very useful suggestions, the ones which Dr. Juneja referred to, have come up during this summit. The theme of the summit, MSMEs, Road to Sustainable Development, is indeed a topical and most appropriate, judging by the contribution of MSMEs in GDP, exports, and employment. Sustainable development, as we understand, encompasses development without hampering future prospects of growth. Our MSMEs are definitely gearing up for that. They have shown resilience during the last 2 waves of the pandemic, despite being obviously a sector which was hit due to COVID-19 and the lockdowns. The data published by SIDBI in MSME Pulse June 2021 indicated that higher loan amounts were disbursed to MSMEs in FY21 than in FY20, and unlocking in June 21 had led to a sharp bounce back in credit demand. The holistic approach taken by the government in producing a conducive, enabling environment to resume their growth trajectory has spanned across various measures. Some of these have included making credit available, accessible, and affordable, equity infusion, besides focusing on protecting MSMEs from competition in terms of global trends, providing marketing opportunities, bolstering infrastructure, enhancing employment generation, accentuating skill development and entrepreneurship, and promoting technological upgradation. The two most pressing needs of MSMEs are credit and technology. For micro enterprises, this is obviously more challenging, made more pronounced by the limited access to information and marketing. An important initiative that the government has taken to bring in the formal network a larger number of deserving MSMEs is the recent change in definition. As you must be aware, the definition is now based on both investment in planted machinery and turnover criteria. Moreover, the caps on investment have been revised upwards for defining micro, small, and medium enterprises. Consequently, many deserving MSMEs which are hitherto apprehensive of graduating out of the MSME fold are not deterred while investing and growing. We launched the Udyam portal amidst the first wave of COVID-19. MSMEs can register themselves on this portal to avail benefits extended by the ministry and Reserve Bank of India's priority sector lending. The registration process is transparent, hassle-free, and free of cost. I'm glad to say that since 1st July 2020, when the portal was launched, as many as 67 lakh enterprises have already registered. In fact, per week, we are getting 1 lakh more registration. This is an excellent database which is growing, absolutely verified because this is linked with PAN, this is linked with GSTN, So I think we are in the midst of creating an excellent database which will, to a certain extent, determine future policies and which will be helpful to all the stakeholders regarding also policy deliberations. We're in the midst of revising guidelines for some schemes and considering launching more schemes. Dr. Juneja talked about things regarding exporters. Yes, this is definitely, we appreciate that this is a very, very important field. For the first time this year, we will be introducing schemes which helps out MSMEs in having digital data regarding exports. There will be also a scheme regarding first-time exporters, because we think that is something which who have not become exporters should become one of our targets. We are also working quite strongly in the field of digital literacy and all associated things. We hope to launch number of schemes in the near future, which we sure would help out our MSMEs, including micros. Incidentally, Dr. Juneja, micro is 94%. We are essentially a ministry of micro enterprise. If you really look at it, even the latest data of MSMEs on Udyam portal is showing 94% as micro and 5% as medium, small, and about less than 1% as medium. So, I mean, we are obviously overwhelmingly a micro sector ministry, and quite obviously we'll continue to focus. There are issues related to how specialized we are related to the micro, related to the small, or related to medium. That is something is a work in progress. We're working on that. How do we bring specialized schemes for each of the sectors which we are dealing with? In fact, that is something where I would be very, very privileged and very, very grateful if organizations like AIMA do tell us what, according to them, are the best one. Is whatever we could do out of our research and stakeholder consultation, we are trying to introduce. But quite obviously, that is not complete. The scope is always open. And I would, in fact, request your organization to feed me, to tell me which are those kind of areas where we could be very, very specific to the micro, which are the things. And it will be a great thing. MSME unit together are capable of constituting a complete supply chain and being globally competitive because of their diverse products, ranging from intermediates to final product. Indian MSMEs need to be gainfully integrated into the global value chain. The progressive involvement of MSMEs in e-commerce, this is what also Dr. Juneja talked about, especially in the recent past, has grown by leaps and bounds. A large number of providers registered on GEM are micro and small enterprises. E-commerce has been expanding in terms of firms offering their services, consumer segments, and the coverage of products and services. This is most appropriate considering the need for social distancing in current times. Moving in line with the demand of the current situation, facilitation of MSMEs has also moved to a very, very online kind of a system. Some of the examples are Udyam registration, Samadhan, Sambandh, and Champions portal, where you deal with grievances, specific grievances, which you receive from MSMEs. I am confident that with active cooperation from all stakeholders, we will be able to tide over the current adversities. I'll end with, again, agreeing with what Dr. Juneja said. I do share his optimism. I do share the optimism of all AIMA members. And I do look forward to the wonderful suggestions, which will be absolutely welcome in this particular ministry. And my best wishes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. And I request Dr. Raj Agarwal to propose a vote of thanks for the Honorable Secretary, sir, for a very inspiring address.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your support and very, very inspiring address. Really, your ministry and ministry under your leadership is doing a lot as far as revival and growth of Indian MSME is considered. You have rightly identified that 94% are micro. And the emphasis when we talk about sustainable development, when we talk about the goals of United Nations in terms of reducing poverty and reducing unemployment, then the contribution of this 94% is very, very, very significant, because that is the backbone of Indian economy. That is the backbone in terms of creating employment opportunity. That is the backbone which is providing an ecosystem, and this ecosystem is providing a kind of balanced growth in our economy. and when you said that you are working in that particular direction, so then definitely the real cause of this sustainable development of MSME, this is going to be served. Definitely AIMA will take this initiative, and how we can support to your ministry as far as development of this micro sector, and by identifying sector. And earlier also we have done this impact analysis study given by your ministry. Further in that direction also we will take the action. We will discuss with you, with your colleagues, and then we will come forward with a plan of action. So with these words, sir, I am really thankful to you for your wonderful valedictory address, which has summarized the entire approach of our convention in a very simple and in a very lucid language. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Junaid.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all the dignitaries. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the end of AIMA's 11th MSME Convention. I hope you all enjoyed all the sessions throughout the day. We would like to once again thank all our sponsors who have supported us at this convention. Principal sponsor, State Bank of India, corporate sponsor, Canara Bank, and other sponsors, SIDBI and BSc SME. We look forward to see you all at the next edition of National MSME Convention. Stay connected, stay safe, and have a great day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Raji.
Sir. Fine, sir. So we can talk on